resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Daily bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Flying with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Time to in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. I'm forgetting something. Oh, I'm forgetting. Hold on. Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is. Hello, guys. Good morning. Welcome. Bum, 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 bum. Guys, hit that like button. I'm trying to figure out where is my... these new things here. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. All right, hello, welcome to the stream. Good morning, team. Good morning. I love this. Good morning from y'all. Ready to get started. Oh my God, market's still going up. Crazy. I'm just watching this in the morning here. It's just non-stop, up and up and up and up. It's been fun. It's been a fun event. Watching this market turn around like it has been. Simon Fraser, good morning. Relax Vibes, good morning. Market Vision Trading, good morning. Julian, Simon Dean, Brielle, good morning. Ski Bum, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Zilfin from Finland. Miss Vishnoi. DG72. Mixie Mama Official. Rich Rising Fam. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Arena. Do a short on it. Wait, upper DD band. Nasdaq. Oh, yeah, we are upper DD band, huh? What's Callus to the upside? Let's see, bullish. I don't know. I don't know what happened last night. I go over the news in a second. Figure that out myself. Housekeeping Bootcamp, the best learning platform ever. At the Fab videos, you're green for 5 days straight. What? Well, Trader, good morning. Great to hear that. 5 days straight. And Vermin, good morning. Peter, good morning. It flies, it dies. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Y'all ready to do this today? I like so much better this morning. I got some sleep last night. Some of my voices come back. How was yesterday? Just hopped off for ended stream. They weren't getting any trades anyways. What did I do yesterday? I'm trying to remember. It's been a long day. I remember taking that long there and then trying to take a short there and then stopping out. I think it was, but one of the accounts was really small, so I don't think I lost anything. Anything big. It was like one contract, I think. And I think it was here, and then that news happened. I was like, whatever, I'll get out. And then I got out. But I made like a bunch of trade. Oh, wait, you can't even see my screen. What am I talking about? Can't even see my screen here. Oh my goodness, sorry about that. I'm all drawn on the screen. You guys stare at my pretty face. Watch what I'm looking. I think yesterday, I can't remember everything. But I think out the door, I longed this little part. The market fell like to there, and I remember like longing that little part. I think those are the two trades I made, just that part and then that part. Then I waited, and then we hit the yellow line. I think it took a short, and then the news happened, and then I got out of that one. And this one, I just was like one contract in one of the accounts. It wasn't that big of a deal. I think it was this one right here that was like, it was up 2,600, and I was down maybe 1,000 off of that. So I was up maybe 16 by the end of the day. Oh yeah, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Your avatar looks like you, not exaggerated like a lot of the others. You ever considered going to Turkey? What a weird question. Turkey, like for vacation? I don't know. Never crossed my mind. My avatar looks a lot like me. It's like the necklace, the shirt, the V-neck shirt. Signature Matt, you know. Ugh. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. People Scott. Good morning, Nates. Good morning, Charlie. Matt Rob, Mark G, Casio. Good morning, A5. All right. And everybody else. Can't understand the bootcamp without the software. Well, I mean, some of the methods of the bootcamp require the software, but you can also follow along on the stream. The bootcamp will help you understand what I'm doing on the stream. It's also very important. So if you want to get the software yourself, you can try it out for a month. It's like half price for the first month. If not, just you know, learn the principles. And many of the principles don't require the software. The software is just like my medium. You can always think of it in your same software. Think of my levels as your levels. Whatever levels you use or whatever way you figure out where to long or short the market, you can use your own levels with the techniques from the boot camp. But just like anybody's strategy, you know, if you want to mimic everything I do, then obviously the software is a big part of it. But I mean, why wouldn't you not use it? As good and accurate as it is, finding pivots, it's fairly useful, I would tell you. For the cost of probably one prop account a month, it's not that expensive either. Very, very cheap. All right, guys, if you'll do me a favor, have you started signing up for Ninja Trader yet? You remember, you gotta sign up for Ninja Trader. Arena Cup. Oops. Right here. All right. Good morning. All right, so Ninja Cup. Ninja Trader Arena Cup. Just like any tournament here, we're going to show up. We're going to represent. We're going to crush in the name of our community. We show up to all these competitions. We always like to compete. Somebody from our community always pretty much wins. Or gets in the top 2 or top 3. Every major trading tournament there has been in the last 2 years. Somebody from Hog Scooter has been in the top 3. Or won it. Usually winning it, but I think in Tradeify one of our guys was 2nd place or 3rd place. 3rd place, I think. But still. The best 150k account out there. Let's take a look at prop score, see what it says. The best 150k account might be Big Profit, but let me double check. You go here. Look on here. You're going to sort by account type 150k, and let's rank them. Yes, sir. The top 150k account currently by prop score standard is the Take Profit 150k. These are the accounts I just went live with. These are the accounts that I started 2 Mondays ago, and then by the following Wednesday had racked up 63,000 on day 3 of funded, and then went live with. Exactly, this is the account. I would tell you, vetting Take Profit, I would say there's a reason it's up there. It's probably the best, if not 2nd best firm there is. It's goated. I goated beyond the fact that it's better than everything else by a pretty decent margin. I think really good account there. My Funded Futures Rapid 150k also really good. They're very similar to each other. As you see, they're both 9.0, 9.2 on the scale of 5 to 10. So everything else is good-ish, but these 2 are the goated ones. So, clear filters and back. Looks like we've got some new accounts added to Prop Score. Alpha Futures, one of the latest ones. This was recently added. You guys get some reviews on that. Price for Time and Market, the 0 plan on the expected payout has a 10.0 for Price for Time and Market. It's actually kind of neat to see that. Pretty solid all around. As far as like max monthly and payout, it seems that kind of a mixed bag. Interesting. So let me see if I can't. You know what? These need to be not scattered like this. Let me see if I can't. I need to be able to sort by the account name. All right, hold on. Just realized that. Oh, they still, we have 1 more week of beta because we extended the launch for a week. All these couple little things we need to do. Arrow. And we can alphabetically sort them. All right. Put that in there. I'm having so much fun with Prop Score. What do we got? Do the beta here. Okay. Good morning. Represent the Rock Scooter in the third leg of the race. Let's go. I think, let me see what the signups are. Just 30,000 people can enter. And so far we've got 5,000 on the first heat. So it's 10,000 per heat. So 5,000 plus 1,500 plus 1,000. So there's still plenty of room to join if you haven't. The heat, and like literally, I'll tell you something. You guys do a lot of prop accounts, right? And you have to go out there and buy a prop account for like 50 bucks or 100 bucks to try to get a payout. This is a prop account that's free that you can get a $100,000 payout just by winning. It's a one-day contest for at least the qualifier. So you go in there. This is by far, you know, the easiest possible return you can make if you do well. So cost you nothing. It's one day of trading. Put it on the side of your regular trading. Enter the contest. It's the pinned message here. Use our link to enter. It's obviously a race. You know, we want to have the most people there, obviously. And you have to use our link. It's free, so it doesn't cost you a dime. And you sign up. Put something fun in your name like Rocket Score or Prop Score or something, you know, represent us. Rocket Score, Rocket Scooter, whatever. And put yourself in there. Show up on the leaderboard, win the qualifier. It's a one-day qualifier. So like half of us are going to just go in there and blow up, and half of us are probably going to go in there and win. It's one day. You get one day. You either get it right or you get it wrong. Your opening trade or whatever. But makes it easy to also luck into victory. So there's really no reason you shouldn't give it a shot, because you might luck into a win. And lucky. Even first qualifier is half full. It's crazy. Yeah, I'll be in the first one. Can I explain how black Scholes is connected to volume? So it's not connected to volume. It just allows you to price. I mean, let me start over. It's kind of like loosely connected to volume. The actual Black Scholes equation sets the price of options. Hold on a second. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so it basically sets the price of options. And it's basically not, so it's used to calculate the actual theoretical value of all options. And it looks at basically pretty much everything that would go into, that you can use to price an option. I mean, it's basically like the supply and demand of the options. There's a million pieces to the equation. And the way we use it to equate the volume is we can calculate where delta and gamma hedging will be, because those are the main components of hedging. We can use certain Greeks to calculate where order flow should be under the assumption that those are market maker options that will be neutralizing their options. The example would be, you know, not every option is hedged against, but if we had an idea that, all these market maker calls are there and market maker puts are there, just making up a number. And we go, okay, there's a bunch of dealer options here. We know they're going to be hedging them neutral. So every time price moves through this, you can calculate the order flow of each one of these pieces of risk. So if a dealer had 1,000 calls here and 1,000 puts here, then we could assume that to neutralize those two positions, that as price moves, they're going to have a specific underlying amount in their pocket to hedge it. So the example is, if delta's 50, you'd have, you know, if delta's 0.5, you'd have 50 shares. If delta's 0.7, you'd have 70 shares, right? And you're balancing your exposure to the calls and your exposure to the puts simultaneously. So you're like adding your position and subtracting your position while keeping the option constant. In that particular sense, you can calculate on the side how much volume it takes to achieve neutrality on every step of the differential. So if you were to take like little discrete chunks of this, and each chunk you measured what the dealer's position will be, you'll be able to see that the dealer has a specific position. Like in the middle, you know, they'll just have like this sort of whatever the position is. And so we can measure like where peak flow will be using that. It's very, like I said, it's very loosely connected. The assumption is that you can find out which options belong to the dealers themselves, because retail traders or people like you and me aren't hedging positions. So as price moves, and we have an option in the underlying, we're not out there accumulating shares of the underlying to balance out the position. So that's kind of how it works in a way. So Black-Scholes allows you to calculate the relationship of different pieces of the option's underlying value. There's like the risk-free rate is a big part of it. The strike price is the difference between the strikes. The current underlying price is a part of it, and volatility is a part of it. And all those pieces allow you to calculate the Greeks, which are partial differential equations from the bigger equation. Those partials you can use, which the Greeks, we all know about those. The partials are what are used to assume where volume will be. I don't know, Black-Scholes is a pretty like a long conversation as to how the equation works, but you probably can just Google that or use ChatGPT or something. Hit that like button, guys. Good morning. Ooh, upper duty band on NASDAQ. Do I want to pump a short here? Oh, I don't want to start the day off short in a bull market, though. A little push up into the morning. Let's see what's going on. I'm not really sure what has been happening. And I'm not sure I have... There it is. Iran has fired commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships and ceasefire announced. So it's crazy that when the Iran war was there, we're like selling off. And then now while it's happening, we're rallying. The market is completely irrational on this. That's early, about 7 o'clock this morning. What about overnight? I don't see anything crazy. I don't see anything on the I don't really see anything in the news that would spark what we've been seeing. Let's see what's going on today. This is Tuesday. PMI in 38 minutes, so right at market open, we've got that coming on, or right now market, like 15 minutes after market opens. Jolts are today, that's an hour from now. So this will be movers in the market. What is going on here? Okay, so upper duty band, right? We always know it's a big resistance target. Market's trying to push through that, but it's not the NASDAQ. When we rally up like this, I don't ever use the NASDAQ as, okay, let me go ahead and short. I let the S&P usually be the gauge. That's the bigger one. So if you're like, oh man, I want to short this, that's the one I usually look for. Let's make sure we got other NASDAQ yellow lines up on the top here. These are our resistance targets. You make sure when you mark those, they're really, really strong contenders for resistance. Let's load up the last one. Okay, Thinkorswim. Slow your roll. Oh, we need to calculate the next one. Okay, what do we got? I'm behind on this. What is going on? Thinkorswim's being all slow today. Okay. I'm going to estimate that it's probably about here somewhere. So let's go back to that. So this is a trick on how I do this. So these yellow lines, these really strong resistance targets. Here's how you do it. We're looking for one key thing, and I'll tell you guys, just copy what I do, and you can learn how to do this. Let's go back to a 1 minute chart. Usually don't a tick chart as it happens, but sometimes you don't have that luxury, like you forget like I did. So we're gonna go all the way back. I just marked it so I can remember where I'm going to. Man, Thinkorswim, you are sluggish today. All right, let's go to a 5 minute chart. I can't figure out where we are. Try this again. Okay, this is very annoying. Okay, let me zoom out again. I lost my place. I've lost my place, man. Okay, we're gonna go back like to 26,000. Okay, let's try it again. Lucid Flex 150K, also very good accounts. Yes, yes. Very good 150K accounts. 26,000. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Oh, there it is. Okay. 26,000. Okay, here's the thing that we're looking for. We are looking for this right there. Hold on, let me zoom in here. This is a trick to help you predict high resistance targets. This is one of the best tricks you'll learn in the boot camp. And I cannot explain why. Here's what's being so slow today. I hate when it does this. It gets like it's like running a slideshow. Okay, so that's it. That's easy to see. So that volatility expansion there. So the trick is you're looking for a start of a run where the market moves swiftly, volatility expands, and then contracts. The volatility expansion, this is the red candle right here. That's the volatility. And then contracts. It means you had a maximum buy imbalance. Then sellers stepped in to squash it. And then you don't retrace half the distance between the low and high. Then what you'll do is you'll mark the low and high on that spot just like that. And then this little anchor point, you're going to draw a distance from there. And that distance is this pre-made gray box, but that distance is going to be in this table. And this table is going to predict a pivot for you. This trick I've been using for a decade, 1986-50. And when you draw it, it'll be a perfect pivot to the penny. It'll be exactly it. So like exactly here, that should be a pivot. So let's mark it. Oh, I think we already hit it yesterday. Anyways, well, at least get to see it live. Let's do this really quick. So on the nose, if I do this, this is going to be very annoying, Thinkorswim, unless you just magically snap back into place. Whatever large amounts of memory you're choking on right now. There. So that is exactly this 983 level, right? So if we go to here, you can go over where 983 is. And you'll see that every time you touch it, it's high volume pivot. I guess I forgot to do it. So that's the one from today. And you can see that right now, that's kind of where we are also. 983 is that level. It kind of lines up with the yellow line. So let's go back and do the next one. 983, 983, 983. Let's just clone this. Let's pop this guy right there. Cool deal. Let's find the next one. Could I just try to be a little risky here and take the opening short? I don't know. I can find one more of these. Please explain the black shoulder. Oh, wait, no, I already saw that comment. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, brother. Good morning. I love you guys. Do I have a LinkedIn? My media team has told me I have a LinkedIn. I don't think I've ever logged into it though. So if you're looking to connect with me on LinkedIn, you're probably never going to connect with me on LinkedIn. They just have one for the SEO, I think. Even when I had a career as a chemical engineer, I still never maintained a LinkedIn. At least I don't remember. Maybe I did have one, but I think I made it like when I was like 23 and then never used it again. I'm just going to measure. This is pretty much to the same effect from that same place. Looks like one. And then I'll go one more day ahead and find the next one. It looks like it's there. I'm just going to estimate. I'll come back and do these later. we get to there, we'll get to there. That's probably it. Okay. See how clean those pivots are? Oh, yeah, 2 more. Okay, we're just gonna guess really quick. If we get there, I'll go back and readjust these to be exact on the point. All right, that one and that one and that one. It's a fantastic trick, you guys. When you're at all-time highs and you're like, where's the resistance? This is what you do. This is a margin buffer limit trick. It's a CME group thing. It's discovering where market maker liquidation points to be on a position. It's where the position will lose 99% of its value. Example is you bought a contract here and dealer sold to you at some distance. When the dealer's looking for sellers, if they don't find them, they'll lose 99% of the value of that contract. If the contract costs $20,000 or $100,000, they would have lost $9,900, $99,000 of that. So 99%. With 1% remaining, and that tends to be a highly hedged spot with volume. It's just a thing that we discovered many years ago, and it's a perfect little high volume pivot to play with. Ooh, second peak on DD band. So we're gapping up pretty significantly today. Let me see what it looks like on the move here. Finally, we're starting to like chop a little bit. This has become a really straightforward bull market. Most of the trades have been long at the open. One day, which was I think yesterday, where there was a short out the open. I'm not jumping in and chasing highs anymore. The opportunity really kind of is to the downside in a lot of these. Maybe I could start the day with a little short play here. Tell you newbie contesters about trading multiple assets within the limits of X number of contracts that are allowed. Wait, newbie contesters about trading multiple assets in the limits of X. I don't understand, Bourbon. What's your question? Trading multiple assets simultaneously, like in a prop account or a real account? And why would you do that? Why would you trade multiple assets at the same time? Like, what would be the purpose of that? You're long for hire? Atta girl. Market Vision, you got your name changed to RS Market Vision. Let's go. All right. What do you think about DD band short? Possible. When I think of DD band short, I try not to think of the NASDAQ as the limiting place to the move. I always like to say whenever it's such a strong bull momentum, the S&P is the move. So right now with a significant gap up of 30 points, you're kind of in the middle of what can happen. So in these kind of markets, I always tell myself, okay, half gap is going to be maybe there. And in 15 minutes we open, we dip to half gap and maybe go here and move. So the initial short opportunity is maybe to half gap on the best bull market. It tests and keeps rolling. It would be kind of the rarest, I think, to just roll straight up, but it can. And then maybe there's a short play from there back to the open. All right, so these are potential moves here to there to there, there to half and back to open on positive res. So in reality, at this opening place, if you want to do like an opening short gamble, you're basically trying to short to half gap. From here is roughly going to be 20 points. And then you got a 10-point stop. So it's not that bad of an R to R, especially if you get lucky and rest happens to be negative and you fall and then fill the gap, then you get even luckier. From there, it becomes almost a 35, 40-point move. But then you're basically driving blind, so you don't know what's going to do. We are kind of at upper limit on NASDAQ. And of course, yellow line rejections can be big sell-off targets. So I can maybe do it too. And we'll see what happens. It's a big gap up on NASDAQ. Higher might be better, but we'll know very quickly. If we open and it just flies up, keeps going. Very quick out. And above these bands, y'all learn from the bootcamp, I usually don't short against them really heavily for a reversal. If the DD ratio is greater than half. If the bullish ratio or the ratio is bullish, then if I take a short, it's just on that first little move back down to that sort of this area here. So if this is a bullish ratio, we don't short for reversal. We don't do that. You can get resistance pressure from DD band almost every single time, but it's very small. So if the move happens and we get some red candle here, and this comes in to be like 0.75, I'll just close out right there. So the R on this one is like maybe I get 60 points on the downside. Best case scenario there, or best case scenario, at least a half gap or gap fill. Best case scenario. but we're going to need some really nasty selling pressure to get that. And yesterday's monthly maps is pretty strong. So do I want to be bull? I kind of want to be bullish, but I think that, you know, the market's been moving with some volatility lately, and with the VIX being where it is, it's right on the edge of that triple B. And so now it's literally sitting there again, which is that launch point for possible volatility and selling off. So it's definitely worth a gamble that the market still can be volatile. We have not cleared 1947 and continue to pull back. We literally have not cleared this yet. We're still in the danger zone for volatility. So anything's possible, which means one day it can just explode in a big sell-off. Today it's on the edge. Again, it's possible. So the opportunity is there for that possibility. So I'm like, maybe I'll take the opening play there. Why not? Monthly maps, strong like bull. Very strong. Friends, do me a favor, hit that like button. More likes, the more giveaways. Hold on, there's some stuff going on here. Brad will be doing 51 account giveaway for his 51st birthday. Ooh, my goodness. All right, props, we're getting some releases today. Very excited. Yeah, we pushed our launch, our marketing launch 1 week out because we still have some other things we want to work on first. We have new color change. Your best in class now has a gold halo around it. And now we're gonna be working on features. So basically we got all the bugs pretty much worked out. And now we're working on features. So features are going to be essentially like new cool things to do on the site we haven't thought of. So almost everything's pretty much worked out, and it looks really, really, really solid. I'm very happy with how things turned out. You might notice a little bit of a change over here to the right. We're able to list all the different phases, eval 1, eval 2, fund and phase, whatever, listing all the consistencies and stuff here. So that in a single glance, you can tell consistency DL. I think this is very important for me. Like if I'm going out there and shopping around, I want to check those things. Another thing is going to be account type. I think we're going to have, these are going to be changed a little bit, but like, don't want consistency, daily loss limit, you know, yes or no, you can actually filter them that way. It needs to be by fund. And this is a little incomplete. I would say I'm going to change this from being this off and on to like, there's like a default of no choice and just shows all of them. And you'll have to be like no consistency or yes consistency, daily loss limit, etc. You can say which ones have it, which ones don't. So that's a little, this still needs to work out this week. But these are the things we're working on, these little quality of life changes. But we're getting there. I am loving it. And you'll be able to choose by like funded and eval side. Very cool. Lots of work you put into this, and man, it's coming along nice. Super nice. Volume spike mean it's more likely to pump it open. I would say that, I wouldn't say not, you can't really guess the open. That's what I've learned over the years. No matter how much I tried to trade the open, I've never been able to guess what the open is. I just know statistically in a bull market where all the greater market indicators are bullish, which happens to be DD ratio greater than half, which it's likely to be greater than half because we've been bullish. Greater than half yesterday, so we assume greater than half today. S&P greater than monthly hedge pressure, and again, we've been way above monthly hedge pressure. It's not even contender. And then monthly maps are also bullish, and with all three of these things bullish, it's definitely bullish. In the boot camp, you'll learn if one of these things is bullish, we're still bullish. So all three of them are bullish. Greater market, we call this greater market. So when the market is bullish, 60% of days will be green. That's pretty much how it goes. greater 60% or greater. So most days under this condition, longing at the open is more likely than shorting at the open. That's likely the case. And the only time I ever try to short at the open ever is when we are at a cluster resistance like that. 2 really strong resistance pivots nearby maybe is worth the shot, right? So the open is usually a coin flip, and it has to do with basically people's, needs for the stocks. If you open and people are just dumping one stock and rotating in another, like an example, what if today some firm was like, hey guys, we're going to dump NVIDIA today and we're going to jump into financials. And so at the morning, first hour, their traders are dumping the NVIDIA, and then the second hour, their traders are longing the financials. Then you get that move. All the opening moves really are that. The hedge funds and investment banks have some kind of plan. Rotate out of one thing, rotate in another, and that usually causes the moves. For things to sell off, you need people to sell all the things and then not buy something else, and then it triggers more people to sell all the things. So you're betting on this like dynamic movement that you really can't forecast at all. You don't know, you can't pierce that veil to see what they're actually going to do or what they want to do. So you're basically just guessing. But statistically, 60% of days will open and basically close higher than the open, be green. So if we open here, 6 out of 10 days will be higher. So it's the 40% chance that we close lower. And so statistically, that's really all you've got. As far as trying to predict the open, I've never, ever been able to come up with a situation or scenario or indicator that's had any possible luck, because I don't think it's possible. It's like, can you predict, can you figure out a way to have anti-gravity? Well, if something has mass, it'll have gravity. That's like an undisputed fact in this planet, or in this universe. So it'd be hard to think like, is there a way to guess what the opening is going to do? And I think it's impossible to guess, because people's motivations are like top secret, No hedge fund is like, okay guys, we're going to sell everything, but give some signals to the world before we do it. Everybody out there has their secret strategy, waiting for launch. They've already submitted their orders to the market maker, the mark on open orders. Like right now, the market maker has all those orders in their pocket. When the market opens, they're going to start responding. We don't know what they are, since we can't ever pierce that veil and see. Well, trading the open is a coin flip. There ever was one. Statistically, you should take the bull side in a bull market. But when you do have a cluster pivots, if it does reject off a yellow, I never long at yellow, or I never long at DD from below. I wait for it to break, I wait for it to support, then I flip my position to long. So if I'm wrong here, the way this works is this guy busts through this and squeezes me out. Then I wait, then it gets here, and then I flip long close to here, and then ride it back up until that bumps into its little territory, and then I repeat the same process. Close out on that long there, wherever it is, and then think about this one. Maybe flip this one to a short, and if I break and violate that again, and then I come back and I take the long one more time. So these green line breaks are pretty easy to manage, because it's rare that you do this, keep doing that. If it does, then that's just what happens. It's kind of hard to forecast that, and then you'll just miss the trade. Outside of DD bands, I usually don't take that trade, except for when it bounces off of it. I never chase into the long there, because only 4% of days do close above that, and 96% of days close below that. And that's how that works. So statistically speaking, 96% of days do close below that green band. It's overwhelmingly strong to try to take a short from there almost every time if you can. Like I said, if the DD ratio is greater than half, the short is just to like that next sort of support area at best. If it's less than half, then we can short for reversal. So today is not a short reversal kind of day, and you'll learn that in the boot camp. Today is if I get anything maybe to there, which I measured out to be roughly close to 60 points, and I keep the position really small because I don't have a lot of confluence or even confidence that it does pull back. But I usually try to take a stab at that, especially if we open at the high there with a cluster of yellow and green together. As you know, contest strategy, make most of the max contracts that are allowed to trade more than one asset, more contracts. Oh, Bourbon, you're talking about the contest. Oh, yeah. So when the contest happens, trust me, for Ninja Trader Arena Cup, I will walk you through how to win a contest strategy. When I trade in trading contests, it's not just going out there and being a good trader. Oh, no. It's exploiting the rules, finding loopholes, finding advantages that other people may not be taking. If you read the rules carefully, you can find an advantage. An example is trading multiple contracts of different asset classes. Sometimes they might say you can only trade 2 NASDAQ and 2 S&P. 2 NASDAQ, 2 S&P, one or the other. Okay, so maybe 2 NASDAQ or 2 S&P, but you can also maybe add 20 micros to that, right? You can press the limitations of what may or be explicitly stated, but still allowed in the rules. Can trade gold, can trade silver, can trade oil, whatever the case may be. Every contest has those sort of things that you can account for. Certain contests I've been in, they said you can trade 2 contracts, 2 minis maximum. They had no limit on micros. So the trick was to trade the 2 minis and then use the micros as additional leverage to get a little bit of extra boost. And so that's exactly what you would probably be doing. Figuring out if you can trade multiple contracts, multiple asset classes, if you can trade minis and micros at the same time. So we'll talk about those before the contest starts. Whatever is legally allowed, you want to press at the max you can, right? We'll have a strategy sesh before the Ninja Trader Arena Cup starts, just to walk you guys through some like last minute strategy things. I'm taking a short here, and I'm not like super like really 100% confident in it, but the opportunity is pretty decent because the yellow and green together. It would be short for maybe 60 points, and that's basically it. Yeah. Basically just this area right there. This might be the losing trade on that one. So what I do is I'm let it move, let it bounce, and I'm going to watch it. Let me get a tick chart out really quick. Put that on the side. Just move that over there. All right. So it looks like this will be a loss. So we're going to watch very quickly what that opening move does. Turns around, bounces a green. So what I usually do is I just chill. I wait. I don't overreact. We are possible volatility, and we'll see what happens. So resiliences are positive. And if I just take that stab at that and that loses, then that loses. No big deal. Now let's watch and see what happens at the limit. And it pulls back and sits there. If it sits there and supports and doesn't sell, then I'll just close out at the L. Again, that opening trade's always just a coin flip there. But cluster pivot's pretty good. DD ratio is probably gonna be really positive, and resilience is actually pretty decent as well. All right, let's see what happens here. Here's the test. Now, if the test either fails or supports, then I know I'm on the wrong side of this. Okay, looks like I am on the right side of that. Maybe. Gonna be a fight. I got 40 points to stop on the other side of this, which should be right about 30. So now's the test. As I told y'all this morning, that's where the market's gonna probably bounce if it does bounce. So this is the spot to close out if I think I wanna get away from this, or stick around if I wanna stay in it. Resilience is still positive, so it's probably gonna still stay up. Just spanning that volatile range, testing the market here. Yeah, we have the PMI numbers and stuff coming out in 15 minutes. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button, friends. Hit that like button. Ninja Trader allows you to max out on contracts and all the assets, enable them to turn at the same time. That's the secret sauce to use every time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. I don't think I'm gonna get the win here. Let's decide if I want to close it out or not. Pretty violent. Let's go ahead and scan through the stocks really quick now that maps have come through. Nothing bearish, I would say, as far as liquidity maps go. Nvidia has support at bull zone, so Nvidia can, like, we fall to here, Nvidia's got support not far from there. So Apple's actually bearish, so that's an interesting open to Apple, but Apple's bearish with the resistance up here. So essentially, if this trades up to there, Apple hits there, the resistance target could pivot maybe about like maybe 80-90 points higher on NASDAQ for that much move in Apple. Meta also interesting. Bearish. Okay. Not confident in this one. This is probably an L. But that's just, you know, the opening trade. Keep it small. Try it with one trade. Microsoft. Again, not bullish from here. This is resistance from there. ABGO. Definitely bullish. Google. Definitely bullish. Amazon, definitely bullish. So in a normal market, the only trade is what I told you earlier. It goes and then bounces. You can jump in on a small long there. But at like about 8:30 or some change, I'll just close out and call it. Just watching that one. I did 2 at the start. It's 2, right? Yeah. see how this one turns out. So yeah, I'd say the opening move, about 60% of the time it goes up and about 40% of the time it'll pull back. So no resilience. Actually, arbitrage is negative. That's actually not terrible. It's slightly negative. And resilience is positive, which will support at the open. But we get lucky here. Stocks, we do have a handful of stocks that are bearish, but it's bullish enough to keep going. So it's probably an L. But on the edge, I can always try to add one more. It's not strong enough for me to want to go super duper long just yet, but I think it's definitely going to lose the short. We'll see. And then of course PMI and all that other stuff can be a big mover today. So we have news coming out in about 10 minutes here. JOLT's coming out in 30 minutes, and the S&P Global Composite PMI comes out in 11 minutes. How does this play out? And around the edge here. And there's no short setup. So probably just, well, I'm waiting right to the edge, let it pop a little bit higher. I could probably jump into my cost basis a little heavier here, but I don't have a good sign to do that. So I'll probably just take the L. Take the L on that one. Yeah. But what I can do, let me think about this. Let me think about how I want to do this one. If we do drop below it, I'll get right back in on the same trade. Normally on this one, if you just take a small position to the long side and then just let it ride to next target, that's really the way to go. S&P probably has the next resistance here, so I could... Now these just days where you jump in along at the open. So probably going to still continue to push a little higher here, but we shall see. I still don't have my TPT Pro accounts yet. Or TPT Pro Plus accounts. I can't wait to get those guys going. That'll be really fun. All right, let's see what happens here. S&P pulling back a little bit. All resiliences and everything are positive. Looking really solid here. Yeah, I took the opening sort of possible, you know, pullback here, but until res is negative, there's really no big pullback potential there. What's up, guys? Good morning. Just scooping around and one little Lucid account here. A little bit of an excursion there on the NASDAQ. S&P is also sitting at open. Watch NVIDIA today. NVIDIA did sort of open and fall inside of here and then hold up. So Nvidia's a bull long up, which is it's solid enough. Okay. I don't think we're gonna get it here, but if we fall back to that same target, that is a bigger sell. So nothing here. And what I normally do, and I teach you guys in the boot camp, normally when we push outside of these upper bands, so what this is a margin requirement based calculation. Above these upper bands here, I don't normally like to chase the long. More often than not, especially if this resilience number starts going close to like less than 0, it can become a sort of bull trap that presses, you know, a little bit higher and then pulls back. So watch these white numbers down here. If this drops below 0, I'll probably just hop back into this. We'll see. What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mark's off getting crushed. Yeah. I'm pumped to be getting my TPT Pro Plus. So I just went live with Take Profit. I'm going to get five, count them, 5 live accounts with TPT, which is crazy. So TPT, after I probably traded them for like 2 months. I think I've taken close to like 200, 250 from them somewhere. I haven't really added it up, but I think that's about close to what payouts I've taken in TPT in the 2 months I traded with them, plus the last 3 days I traded with them. My final TPT account that I had took out 60K back to back to back to back to back. Like essentially when I was like, I'm going to take a break, I have one TPT Pro account left. I made 10K, took a payout, made 10K, took a payout every day for like 6 days, which I thought was so funny. Just trying to go in heavy and then just like get off of it. Let me just like go hard on the last day. And then it kept taking payouts. So it's kind of neat and funny. All right, what do we got here? This is a Lucid Flex account. I'm just kind of giving Lucid a shot. A little bit of a shot there. Yeah. The opening move didn't work. So normally you go, you bounce, you can jump in on the long. I'm not shorting this from here, not doing anything, but just chilling. A lot of times on these days, I just sit out and wait for something. And then the market will give us something to play with, you know. So we'll see. So pretty solid there. All right, this is a jams day. Let's get some jams. I'm gonna wait. So just as strong of a bull market that it's been, there's not a lot of like A+ entries. A lot of this is just along at the open trade, which a lot of us do in bull markets. We usually take. The only reason I didn't take it today is we did open inside of a cluster of pivots, which is always a good chance to maybe take a reversal play if the market opens bad, but the market opened good, which is why I told you guys immediately. I'm like, this one ain't gonna work out. So then just close out, get out of the way. And like I say, I just tried it in one account there, so it's not that big of a whoop. But I like to try something different. S&P is now actually trading into open a little bit lower. So watch out there. You having so many issues with TPT right now? What happened? Just make sure we have S&P 7291 is kind of like that upper target on the S&P. Nasdaq just pressing really, really high today. This is such a strong update today, up to 1% already, and the market's just barely been open. We have 1 minute until some news comes out, and this news might just keep popping things higher. We have that new yellow line coming up at 28,102, so that's the one I drew earlier this morning. 28,102 on Nasdaq there. Do, 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 do. Intel's up 11% today. That's huge. Huge, huge, huge. PMI just came out. Market's blasting up higher. There's that one final yellow. You can take a little risk there on that one last one. I don't know. Usually we don't short above DD bands. That's kind of the major rule there. There's a possible opportunity. This is the last little spot here. Strong bullish, strong bullish. Meta actually this morning is kind of taking a little bit of a dive here. Meta's down about 0.5%.
They're trading down, watching S&P rise. Flick a CME sight set precise. Eyes on the prize, sniper in disguise. Hit sharp, James Bond, wealth multiply. Midas touch, fingers closed.
What do I have on this one? This is a
Money flowing in, charts and graphs. Ticker sing him from the streets to suits. Play this way, rocket scooter ride. Profits take flight. Liquidity maps, glowing through the fight. Headline holding, signal so tight in this game.
or one more on this one. Oh, did that one hit MLL? Wait, that one is... Oh, I can't play that one anymore. Okay, let me try a different one. What is going on with this one? Let me get a different one. I guess that eval did not make it. That one did not make it. Okay, let me get a different one. Wait. So this is that next resistance target, the 102 area here. Eyeballs on that one. Question is, do I still want to keep trying to maybe take a long on this open on S&P? I still have this sort of like suspicion around this move today. Let me do this one. Try the yellow short there. Around this area, 102 to 80, somewhere in here. Again, this will be like one final attempt I'll take at this one. I just staged, like I tried it with that one account there, and now I'm just trying it with a different one. So sometimes with props, right, you can rotate in your accounts, try it with one, try it with another, and not put all your risk in one basket. So it's kind of easier to manage your kind of like overall ROI by trading different accounts. So this one I had to go inventory real quick and see which one I wanted to take a stab at on this one as well. This one has some fat to take some risk on. Sort of that same little thing here. And Rez is sort of pulling back enough. Do I think this is a good play or not? God, it is so crazy strong today. Do I want to try this one with like 3? The last resistance there. Which on the million challenge I was doing, I just paused on my real trading for like, this is probably like week 3 of just pause and real trading, and just playing with evals and playing with props. And so that really kind of keeps the risk kind of light. I really am just sort of not taking this market super seriously as far as Iran stuff goes. You just know that a news event's going to come every couple hours probably, moving around. So that being said, you know, keep my risk limited. You're talking about a couple $100 a day rather than $100,000 a day. And Trump can tweet something and totally ruin your day, and it just kind of sucks. There's this one pivot here. There's the second attempt there, and if this fails, then I'm kind of can just chill for the day. Got my curtain guys coming over again to finish up their curtains. We have curtains going around the house now. It's like crazy adulting. You guys know how it is to adult. And we haven't really done a lot of work to the windows since we moved into the house. We've been doing projects left and right, a lot of DIY stuff. We got all our furniture in, and then we finally got our backyard remodeled. We got our TV wall and media room redone. We got all of those different, probably, what is this one? Ow. And now we got these curtain guys coming through, but then we like the curtain rods we ordered are like, they don't fit, and one of them was crooked. You guys know how it goes. You guys know how it goes. Oops, what did I do there? I mean to do that. Let's try not to do that. Let's try to do that. There we go. Sometimes things get a little slow on the platform. A little refresh fixes it all up. Perfect. Bum, 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 bum. But IC2 knows the algorithm? Of course he does. Of course he does. The main market algorithm. Do I have curtain, bro? Do I even have curtains, bro? I will soon. They hung them up. They hung up like the wooden curtain rod. One of our bedrooms got this like sturdy, thick chunk of wood, but it's sort of like crooked a little bit. I don't know if, you know, they get damaged in like storage or shipping or whatever. Like the wood kind of bows a little bit, and we were like, oh no, we can't do that. So we're like, yeah, we can't do that. All right, YOLO. Let's get it. Second attempt here. Pop that in a few more accounts. I kind of like the way that it looks. The first one didn't make it. Second one, let's see if the second one does all right. Those yellow lines are pretty strong. Maybe that one will be the one that works. First one was a no-go. First one was a sacrifice. The sacrifice did not make it. Did not make it. That was a big move in Intel. Okay, we got some news coming up pretty soon. Jolts. 5 minutes till Jolts. Jolts are gonna be a pretty big thing to talk about. We've had some weirdness come through with the up and down of the economic data. GDP was a huge improvement. That was a shock, but that explains. You always tell you guys, right? Whenever the market sort of does something unusual, and we started just having this like unusually strong rally in the middle of like what was the most horrible sort of selling pressure we've seen in a while. And we were like, after the fact, you'll always be able to like look after the fact and go, oh, that's what happened, right? And we kind of looked after the fact, like why the market was rallying so much. It just seemed like Wall Street quants had figured out that the GDP numbers were going to come out pretty solid. And, you know, we started having like a turnout, even though inflation is probably, you know, problematic at this point. As far as like the quickness at which it's growing, inflation's pretty crazy. What is going on with my internet? Can you guys see me? I think my browser's just crashed. What's going on? Hold on. What is going on here? Y'all can see me still? We good? What? What's going on here? Did all these like... I think my browser just crashed. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I hate you, Firefox. On my screen, it's like spinny wheel. Everything's spinning. No. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh everything. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Why you do this to me, bro? Hang tight. I gotta refresh and drop everything out. Like I said, I got like so many processes and tabs open. It gets crazy. And I put 96 gigs of RAM on here. It still has issues. Browser can only do so much. Let's see if that's a little bit better. There we go. There we go. All right, so this one I'm gonna show you guys. I'll load this up in a minute. Let's just, GDP is there. All right. The data came through. GDP growth rate was getting close to 0 and going close to getting negative, which is just basically what you have in a recession. We were getting somewhat close, dangerously close to recessionary in those three reads. And then it was kind of confusing as like, okay, what's going on there? And then all of a sudden the GDP growth rate went up. So the real GDP that was flattening out just kind of tailed up. And then it's like, okay, oh, now Wall Street, you know, obviously we're back to normal. So whatever that slowdown period we had is done. So, you know, my brain is not like, okay, bear market's on the hinge anymore. GDP numbers are what they are. And, you know, somehow we've experienced growth once the end of the year happened. And now we're back to sort of a growth mode increase, which is probably why everybody jumped in to be bullish at the time that they did. But also, inflation is still kind of an issue, but according to Powell, it's like a one-time thing. So, you know, it's going to price in really quickly and then no longer be an issue. We'll stabilize around it. So the PCE price index year over year, 1 minute till jolts, that went up to a 3.2. And the PCE, sorry, that was the core. The non-core, let me double check this. Yeah, this is PCE itself is at 3.5. I mean, it's a huge bump on those inflation numbers. So core, which excludes food and energy, still slightly higher because you want to make sure that the inflation, clearly like the rise in oil prices, will have something to do with PCE going up, you know, the instability around the world, but also, okay, jolt should be on a second or two. Time is in 10 seconds. So when you look at the core, which excludes those effects, you look at just discretionary spending, that's still up 3%, 3.2%. So it's still pretty crazy. All right, jolts are out. Jolts would be a big mover, I would say, at least in this environment. Probably a little downside pressure, than maybe just like a Bucky green candle. We'll see. Hold on, what happens here. Reload of all my stuff here. Taking a little bit to load this up. Market's going to be very sensitive to any news and any catalyst because we're above that continuum midpoint number in VIX. You know how that works. So this is a pretty decent. Again, my short pivot targets are always on point. It just matters like it's a coin flip as to which one takes off. So took a little sacrifice on one of them there, didn't work out, and then jumping on the rest of them there. Jolt service PMI 1 minute, volatility inbound. Yep. So be careful that this just doesn't like, you know, it's looking all right there. The jolts number, let's read it really quick. If you don't know what the jolts are, it's one of the bigger components of understanding the labor market. You can use that to predict what the Fed's going to do pretty easily. They look at the jobs market, right? And so this is how kind of lubricated the jobs market is in a P. Diddy sense of the word. How oiled up is it? How easy is it for people to get jobs? Are the jobs being created? Are they getting filled? All of that's going to be there. So the actual forecast pretty much was neutral to what the expectations were. The way that it works, pretty simple, is, and again, it's not always a big mover, but in the environment of high inflation and us betting on Fed rates, it's going to be a big mover most of the time. The jolts a lot of times not necessarily moves the market violently. Today looks like it's very possible it's going to do so. So what you get is it's the number of job openings that exist. So the conditions to become a jolt is that you are a job that exists that can be filled, role can be filled within 30 days, and there is an active person recruiting for that job actively at that moment in time, and then there's a worker somewhere that can fill that job within a month. That's it. So it's like the entire, like it removes all bottlenecks. So this is removing all bottlenecks. Like, you know, you have some job in the middle of the desert somewhere, nobody wants to go get it. It won't be on this list. Somebody wants to open a, you know, a factory in the middle of Alaska or middle of Antarctica or something, you know, it's not going to be on this list. This is very rare you have a job market there. So this balances the available jobs versus the available job market. And you can kind of see that, you know, when jolts are coming down, it can mean one of two things. Either A, existing open jobs are getting filled. People that were unemployed are getting employed again. You know, companies go through some layoffs in COVID. We see that, right? And then throughout between then and now, people are getting jobs. Jobs are being created and people are filling up. So it's like the rate at which jobs are being created minus, or the jobs being created minus the jobs getting filled, and you kind of get that overall impression. So, but the other side of this is that jolts can be coming down if the jobs are getting filled, but the other side is jolts can be coming down if the jobs are getting eliminated. So one of those is bullish, one of those is bearish. So how do you know the difference, right? If a company had 5 accounting positions and decided to person 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the company decided to fire this person and leave the jobs open to replace with 2 new candidates, then for a moment in time, you would have 2 added to the jolts and then 2 subtracted to the jolts. right? So that's just swapping out bad labor for good labor. So you have money to invest in a more talented worker, pay a little bit more money for them. So that's actually a growth metric. However, if you had 5 accountants and you decided to fire 2 of them, but then also close the job out to where you didn't have them anymore, then that cycle of you adding 2 jolts and losing 2 jolts, now there's 2 fewer jobs out there to be filled. So the supply of jobs goes down. So that's actually downsizing, right? Or you either become more efficient, which can be good, but most of the time you go through this sort of behavior if you're downsizing. So how do you know the difference? And the way that you break the tie to decide what's happening is you go to the unemployment filings, which come out every Thursday. The unemployment filings will give you the final picture of this. And if you look at the unemployment filings, Thursday mornings, you can see that there are 2 reports to look at: the initial jobless claims, which is like you got laid off, so you're going to go file for unemployment, or continuing jobless claims means you've been on unemployment for more than a week and you're filing that weekly. So when you're on unemployment, as long as you get fired for like non-performance related reasons, like you didn't suck at your job, you got fired for like, banging your coworker in the coffee room or something, you become a person that can qualify for unemployment. You file for the government, say I lost my job. You fill out a form. They give you a check every week. And then every week you got to fill out a second form that says like, are you still looking for jobs? How many jobs have you applied for this week? What jobs were they? Did you apply for at least 3 jobs? Things like that. You have to fill out this form. And then every week you fill out the form, then every week they send you a check. So if you are in that mode of filling out the form every week, this is you, and you're on this data point. Or you're in this data. You're one of these data points here. If you're the person that just got laid off and just qualified for unemployment, then you're in this form. So this data is you. Now, obviously, you had the big spike during COVID, but ever since COVID, we've been relatively stable as far as layoffs go. This is your sort of layoffs metric. People are getting laid off. You're going to see this happening in droves, like in a recession or something crazy, that's going to go up. Clearly in COVID, it went up. So what is considered normal in a bull market? I would say that at the current population rate, about 250,000 or less is seen as good. And we haven't seen any big layoff spurts. We've been in a really solid bullish economy, and we've been less than 250. 250 is good. And again, this is probably the lowest amount of unemployment filings we've seen on the April 30th number. So crazy being that somehow the economy's just turned to the positive, and you can see that reflected in some of these data points. So there are fewer people getting laid off in the continuing jobless claims. People that were laid off are no longer laid off. There's fewer people continuing to be unemployed there. So now we solved the puzzle. Jolts are going down because unemployed people are going back to work. Companies are expanding. And that makes a lot of sense because we've been rallying, right? You look at all that together. Yeah, this ain't good. This ain't good for shorts in general. The economy doesn't have that bad news pushing it. But again, this is just a technical play, and it doesn't look like it's going to work out, but that's why I stab with a few evals, see what happens. Or sorry, I keep calling them evals, but a few lucid accounts, see what happens. But yeah, this is just really strong and bullish. I'm not a bear in the economy anymore. I haven't been for a couple weeks, but I do take technical longs, technical shorts. From here, the S&P can continue to fly up to 72.91, and then that's basically the final target of this. Doesn't look like we're going to be selling off here anytime, gents. Have to say goodbye to this position too. But again, worth a stab here, and maybe worth a stab here. But other than that, take it light. Have I ever been on unemployment? I have been when I got laid off in 2010. And my journey in trading started at that moment in time, 2010. That's how I know all this, by the way, personal experience. I don't know if it's the same anymore, but in 2008, I was a chemical engineer. In 2005, I was a chemical engineer. All the way through until about 2010, during the financial crisis, I worked at Dow Chemical as a reaction engineer on acrylic acid monomer reaction unit, and I was the lead engineer on that entire unit in the plant. And it was Roman Haas at the time, so I worked for the Roman Haas company. And then Dow acquired the Roman Haas company because they wanted a lot of our business units, especially our acrylates business, the one that we had, was the most profitable acrylates business in the world. Acrylic acid makes a lot of stuff like polyacrylic, which is the plastic portion of plexiglass. Roman Haas actually has the patent on plexiglass, so we made precursors for acrylic-based products. Anything you heard the word acrylic plastics, that's what we made, the precursors. So I made the monomer of that. And Dow wanted to buy our company because we were very profitable, and a lot of the companies weren't during the financial crisis. For some reason, we were. And, you know, during the 2007, 2008 markets going to shit, Dow reached out. We're like, we'd like to buy your company. And so they bought our company. There's a huge lawsuit between the two of them. They tried to back out of the deal, and the company sued them and said, "Now you got to go through the deal." Pretty cool. Set some precedent in contract law. The Dow company tried to declare force majeure as the stock market was collapsing. They couldn't fulfill their obligations on the other side of the contract because they had a plant they were building. They had a contract they got with some other company, and that contract fell apart. They were supposed to get $8 billion for the project, and it fell through. They didn't have the money for the acquisition, so they went through this huge, crazy lawsuit. And the precedent that was the legal precedent was set in the lawsuit was kind of cool because their legal argument was we can't fulfill our duties to purchase this company because, well, force majeure, which is an act of God, prevented the deal from taking place. You know, force majeure would be, you know, you get a car wreck or something and you can't show up to something, or you know, the building burns down or something. Like, you know, something happens, or a tornado like flips your building, you know, into the next city over, right? These things happen, but the contract law precedent was, and so Dow Pasadena, but we were Dow Deer Park, so there's a Pasadena plant, a Deer Park plant now, and so the judge, basically the precedent was, well, stock market collapse is not an act of God. He says, my God doesn't trade in the stock market. Stock market collapse is an act of man. So technically speaking, you cannot declare force majeure because of your financial situation because of the stock market. It's not an act of my God. And so that's kind of a cool, that's like cool trivia to know, right? So you can't back out of a contract because the stock market collapses, and you know, or the economy collapses. The economic collapse is certainly an act of man. So that was a very cool thing at the time. So they forced the merger to go through. Dow didn't have the assets to purchase the company, so they had to divest a bunch of their assets. It was a very weird thing because, like, when we merged, we weren't allowed to talk to anybody from Pasadena. We were actually like in this strict, they put a bubble around us, so we were not allowed to communicate with anybody outside of the company because they were going through divesting you know, protocol, which when that happens, the reason you can't talk to anybody is because of insider trading. You know, I could call my buddy at another plant and say, yo, hey, you know, they're about to lay us off here, and he can go trade stocks on it. So the SEC is very, you know, when you're going through mergers and stuff, you have to go through like blackout periods and stuff. It was crazy. And so anyways, Dad came in and they laid off half our plant. There were 6 engineers that ran the plant in 6 different units. So what happened was they doubled up. So 3 people got laid off, and then 2 people got double the work. And the joke was, you know, they bought us because we were profitable and they weren't. And Dow is known for operating lean and not being profitable. Places, German companies like Roman Haas are known for staffing up with experts and kicking ass with the right amount of people. But they decided to lean out the plant, and it went through struggles for a decade. But the boss pulls us all in and basically sits us all in a room. He's like, you know, technically speaking, I'm not allowed to tell you, you know, you're going to get laid off or whatever, but we're going to go through some layoffs, and you didn't hear this from me, you know, all these rules of blackout. We can't talk about this and that. Don't tell anybody. But 3 of you are going to have to be, you know, reassigned or let go. You're going to get an option. We can reassign you somewhere in the company, but you're getting let go from your position here at the plant. And it's based on seniority. So that's my way of telling you without telling you. I'm not allowed to tell you or I'll get fired, but it's based on seniority, so you guys can figure it out. And then, like, me being the youngest guy at the plant, everyone turned and looked at me. They were like, I was like, oh man, that sucks. I was only there for like 2 years at the time. So at the little table, when I went to go talk to HR, I already knew it was coming. They were like, we can relocate you. We have a design job in Midland, Michigan. Well, that's kind of nice. have a design job in Midland, Michigan, or you can take the severance package. I'm like, I'll take the money. I'm out. I was like, no thanks. I'm a Texas boy. I don't like the snow. I don't like the cold. Oh, some kind of big drop there. Let's see what's going on with this. Probably check the news here. Probably somebody filming a wedding crashed a drone into the side of a boat in the Strait of Hormuz while trying to film a bride and groom, and Al Jazeera reported that shit as drone flies into the side of a tanker. You know, who knows? Who knows what happens? Let's Joe check. All right. All right. Iran, where it is? Where it at? Who shot at who? Who's firing missiles? Who's doing what? I'm telling you, dude, this market is so stupid to trade. You're basically just in a trade at a resistance, hoping news happens. And it's the stupidest way to make money, but it's stupid, but it's working. Like I said, one sacrifice at the start, rest of them here. I don't know. Just hang on to this one. Let's read it up. Can you use Tradebait copier to use the two prop firms? You cannot, because every instance of Tradebait logs you into unique instance of one prop firm. You can't log into two at once. You can with the Ninja Trader desktop app, I believe, with the third-party add-on. I don't do any copy trading, so I am like the worst person to ask that question to. But anyways, with story time, I don't know what happened. UAE air defense systems counter missile threat. Look at that, guys. U.S. stock market affected by UAE missile systems. Mine is absolutely blown. Anyways, how stupid this is. I probably should just take the profit of this one. Whatever. What a dumb trade. I hate that I have to make money this way. I think it's the stupidest fucking trade. I think it's so dumb to be in a position and then news comes along and moves the market around. How random is that? How many people were long and just got squeezed on UAE air missile defense system, right? It's so stupid. And that's why, the reason why I took that loss initially is because I have to trade this way. You have to be in a position at your strong resistance pivots, because coincidentally, it's like when the market makers are at max margin loss, somehow an air defense system intercepts a missile at that exact minute in time. The market makers don't want to blow up their position. I don't know who is on, like, I'll tell you, we have gone through periods where I feel like the stock market's a conspiracy, and I know I should be wearing a tinfoil hat about this, but it feels like the missile was intercepted at exactly the right moment in time. I don't think it's like, I think it's the and I wouldn't put it past it, because we know the Wall Street Journal and all these other news outlets have been highly corrupt because they're trading themselves. You know, information seems to just leak out at appropriate times. The other day, we're at kind of at the Target. We're sitting there, and then Trump starts talking, says the word whatever, the market goes through it. You know, I do feel a lot of manipulation. It's not in the price action itself. It's the timing of when news releases are coming out. You know what I mean? Call me a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, we've all seen the Wall Street movie with Gordon Gekko. Everybody's got someone in their pocket. Everybody's on the phone with somebody. Hey, what's the news? What's the news? I think it's like the old Rupert Murdoch style of we control the news when it's released, what it said, because we set the narrative. And I would think that, like, you know, traders with interests can report something to go with it. It always feels like at these like key pivotal moments, market moves. So, you know, this is a lucky play. I'd hate to take credit for it. I traded from the right spot. The first one didn't work. The second one worked. And so, you know, it's kind of stupid, right? Really, really dumb environment to trade in. I can tell you that right now. All right, guys, do me a favor. Coincidence? It's not a game. We're not in the Matrix. Coincidence? You're true. Coincidence does not mean causation. I'm just going to tell you, I'm a pattern seer. I've traded long enough to know that in the history of all the market, there are periods, and I mean periods, where it feels like news just comes out at exactly that moment that you know the market's struggling, and it feels like it's struggling, and then somehow something is announced. And I wouldn't say coincidence, maybe, but I wouldn't put it past that there's some well-placed announcements from time to time that do support somebody's position somewhere. Looks like there's more coming out. You know what I'm saying? again, maybe I'm just, I'm being silly about it, but we've seen corruption to the max. I mean, the S&P itself, Standard & Poor, went through a 3-year period of rating mortgage bonds as AAA that were worthless because the banks were paying them off to do so. And that created the mortgage crisis that we all experienced in 2008 that led to the layoff story I told you. Because even the ratings agency was being paid off. Like corruption at the massive, and nobody got in trouble for it. I mean, corruption exists in the world of money. Now, maybe we're just wearing tinfoil hats. But I like to say, it always feels like at key pivots, something comes out to make the decision. Maybe it's a conspiracy, but jokes aside, it's not that hard of a stretch to believe there's one or two low-level reporters that have an uncle that's long or short some stock or something, and then hey, my sources in the UAE told me the missile descent. Okay, run it, play it. We gotta be the first to put it out there, and then the kid is like send, and then it publishes, and the uncle made $96,000 in the short or something. You would, I mean, it's so easy to do that. So it's not a stretch to think that there's some massive conspiracy. You'd be talking like low-level people just firing off news, three layers disconnected from them. Somebody's got a position on the table. Just a little bit of corruption there. I'd like to say I can easily in my head design a system that could be corrupt to do that. I could have 2 layers, untraceable, and do that. I could, if I had the news outlet at my fingertips and I was the owner of the news outlet, I could easily design an untraceable system to trade off of. I've just designed it in my head right now. That'd be so easy to do. You got friends of yours trading your shit in shell companies, and you can just, are you guys long yet? Hold on, we got the news. Yeah, no one else has leaked it yet. We want to be the first to publish, but are you long yet? Okay, cool, we're gonna publish. Thanks. Delete this message. All right, published. You know what I mean? Wouldn't put it past a bunch of corrupt people out there, phone calling their buddies. I mean, I do know because I'm on Trump's group text. Me and Barron and Trump, we're in the same group text together. I get all the messages. They tell us what to buy before he goes out and talks. I'm not making it up. It's true. True story. Putin's in that text. Leader of Iran is in that text. They're all in it. Everyone talks together. You guys long? Okay, I'm gonna talk. You get all right. Are you guys in? Vladdy? Hey. Yes, Trump, I'm in. Okay. Barron's Discord. Yeah, I'm in Barron's secret Discord. You want in? Yeah, I know. I mean, everybody wants in on that, right? The Green Baron. But yeah, so anyways, I'm just trying to be funny, you guys. I'm just making jokes, entertain y'all. It is likely coincidence, as somebody said earlier. But it does feel like I do remember a couple of times where the market does feel like it's pushing lower, and you're like, aha, this is the one day it's going to sell off, and then boom, some news comes out in the middle of it, and you're like, this news is kind of weird. Like any news, and it wasn't even something strong, that any news just made the market move. It wouldn't be too hard for some corrupt low-level reporter to lie for gain. Anyways. So that's how I make my money. Yep. Baron just bought 50 million SPX calls. Fresh news. There you go. You actually laughed out loud. LOL. Yeah, I'm just being silly. But yeah, mostly coincidence. Yeah. Mostly coincidence. The market's looking for any reason to move. And even the coincidence could be that if the news does come out, some bank can be like, oh, this is a tipping point. Let's just brute force buy all the stuff at that moment. Looks like whatever happened, unhappened, and we're back to where we started. I'm glad I took the profit there. Like I said, this was dumb luck. But again, I've added to my strategy if I do want to take positions at these key reversal pivots, because this just seems to happen at levels like that. So while the market's hovering and supporting, what you're really noticing, and I'll tell you the math of this, what you're really noticing is that there's just natural resistance here because of the hedging. This is where dealers are busting their positions, right? So there's natural resistance hedging there. So the market just holds up for a long period of time. What it does is it increases the odds that when the news happens, it happens here. It's not that there's any kind of corruption in reality. It's just the fact that because of that resistance, we held up here for an hour. If there wasn't resistance, this would just be at some random spot and then turn around. So the real observation that you're seeing is that you're just kind of walking through like thick sludge and it's holding up, and the news just happens to happen during this lengthy period of time where we're at the same spot. So it appears like that this was meaningful to the news, but there's likely no connection. It's just, you're spending a longer period of time at that one spot, so it's higher likelihood that the news dart lands in that spot, right? So that's merely a coincidence. But it's also aided by the fact that there is natural resistance there anyways, right? Most reporters are low level. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I got a buddy. He's out there in the Strait of Hormuz. He said, yeah, there's like a missile that hit a thing. Publish it. All right. Publish it first. Did you check your source? Yeah, verified source, my buddy. He's never wrong. He sent me a video. This AI generated video. Show the boss. Yeah. Run it. Did you buy in video calls? I bought the calls. All right, we've trained you well. So anyways, no telling what's going on here. Just craziness, just silliness. Okay, guys, couple announcements. Number one, Ninja Trader Arena Cup. The link in the description, the link is pinned in the pinned message. If you have not entered the Arena Cup, what's wrong with you? This is the quickest, cheapest return that you'll ever do when it comes to props or anything. Trader Arena Cup is a competition. It's 1 day long. So you can YOLO this. You can max port YOLO and win this thing. 1 day competition for the qualifier. And if you pass, you go to the next round. You can win $100,000 if you win. Total prize pool is $250K. It is free to enter. And I'm talking free. Free to enter. Costs you absolutely nothing. So you must click our link to sign up because we're racing against all the other affiliates to see, we're trying to impress our partners, Ninja. Like we'll bring the biggest crew. So not only are we going to bring the biggest crew and bring thousands of people, brought thousands of people last year. We'll bring thousands this year again. Everybody put like Rocket Scooter or Wick Tickler or Tick Wickler or I don't know, something funny in your name. That way we know it's one of us. And go out there and crush that competition. As you know, Rocket Scooter Team and Stream is the most winningest, if that's even a word, trading competitor in all of trading, streams, and social media. There has been no single community that has represented most first, second, and third place victories in trading competition than us. As a matter of fact, us are probably more victories than the next 3 teams put together because we do very well in contests. And this is just a humble brag. But you guys have crushed it in almost every competition. The last Arena Cup, we had somebody in the top 3. We had the last Ninja Trader Arena Cup, somebody top 3. Tradeify Grand Cup, we had somebody that was in 3rd place. Our team got 2nd place. I won 2 tournaments 1st place that year, personally. So let's go. Let's show off. There's some people that watched my million challenge and watched me run up the account, 900K from the deficit. So I netted on that after all the deposits and everything, like 600 something K. People are like, oh, who's this guy? They're getting bigger. People are watching the stream and have little naysayers. So this year, let's show all the naysayers. Every competition that we have, I want you guys to enter with force. Enter. Take a blue chew and go in with your big swinging dick and knock everybody off the ladder. Free to enter, and I'm talking free. It costs you absolutely nothing. It takes 5 seconds to click that link and sign up. And when you do, put Rocket, Pocket, Scooter, Tutor, Rootin' Tootin', something, and make a goofy screen name. And I want to see that leaderboard, Rocket, 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 Rocket. So there's a link, and there's a link that's pinned. I'll give you the link here. And it's free to enter. And like I said, with a one day competition, we're free to post it for you. With a 1 day competition, it's not even a skill-based competition. It's about exploiting the rules and being lucky. So the day before the competition, I'm going to teach you guys. We're going to get a couple people that understand the rules. And we're going to walk you through the way to sort of have the advantage just going into it. And we're going to teach you how to have a slight advantage over everyone else going into it and what to do. You have 1 day to pass the qualifier, and that's it. But it's free. And we want to show people that we're going to be on top. How many spots are left? Like 20,000 spots. So 30,000 people are going to enter, and it's not even halfway full yet. So currently right now, let me look it up. So 5,000 people, 5,300 have entered the first heat. So you can enter one of the 3 heats. There's 3 qualifiers. Pick which one you want to do. I'm in the first one. There's 5,300 plus 16. That's 7 plus another 1,000. There's only 8,000 of the 30. So there's 22,000 people still left to sign up. There's plenty of spots. You're gonna get a lot more than a blue chew to claim it's big. 2 blue chew 2s. Is Matt in heat? I believe so. You might what's up? Hey, what's up? What's up, Pablo? So that's number 1. Number two. When this stream is over, do not turn this stream off. Today marks a new rocket scooter path. Neon is now going to immediately start streaming on this link here. So we're not taking an hour-long break anymore and we go onto MyFunded TV and we go there and come back. Everybody stay here going forward. So the minute I end and go over there, Neon turns on here on this link. It's not a different link. It's not a different anything. So stay here in this channel. Nobody leave. So just, you know how like sometimes you're like, Matt's thing is spinning and you're like waiting and then I pop back up, according to some of y'all. Same thing. I'm going to start spinning and the Neon will pop up. It's going to be an A-B switch. So the room shows up. Neon's going to stream an hour earlier. And you guys, y'all can come over to MyFunded if you want, but I want y'all to stay here with the community here. So we no longer have the last slot on MyFunded. Ash now streams after me. So when we go to MyFunded, we're not like, okay, everybody go back to my stream. So we're not doing that anymore. So now that we're not the last slot, it's kind of like, it would be bad taste if I said, all right, everybody, let's go back to the Rocket Scooter stream. See you later. Here comes Ash, right? So I told Ash, I was like, since he's on, I'm like, I'm going to make sure I don't bring people and send people away. That way I don't pull the viewers from your stream, you know, just to be nice to my friends. So it would be kind of a low class thing for me to go out there and say, all right, everybody come over to my channel. But here's Ash, right? You know, we'll see you in a minute. So Ash is great, by the way. He's a really good streamer. He's a really good dude. Thank you. What happened to Barbie? I'm not really sure. As much as I am in with the MyFunded Futures group, I'm not gonna lie, I don't pay attention to a lot of what goes on over there. Simply because I'm just so busy with everything else. I kind of just show up, do my piece, and then I leave. There's a group text and there's a group Discord, and there's a group chat in the Discord. There's all kind of group texts, and they're always talking to each other all day long. I kind of just show up and do my piece and leave. I don't have time to be sort of like paying attention to a lot of other things. The prop score is just taking so much of my time, and Rocket Scooter's taking up so much of my time that I kind of like hate to admit it, but I'm out of the loop. Is she still on the show? That's the thing. I don't even know who's on the show. I know who comes on before me and who comes on after me. That's it. So they changed the lineups a little bit, and all they do is tell me when I go on, and I show up and do my thing, and that's it. Ash is after me now, yeah. So Ash started streaming after me yesterday. Does Rocket Scooter automatically draw the yellow lines? It doesn't draw the yellow ones. It's the first one that we have. It's the one that we have that's a manual technique. We haven't really figured out a good enough way to automate the process yet. I have an open challenge with the community that if you come up with a mathematical solution on how to automate that yellow line process, and you code it, I'll buy the code from you for 10 grand. I'll give you a prize, and I'll buy it from you and add it to the platform for everybody. So this is open standing challenge of somebody to successfully create the yellow line code. It's not as easy as you think. Don't be like, oh, I think I can do it. It's a very complex math problem, and when I finally detail it to you, you'll realize how hard it is. So, but yeah, the Ninja Trader Arena Cup. Make sure you enter. Make sure you use our link. Because look, listen. Lately, let's just say maybe jealous. I don't know. We've been growing really fast. We've had a record-breaking viewer week after week after week after week for 8 consecutive weeks. This is the 9th consecutive week. And the total daily views we had yesterday, total watch time yesterday, was the biggest Monday we've ever had. So we're getting bigger. So obviously we're getting noticed by bigger and bigger forces and bigger groups and bigger audiences. And, you know, every time you grow a little bit bigger, you know, always people are like, who's this person? Who's that person? You know, people, we stay in our own lane. We don't care what other people do. You guys know I crush it. You guys have seen me trade. That's all that matters in my book. But it's a good time to go out there and show these jokers out there how good we really are. So crush it in that competition. Get on your rocket. Get your hands out of your pocket. Fly your P&L to the moon. And let's kick it. Let's crush it. Let's destroy it together. Are we up today? I'm sort of like neutral. I had a down account and an up account. This market's still pressing higher. S&P upper DD band might be the final target today. We had a little bit of news volatility here, and then it just sort of like played its way back up on path. Some, I don't know, missile situation or something. Like I said, I still keep thinking that the volatility around the news is very much. It makes very little sense to me why that's still an issue. Air defense systems responding to a missile threat. Air defense systems responding to missile threats. Like any moment in time. Whoa! Trump is bringing the presidential fitness test back? Okay, 80s kids. 80s kids. Do you remember the presidential fitness test when you were in elementary school? Y'all remember that? I forgot all about that. Push-ups, pull-ups. How good are you at the V sit and reach? I remember. Hold on. Hold on. V sit and reach. Y'all remember that? I'm not flexible here. You guys remember the V sit and reach? All right, how many push-ups can you do? Push-ups. 1, 2, 3. I'm just kidding. I remember, dude, sitting there, the V set. You sit there with your feet out, and you got to reach past your ankles. You guys remember that? 3, 4, 5, 6 national, and you got your medal or you got your whatever. The V sit and reach. I still remember that from like 3rd grade or whatever that was. Okay, you have to do a 1-mile run, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, the shuttle run. Oh, I forgot the shuttle run. So in my elementary school, they put chalkboard erasers on opposite sides of the blacktop, and we would run there and grab it and run back. The shuttle run. You took it at the YMCA? Hell yeah. I probably, in that box of goodies I still have over there in my attic, where I bought all my medals out that one time from when I was a kid, I'm sure I got my Presidential Fitness Award for being a kid when I was a kid. Yeah, it was a Ronald Reagan thing. Yeah, in the 80s. That's funny. Trump's bringing it back. Maybe just in time for my kiddo. He's 8, so just in time for him to hone his skills on the shuttle run. the YMCA, bro. You can't even reach your kneecaps. Oh, that's so funny. I'm fairly flexible. I'm probably out of practice. I can probably get back into shape pretty good. You guys probably don't know I'm a practicing yogi. I've been practicing yoga for 13 years. I'm pretty good at it. Super flexible and all that stuff. I'm a little out of practice this year though. I haven't really done much, but I work out a lot. These days I'm going to the gym like every day now and try to get my getting like summer body shape. You did 110 paces during pacer testing. Ooh. Back when school used to actually help you. Back in the day when school was awesome. Did you create daily half gap along with the weekly half gap or just the one? Just the daily half gap. So Skydoc, it's the halfway point between yesterday's equities close and today's equities open. So I don't create like a weekly half gap. This gap has to do with the actual MOC and MOO process, which is where the market itself opens and closes. The presidential fitness test would mean the president has to be the one to be able to do it too. Yeah. I don't think Trump could touch his own kneecaps. He'll probably do a push-up to save his life, but He looks horribly out of shape for his age. Is that iDoc or a SkyDoc? Yeah, that's not related, but similar name. Can I see your messages? No, I can't see your messages, no. But I saw that one. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so remember, when I end the stream here, don't leave. I'm going to say, coming up next, Neon. Don't go to a different stream either. Just stay here. Because usually Neon has a separate link. So Farina, everybody else, post the same link. Neon's going to come in and switch the thumbnail and continue here. That way we don't have to leave and come back separate link. This is just how we're going to do it going forward. So his favorite meal is McDonald's. Definitely out of shape. Is Trump like a fillet of fish kind of guy, or is he a Big Mac sort of guy? I would peg him as a fillet of fish kind of guy. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know why. Is there a bounce on the O-line? We don't use the O-line as entry points. We use them as a interrupt to a long setup. So on the long side, the only time I trade off a yellow usually is to short from it. I don't long off of it because it's usually the extended part of a run that's like the end of the run. So if you break through it, it itself is not considered a pivot. We actually consider this like a 50-50 coin flip. Is he a double quarter pounder kind of guy? Oh, that's good. That's like what I like to get. That's my favorite. So this itself, we always say it's about 50-50 what happens. We have no confluence, no anything. It's always a guess, but the opportunity makes it worth it. If you fail yellow, it falls really big. If you fail yellow, it falls really big. So the coin flips that you lose are offset by the 1 or 2 times that you win can offset 3 or 4 losses because the win can be really big. I mean, if this sells off with negative resilience, we can fall down and fill the gap. It could be a really nasty fall from here. So maybe you can try. It is kind of filling one more time. I'm a little scared to push the button here. Let's do it with 1. Looks like it's failing, and looks like it's failing with high volume to the other side. This is actually a pretty decent sign for the sell-off I would want to see. Now again, if it does, it's a really, like I said, it's about a coin flip here, so we don't have strong confluence, but that's why I keep the position small, because if it does move, it moves really big. So I don't need a big position to get a big gain on something that can move pretty big. Now, filling the gap is probably unlikely because S&P resilience is still positive, so S&P still may be supporting from here. But I would say that there's still enough oomph in this for this to fall maybe to there, at least to test the open. But the idea becomes the moves are drastic. So if I take like a bunch of small 40-point losses, 50-50, and half the time I make a 300-point gain or 200-point gain, it's worth sometimes, if you are trying to catch that fade trade with some kind of confluence, that it's possible we do sell off. S&P is still very bullish, so I don't really have a good setup for a short with both of these non-agreeants. When Nasdaq is the only one in agreeance, it's more of a gamble than anything. S&P certainly still has that upward pressure, but just to show the possible trade, I got a stop loss there. If I'm wrong, I'm still green for the day on this trade. And again, we're talking about a 4-to-1 trade, you know. Actually, no, a 3-to-1 trade. About 120 points down with 40 points up is 3-to-1. So again, if I failed a 3-to-1 here and a 3-to-1 here, eventually, you know, over time, the opportunity is really big. Because the one time it does sell, it sells massive. About half the time, it'll either hit it and go or hit it and resist. So this was a resist. And then now it's starting trying to sell with growing volume, which is showing that there's some tech that's cycling down. Well, let's find which stocks are looking pretty bad. I think Nvidia is probably one of the main ones that's turning down. Yep, Nvidia is the one. And I'm looking off to the side on Rock Scooter, if you guys can see it. These little arrows clue me in as to, like, on my watch list, which one's the one to look at. So like Microsoft and Nvidia seem to be the 2 downside players today. But I want you guys to go to Ninja Trader Cup. I want y'all to crush it in the name of Rocket Scooter. I want y'all to show how good we can be. People forget we win a lot of contests, competitions. But we have to remind them every once in a while. It's a short memory this community out there has. I got a lot of attention the last couple of weeks. Some haters and trolls. I popped out $1 million in profit in the first quarter of this year on this stream. Majority of that was the real challenge account, and then I took up about I've taken about maybe 250,000 from Take Profit, and then maybe close to 100K or so from Fund Next in the first quarter. So we had a pretty decent first quarter run. A lot of people are hearing about us for the first time. A lot of people, yeah, a little fussy, like, you know, stepping on toes because we're getting big. But hey, I can't help. I can't help it. You think I'd be going to like extreme lengths to like invest a bunch of money into like cameras and cameraman and fucking production studios and all that stuff to build a big stream? I'd just trade good from a bedroom in a house. I don't got any kind of glitz or glamour going with it. Just good old fashioned trades. Just doing the trade, doing the work, doing the dirty work. So really appreciate you guys hanging out with the community. Those of y'all the first timers here, maybe you found us through Brad or through Neon. Those guys are pretty all right. Google's video and NVIDIA with the two tickers combined. What do you mean bigger? Like bigger market cap? Those are just two different types of shares. Class A and Class C? I don't really... Google is a... Hold on. Google is the Class A. Google is the Class C. What's crude looking like? Let's take a look. What you doing, Oil? $100. Oil's probably getting crazy again because this kind of like wartime news is more. It's going to be more. Oil's going to be more sensitive to it, I think, at this level than the S&P will be. The S&P will have a little bit of volatility, but people firing missiles at each other and the war not having a resolve, oil's going to continue to press until that finishes. So, like I thought, you know, when the war was over, we had a peace deal, everything's good, but it seems like, you know, we're still hearing about missile strikes and drone strikes and all kind of stuff. So oil's still gonna... I learned with oil, when I started trading, I was trading oil. And oil just moves until the guns are put down. Oil moves 100% on missile news, man. The fundamentals of oil are which country in the Middle East is fighting with which country in the Middle East. That's been like, there's been so much, and whether it's a war or even economic battles. And the time I started trading, it was the time that the Saudis and the rest of OPEC decided to flood the oil market and crash oil prices back in that decade. So there always seems to be something going on in the Middle East. In oil, you have to be like an expert at like Middle East geopolitics. It's been Rockstar Intel. You got some? Wait, for what? What do you got? Sinking 6 boats? What? No, is that really what's going on? That's crazy. So the factors we have looking at today, resilience numbers being positive, are tiebreakers at this box. You'll see that on Rocket Scooter, these little flags will change support to resistance depending on the orientation of this indicator. If this white line is greater than 0, those are all going to say support. And as you see, it's been support. So we're supporting at the open. Nasdaq is the one that's slightly negative. So Nasdaq has that sort of bearish tendency, but that's because some of the bigger stocks, NVIDIA, Microsoft, are all selling off. So overall, Nasdaq doesn't set the pace. So this is what you'll learn from this in the boot camp. Learn this from us in the boot camp. Is that when S&P is bullish and Nasdaq is bearish, and you say, well, which one is it? You need to side with the S&P over the Nasdaq, because Nasdaq doesn't contain every sector. And so an example would be maybe today people are selling tech stocks but moving that money into oil stocks, right? Oil company stocks. So in general, the S&P will be relatively flat, maybe slightly bullish, and Nasdaq may have that downside push. There is no tech, there is no finance in Nasdaq itself. So Nasdaq doesn't actually display that rotation. If you want to be bearish, you need both of them to be bearish. If the S&P is bearish and Nasdaq is bullish, then it's going to yank the Nasdaq to bearish. The S&P is the overall all 500 companies. So Nasdaq just shows that short-term sort of demand or lack of demand for the tech and telecom and healthcare, which is like the main three components in Nasdaq. So as of right now, it's like, okay, Nasdaq is showing signs of weakness. The S&P still strong enough. So you can see the S&P is just kind of floating slightly higher. Nasdaq flew up very quick and is now sort of exhausting itself, but I still don't think it's a really strong short until S&P itself drops below. And again, if we get that negative resilience, what can happen is, you know, it can fall to try to fill the gap, and that's always a pretty decent sign, especially in a bull run. But all signs right now still point to like leaking higher, so not necessarily the best trade to be in. But when I'm in this trade, I tell myself, okay, what am I looking for? I'm not just hoping that things fall. Nasdaq is showing early signs. Okay, now we need to see the early signs in the S&P. We need to see this number start to deteriorate, so some S&P stocks themselves start selling, which will show like money leaving the market rather than money rotating in the market. Did I hear the new song in the Discord? I did not. I did not. Shall I? Shall we? Let's go look at it. But the cool part about Rocket Scooter is the accuracy at which my pivots take place. It's here was the pivot and here was the pivot. And you can't argue with how accurate that is. Whether I get the trade right or wrong, it doesn't matter, right? Trading's a numbers game. Trading is about getting your entry efficiency on point. Entry efficiency is something we teach in the boot camp as well. And where is Song submission? Kyle, what do you got for me? All right. This is the one? All right, hold up. What is, Mike, what is this? What is this like? Who is this mascot? Green candle, red candle. It's MHP, my buddy. Is that MHP, my buddy? That's what it is. Look at that. MHP, my little buddy. I'm both simultaneously excited and scared to hear the song though. Oh, speaking of MHP, it is missing. Hold on. I gotta go. I didn't even add it to my charts. Where is it? Oh, it's way down at the bottom anyways. Okay, we're too far from it. All right. Let's go back to that. Where are we at? So after we do the whole prop score launch and we get boot camp going, we're gonna start the song submission contest. One of the most fun things we do here: submit your AI songs to song submission channel in the prop score Discord, and we'll use that. Competition is a big forum for like giveaways and stuff. So like the second half of this month we'll be doing it. Farina posted this gift to go with it. The moment the Molly kicks in. That's exactly the feeling. Hey, Mad Chat, what's up? Working? How's it going? Micron and Intel were the big movers today. Yeah, crazy pump on both of them. This song is pretty awful. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the biggest fan either. Oh, there's a bunch of good songs. There's a bunch of new ones. Hold on. Let's hear it. Whoa, look at this. Hold on. We got an album cover. Dude, they've got all the good songs in here. The Risk Interval song, the Win Streak song, Little Matt song, The Edge, Am I Winning, The Ticker Tolls, Hope, 20 Days Longing. What a great album. And it's apparently Redistribution Zone. And it's me and Brad with a freaking sousaphone and a freaking trombone. Oh, is that a sousaphone? What kind of instrument is that? Not a suit. That's like a trombone. Now, what is this? A tuba? Like a baby tuba? What the hell is this? Tuba? Is that a tuba? Listen, in 6th grade, I played French horn for like 6 months before I picked up and learned how to play guitar. That a baritone tuba? It's like, this looks like Vice City. This looks like an actual like Grand Theft Auto album cover with me and Brad. And this is the song that goes with it, which is a really good sounding song. But the horns, like this, I feel like we'd be listening to some Cuban music or something. Very Miami vibes here, especially with his like, you know, white suit and pink shirt. All right, let's see if this is the horns version. Okay, so there's the metal version. This is the horns version of the same song. High vibes, big plans, better world. There we go. I was wondering where the horns came in on the other metal song. That's a good album cover. The wick sniffer, the wick tickler. Here we got this one right here. Somebody did. We've got Sir Darb, the Night Shift King, Nocturnal Grit, Quantum and Capital, founder Rock Scooter Matt. I'm some like whale looking Digimon Pokemon thing. Neon Cucumber, the creator of Neon Seeds, Biocode Predictive. Engineered with a living algorithm, it evolves through experience. Its Neon Seeds adapt, learn, and predict growth before it happens. Signature move, the Neon Seeds Protocol. Signature move, millions made. Analyzes the field and multiplies the stats based on the opponent's weakness. I like it. This is a great lineup to have in your deck. Signature move, the After Hours Grind. Boosts its own power each turn. It stays in battle. Oh shit. That's a grind right there. The grind itself. The longer you stay in, your attack gets stronger. There you go. How does shorts look from here? Not that good. It's not a good. The opportunity is the R&R is big, but the confluence is bad. So whenever that happens, it's a 1 contract short, 1.5 to 1 trade. With hits like right, the album cover sounds like, you know, those you remember those 90s infomercials? It was like, are you ready to hear moods of the seasons? All the best mood music and like tubular bells. Ding 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 ding. And the X-Files theme. You know what I'm talking about? You remember like Pure Moods? Sadness. Ah, do 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 do. You remember that? All the best hits. Or those like 90s compilations. Besides songs from the album, you have to go to the song submission channel in the Rock Scooter Discord for the older ones. Song submission channel in the Prop Scooter Discord for the newer ones. Are there any rules to adding position if you're in the green? I teach not to do that. The reason I don't think it's a good idea to add to a position while in the green is because you're increasing your risk to increase your gain. It's like you're not gaining an advantage to that. You're moving your cost. So an example is I longed right here and the market went up and I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna get some more out of it. Well, let's talk about it. If you added somewhere else, you've raised your cost basis where the entire trade breaks even much sooner than whatever. So you risk making no profit at all. So higher risk to possibly have a higher reward. Number two is you're adding to your position well into the move, which means you're one of the last traders to it. So your second entry, the efficiency is really bad. So all you're doing is trying to double down on your gains by increasing your likelihood that you make nothing at all, right? It's almost like double or nothing at the casino. All right, let's go in harder. I tell myself, if that's the risk I chose here, this is the logic I use for that. If I say that I try to get in 2 contracts here and it went up and I'm like, okay, that's it. Okay, let me get in 10. It's not like I won't get in when I'm winning, especially when I'm swinging. I might get in on a bigger dip on another day, but in the same day, I don't like to do that. Because if I chose to do 2 here at a better cost basis, and here I'm like, ooh, let me do 10. I didn't choose to do 10 here. So it makes no sense why I would choose to do 10 here at a worse entry, at a worse spot, when I didn't think that that was adequate risk here. If I chose 2 here, then that's the adequate risk to take in this trade. Why would I, if I wanted to do 10 and I didn't do it here, I tell myself I'm not going to do it. Definitely not going to do it there. If I didn't do it here at a better entry, why the hell would I do it there? And that's the logic I've always used to never add to a winner, because you're going to move your cost basis higher and then it doesn't make logical sense. If you wanted 10, you should have seen that risk opportunity here. Because it's moved, you're late to the trade, and the heavier you go, the higher your break-even point becomes. So it becomes like, imagine you bought 2, then you bought 10 more, and then right here, you're actually red for the day, even though the original trade was green. Treat your trades individually, unrelated to each other in that sense. So if I bought 2 here, and then I have another setup that's a better setup, that's a different story. Say that I bought 2, and we gracefully move into a liquidity pocket, a DD ratio of 1.0, which is the highest it'll ever be. Then I say, aha, I'm now going to trade from here to here, and I want to add to it because that's a strong trade too. You're not adding to the position. It's a separate trade with a separate confluence. So I'll tell myself, that's a very strong trade. Maybe I might want to get in with like 5 more contracts. So if I get in on 5 on the scalp and it goes to there, I'm definitely going to close out the 5 on that trade alone. That's an individual trade, which means 2 of the contracts sold here, 3 of the contracts sold here, and now I'm net long 2 at a really strong cost basis on that second trade. So it's kind of like I had 2 here. I decided to add on a second strong pivot, and then I traded there, then that's acceptable, but it's not because I'm adding to this winner. This is a separate trade altogether, and I'm in and out very quickly because, again, it's towards the end of the move. So all I did was take my 2 here and move my 2 cost bases there, which is in itself a strong support in that example. This was an example like a liquidity pocket that you break into. So you don't call it adding to a winner. You call it taking a second trade while you're still in the first one, right? And you trade from pivot to pivot, not let me long and keep holding. You want to get in and get out on that quick move, then that's really acceptable. So that's the logic I always use for that. I like to use my extra capital to lower my cost basis if at all possible, not to add to my risk at a worse cost basis. To me, that always seemed like illogical and weird, right? It's better to, like, if I chose 2, let me let it ride. And I'm usually taking money out as it's going up, right? I want to be in first and be out first rather than be in first and be in bigger last. On pullbacks, but you should close out the first move first where you place the second stop loss. Yeah, that's also very true. I agree with you. CISO is a great example. Yeah, that's a very good example of where you can set your risk. Let me talk about that example again. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a very good idea. Say that I long 2 there and we broke out into another liquidity pocket where we know there's a 90% chance it still goes from here to here. So I bought 2 and I decided to buy 3 more here. And so my stop loss here now gets moved to there. 100% agree. You've committed to a second trade. You can committed to bigger risk. You bought 2, you bought 3. Your break-even point is 60% of the distance between here and there. So you put your stop right underneath it, which means you maybe can still break even for the day. You have a big win. You're taking a little bit more risk. Move your stop up. Buy 3 more. Close 3 out. Now you've basically taken a position of 2 and moved it right there with the stop loss appropriate where appropriately where it would be had you just took only this trade without that one. Yeah, 100%. 100% how you would do it. That's really good. That's really good position management, CISO. It's very, very impressive. I would 100% do the same thing if I did. But I would need like a second trade. Like here, there's no, it's in no man's land. If I think it's just going up, I'm just going to ride what I had, right? If I don't have a reason to trade, then I don't. You'll see a lot of times in these half gap plays, it's like you can make that move. An example is you bought down here with 1 or whatever, and resilience went positive, and then it goes through and fills that. And then it pops through, then it bounces there, and you go, aha, that's the 1A trade on bull long up. I can trade this here to there, which is that second leg. It's that 1A there, but we can call this like 1 and 1A. You might, aha, I want to take this trade too. So it becomes whatever risk you would normally take independent of this one, which again is a small trade. Okay, let me add one more to that. Now I got 2 on the pullback, and this stop loss needs to move to 10 points underneath there, wherever, whatever that may be, which should be here. And then when this 1 goes to there, I'd close out the 1. I got my 1 cost basis move to there. So that like position rolling tactic is very much part of what we teach in the boot camp. I don't normally teach adding to a winner because it's winning. You can add to a winning position by taking a second trade that makes sense on its own. That's kind of the difference there. It needs to make sense on its own, not because I'm winning the first one. Let's have a higher probability of the first one losing money by fucking up the cost basis because I want to take extra risk. If you didn't choose the risk at the start, don't choose the risk at the end. That's just stupid, right? So you need a whole second trade to justify on that. Yeah. A second trade as good as your first. Yeah, it needs to be like a higher probability or the same. You wouldn't take like 2 positions on something that's 80% with 2 contracts, and then you get to something that's 60% and decide to go in at 4. You need something that's as stronger or stronger, because you don't want to take a good win and then fuck it up by gambling on a lesser move. Like you get blackjack, and the dealer's like, you know, you want to double down. The next card's the new hand. Here's a hint. It's going to be a 3. You're like, the hand looks a little worse. I'm not going to take it. Yeah. It's the opposite of averaging a loser. It's like taking two separate trades. That's the way I see it. It's taking 2 separate trades, but you're still in the first one. So you have to take that accommodation. It's not adding to the first one. It's a whole separate trade. And so in that instance, yes, it's okay. What are the rules when it comes to a runner? The rules I have are I will close out more than half every time to hold a runner. Whatever my position is, I'll close out more than half. So that being said, half would be an example is if I bought, let me give you an example here. I don't think this is going to work out. Let me take the profit, take the loss on that one. If I were to like long right here, say that I bought at half gap with 5. Every resistance I touch, I trim something. If resilience is really strong and I get there, I might lock in 2 of that. If resilience is weak, I'll lock in more than half. Maybe I'll lock out 4 and hold a runner of 1. So strong resilience, I like to keep the majority of the position. Weak resilience, I like to keep a very small runner. So I'll close out more than half if I don't have the confluence. A little bit, just a couple, like less than half if I do have the confluence. So basically, every time I hit a resistance, I want to trim a little bit. Then hit that, trim a little bit, then hit that, trim a little bit. I don't like to hold blasting through that we hit each place and keep going. I like to take out, and take out. When I hit a weak resistance along the way, or sorry, a strong resistance along the way, where the confluence says it's probably going to go against you, in that instance, I will immediately chop more than half out of it. So, you know, like if this is like support, and then resistance, like this cluster resistance, if I was trading overnight, which I wasn't, I would have closed out the majority of my position here because it's just a very high probability that this doesn't break out and keep going. So when you find the resistance that has confluence to go against you, you might want to get rid of more than half of it. So that's a good roll. That's your move. Strong first move, then lose gambling on the lesser move. Yeah, that's like a lot of people do that. But when you're practicing trading, you kind of like, that's one of the major skill sets you pick up. Position management and cost basis management is like a big part of our boot camp. We teach you stuff like that. And our boot camp's gonna start next Monday, by the way. So you guys make sure y'all get into that. Oh, we got some giveaways we got to do in a minute. Is it that time? You definitely want to split a double ace. Yeah, exactly. You still got nothing for me? Aw, dude, this is prop score launch week, brother. I've been so busy I know I got to catch up with you sometime, but I am like 24/7 working, man. I don't have time for a moment to do anything. We're working like around the clock here. It's been nuts. Launch week crunch time, baby. Right now, our crunch is to get every prop firm into the site. So we have most of them on draft, reviewing them little by little. So today I think they got Alpha approved and finalized. Alpha Phoenix is in there too. Phoenix came through pretty strong. Alpha came through pretty strong. Blueberry is in there and approved as well. So every day for the next week, you're gonna see us. This is a huge process, by the way, to do the whole entire prop firm audit. So you got to trust that the data is correct. So now we get to see who's ranked where and how. So these are new ones. Alpha is pretty popular right now. Alpha, Phoenix, Blueberry. I got like a meeting today, I think. Hold on. Oh, I got a meeting. I smell food. All right, guys, it is giveaway time. We always start off with our ETF 10K. We've got a bunch of giveaways away. So let's get those likes up. Let's get close to 1,000. I'll throw you guys some Tradeify straight to fund until you get to 1,000. We're at 500 now. So every 100, you're going to unlock a new giveaway. I don't tell you guys that, but I'm telling you guys that. No. Every 100 we'll do a new giveaway. ETF's the first one. They give us one account to give away every day. It's 10K end of the day drawdown account. Big things going on right now. Don't forget to use the code SCORE everywhere you go to support the prop score effort. We have a loyalty program that will be coming out. It will be probably the best loyalty program of any of the loyalty programs out there, because you'll be able to, so if you start using SCORE now, you're already accruing for your loyalty program. At some point you'll be able to like upload it and get all your credit for it. Use code SCORE everywhere, with the exception of Rocket Scooter at TPT. So you still have to use Rocket Scooter at TPT. That's the only one you still got to use Rocket Scooter for until I blow up my TPT accounts. I guess that's like the upside to blowing up my TPT Pro Plus. Then I can just move forward and switch the code over. But or maybe they can just switch the code. Let me ask him if he can just switch the code. Maybe that might make it easier. I'll figure it out. But currently we got, oh my god, I smell deliciousness. Thank you for making me breakfast.
I smell like bacon.
What?
I smell like bacon.
Let me smell you. Oh, you smell good. Hold on, wait, come here.
Ew.
Yo, look at this, guys. You have no idea. Look at this. Look at how lucky I am. Whoa.
Just spin it. They don't see the pancakes.
About to dump eggs everywhere. Hold on. Voila. This looks like a photograph of a breakfast. It's so perfectly aligned on the plate. This looks like a picture from like a Denny's menu. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wow. Spoiled boy I am. Thank you.
American breakfast.
Oh, bacon is like an art form. Let me tell you. Let's see how well you did your bacon. First of all, nice and perfect. I can tell you cooked this low and slow. Because there's not a lot of waves on the bacon. You cooked it on low, didn't you? Wow.
So I smell like bacon.
On point. Well done. 10 out of 10. Thank you, babe. Hey, when you guys cook bacon, do y'all use the water method? Have you ever done that before? Like, you cook the bacon in water on medium, and then you fry it. The oven. That's the water trick I learned when I lived in an apartment. Air fryer. I've never done that. That's kind of cool. No avocado toast. There's technically avocado in pancakes and hash browns, so it's kind of the components of avocado toast in a way. There's avocados and bread, but no avocado toast this time. We need to, she remember she used to make a lot of bread, so we always were doing avocado toast. So, oh, because grease and water don't mix. So the way the cooking in water, the way that it works, the trick is when you put the bacon in the water on higher temperature, the water is like a sous vide for the bacon that melts the fat, and the fat will sit on top of the water. And then you put just a little bit of water, and then what happens is it's a good trick. There's a benefit to this. So essentially you're melting the fat in the water. And the water is a uniform temperature, so it melts evenly without cooking the bacon. And then the water boils off, and then you switch it to low, and then now you're frying the bacon in its fat on low. And the reason that you do that is for the most even cooked bacon with no burnt fat. So like when you're cooking bacon, it's the fat that burns to get the meat cooked. So the crispy sort of burnt flavor is always the fat burning. So all the fat will melt away, so you'll have zero burn on your bacon, but also the house doesn't smell. Unless an apartment, if you do this, that there's no like smell. You don't have that burnt fat smell in the house. So I learned that trick a long time ago. These days I don't care. I just cook it low and slow because I have a nice fan on my oven. But back in the day, so the trick was you put it on high to like a little bit of layer of water, just enough to cover the bacon. Water's bubbling, like boiling. Then flip the medium, throw the bacon in there, melt the fat, water boils off, then you fry it on low. That's a chef's trick. And somebody taught me that a long time ago. But the burnt crispy parts are the best parts. Not burnt crispy. The crispy part is the best part, but not burnt, because the fat and the meat will cook at different temperatures. Different temperatures. All right. Spinning wheel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You oven cooked bacon, never in a pan. All right. I see you there. There's no multiple entry Sebo, Seb, by the way. You can only enter one time. People just spam chat for fun to make sure they get on the list, but it don't enter more than once, I promise. Only one person per list. Remember, when this stream ends, don't leave, because Neon will take over on this stream as soon as I'm done. Dang, that bacon was good. Micah 533. Yeah. This is great. Our new system of giveaway accounts is very well made. Our admins and our mods and our folks that work at PopSquare have put together a fantastic system for tracking our giveaways. Micah.5333. The room shows up an hour early this time. Oh, the winner wasn't here. The Monkey Paw song. Well, that's the song that blasts the market higher. Rocket scooter. Gabe SR. Whee! Every time I see that little confetti, I always think of burnt peanuts. Hooray! Good deal. Okay. Gabe SR, congratulations. You know the drill. If you guys win a prize here, you had to go to the Props for Discord. This time around, we're gonna ask that you enter the Ninja Trader Arena Cup. Join our Discord over at PropScore. PropScore Discord, I think, now has 3,000 people in it. And we've been up for a couple weeks, which is very cool. How many people do we have? Oh yeah, I want to hear the MHP song. 3,078 people in Discord. That's incredible. What an incredible turnout. Countless days. Okay, Mike, I'm going to play your song because I want to hear it. We're going to do a couple more giveaways here. Smash the like button really quick. Let's get those at least to 500. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me hear that song. I want to hear my MHP buddy. There's a lot of channels in our Discord here. Hold on. Where is it at? There it is. That's this one right here. My MHP buddy. All right. Next little giveaway we're going to do for you guys. We'll talk about some of our current prop deals going on. Remember, use PropScore code everywhere you go. The best deals out there, period. One of the biggest trading streams there is, period. Yo, this is the song? That's all right. That's a pretty kick-ass sounding song already. Some good deals going on right now. There's a 40% off going on Tradeify, Code Score. 500 Future is just crushing it with these sales. Dude, they have so many going on right now. 40% off the builders. 25K Flex at 50 bucks. One-time use for new users. The Rapid at 25K at $87, which is the highest ranked plan in all of PropScore. 20% off of that. That's the highest ranked plan. The best bang for your buck. The MyFinity Future Rapid 25. That's the 10.0. Take profit as always, always such a great deal. My journey with Take Profit was swift, was fast, was very profitable. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta tell you, that's probably now ranks as my favorite that I traded. Take Profit's been great. 40% off, and there's no activation fee on our code. If you use it, you know activation fee. What else we got going on? 90% off on all evals. Next Gen's got a 90% off sale, which is great going on with Score. Then Lucid 40% off. These are like the big ones we got going on. So again, every major prop firm out there we have code for. Every prop firm. And I'm talking every prop firm now. There's nothing we don't have. So you can buy funded features. Let's do some of those together right now. What's keyword is on Discord? I don't know on the Discord one, but here you got to type in buy funded futures today. Yo, Mike, that was a really good song. Dude, it has like that sort of like, you know, like when Def Leppard would have some of their slow songs. Yeah, I'm loving it. Hairband Anthem. Oh, so good. Hey, girl. What? Wait, is it my birthday? It's not really my birthday, but I'll
Yeah, it is. Stop lying to people. Oh man, the fan blew it out. Damn it. Fan blew it out. You can't...
What do you have?
Wait, hold it.
You have a birthday cake for me, and it's not my birthday. And I've got a birthday cake. What? It's not actually my birthday. It's actually close. It's actually Brad's birthday. Isn't it?
No, it's actually happy birthday, Brad.
Okay, Brad, this is for you.
Brad, happy birthday.
Hey, Brad, we got you a cake, but fuck you. I'm gonna blow out the candle.
It won't even.
Here, let me light it.
No, you guys.
What a horrible friend I would be. Hey, Brad, I got you a cake. I'm gonna eat it though. I'm just kidding.
You can't. It's
All right,
above
okay,
you.
well, let me turn the fan off. It's not even. Happy birthday, Brad.
Happy birthday, Brad.
Hey, hold on.
He says, don't blow out my candle.
Here, come on. Suck it, Brad. All right, ready?
Happy birthday to Brad.
Happy birthday to Brad.
Happy
birthday, dear Brad. Happy birthday to Brad.
Go fuck yourself. Oh my god.
This is pretty cool. Actually, this looks really good.
You're getting all the attention for Brad's birthday.
I am, yeah. Happy birthday, buddy.
What is it? What did he say?
Don't blow out my candle.
No talk for you tonight. There you go.
This is like, these are so good, man. We got this at like Kroger, I think, like from the bakery. Wait, you want a bite of this?
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Oh, it's so good, Brad. Oh my god, I wish you had one of these, Brad. They're so good. Look at this. Oh my god. Oh, it's so great. Like, oh my god, it's delicious. Oh, that's it. Man, Brad's missing out, you know? Poor guy.
I don't want the icing part.
All right.
I want the cake
Want
part.
some more cake? All right. That's pretty good.
You said you both suck. You gave me nothing.
I can't get it out of it. It's like,
Oh yeah, remember the last time when it was really
Ah!
good? You and the fork,
oh
man.
my god. It's like a cupcake, but a cake, but in between a cupcake and a cake. It's like a mini cake.
Yeah, but it's our favorite kind. It's a.
That's pretty good. Way too early for cake, dude. I've had like such a sugar rush in a little bit. All right.
My friend.
Happy birthday, big buddy. Brad's gonna be doing a massive giveaway for his birthday, by the way. 51 accounts, I've heard. 51 prop accounts for Brad's birthday.
Eh?
That's crazy. Market's got dementia. Whoops. Nitronica. Type something in chat to win. Go tuck yourself. We have Rocket Scooter on Trade of 8. We're working on that right now. So not Trade of 8, but on Ninja. Trade of 8's a harder... Their development team and us, we couldn't figure out a path forward for the actual Trade of 8 platform. It's on pause right now for us to do Ninja's desktop platform first. That's easier in. So currently the message I have, and it's on me to go. I have to do a bunch of testing and stuff before we go live with it. Go charting, I have test credentials for that I need to actually go test and approve that before launch. And the Ninja script is they're working on historical resilience right now. For historical resilience. That's what we're working on for Ninja.
Wait, more.
Did I learn that the CME group is launching single stock futures in the summer? That is correct. Single stock futures they got rid of it in 2019, I think. There was another exchange that used to run them, and the CME group took it over and they're relaunching it again. You guys remember we used to call it quad witching for a while? Actually, maybe 2020, something like that. Single stock futures, they got rid of it. Let me Google what year they got rid of it. It was recently. Oh, the Christmas song?
You gotta turn on the... And
It's
again,
getting hot.
Really hot. Wow.
You got a bathrobe on.
Yeah, I just woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Hold on 1 second here. The Christmas song was on the playlist. Yeah, so it used to be triple quad witching, and then they got rid of single stock futures for a while. And CME Group's bringing it back, so you'll be able to go out there and trade. The best part about single stock futures is you can trade stocks and pay the futures tax, which is good. So it's not quad witching now, but it will be quad witching again. So technically speaking, for the last 2 or 3 years, whenever they got rid of it, it's actually technically been triple witching. But now single stock futures are coming back, and they'll expire on the same quarterly schedule as everything else. Do I even trade, bro?
This doesn't taste like the typical Kroger cake. Like, when you want cake or cream?
It's good. Give me a little bit of cake. I don't want too much, and a little bit of cream. Maybe a little bit of both. It's good. It's like real buttercream icing. It's not Kroger's. I know you're talking about the powdery. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, it's like straight up like real buttercream, man. Like, that's upgraded cake. Pretty good, right?
Are we doing Cinco de Drinko?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Is that today? What time?
I need to confirm with him.
Oh, God, guys. I just got out of being hungover yesterday. Apparently, Cinco de Drinko is on today. You guys got Cinco de Drinko plans? Does Rockseer work on Trade of 8? It doesn't work on Trade of 8 yet. Only on our own platform. Go Charting and Ninja are about to launch very soon. We're in the final testing phases of that. Leslie Paul Farkas, you don't drink? Are you sure?
I'm gonna drink agua fresca though. We're really going for networking.
For Cinco de Drinko, we're going to an event someplace. I don't remember where it's at. We're going someplace with where is it? Who is it? No, not where. Who? Oh, okay. The Ferrari Club group is doing Cinco de Drinko. Finally a roll where you don't see the same 4 names. Hey, this today is an actual spin. Sometimes it doesn't really spin that well.
Why don't one day we do it actually manually and put it in, assign everyone a number and then do a bingo.
I actually have a wheel. I used to have a wheel, a physical one that I can spin.
I think that would be good. That is true randomization.
Like an actual bingo thing?
Yeah, and then I'll just be here and I'll pull out a number.
What a great idea. I'd love to sit here with a marker and write down 1,037 names.
Everyone who enters, you take that, put it into ChatGPT and say assign a number from 1 to however, and then I roll.
Okay.
I pull it out, and I go blah blah blah. Number
Why don't we have each person just mail in their entry? They write their name on a piece of paper and mail it to us, and we'll open the envelopes and put them in a bucket and pull the names.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to write it down.
Yeah, do that.
Mail in entry.
Now we have to go spend on a PO box.
And get a stamp. Get some stamps, guys. All right, so how many is that? Tronica, Ninja Noto, Ryzen. You guys are the 3 winners of the MFF. We'll do another giveaway in just a little bit. A little bit. Look at this. Look at how we do this now. Check this out. Hold on. Let me show you how this works. Oops. Look how organized we are now. Oops. Wait a minute. Hold on. Here we go. Oops, I did 3.
You have terrible peripheral vision, dude.
Oh my God.
You have terrible peripheral vision.
I am not looking. I'm so tunnel vision. What am I trying to do here? Oh, these are for 25K flex accounts. Okay, look at this. Look how impressive this is. Look what I do.
Steve Aoki, take me.
Look at that. Done.
What did you? Okay.
Look how organized we are. That was an impressive form.
Yes.
Come on now. We've been building a lot of. We've been working a lot of
you,
stuff.
you have like 6 screens and like 20 million things happening on each screen, so I have no idea what the heck.
I'm impressed. Schedule. Input winner. Look at this. Look at this. This is all of our hard work. Organization, organization, organization. Look at this. Kyle, we're admiring your spreadsheet. Look how beautiful it is. All this is accounting for all the giveaways and so look at how beautiful that is.
No, go eat your brekkie. I want you to eat some of the eggs.
Stay tuned for the next giveaway. Entries are closed. Entries are closed.
You know, my community was making up plates for me just yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, and they input a variation of what I was wanting, and it worked.
What do you mean?
Like using the number 1 as an I,
Oh, for your plate?
using an E for a 3.
What did
yeah.
What did they come up with anything good?
Yeah, like iDog with the 3, like 3Y3, a Texas symbol in the middle, and then dog. It works.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You gonna do that?
I already submitted.
Oh,
for
okay.
it.
Okay, yeah. Did you get it yet, or how does that work?
I'll tell you when it's done, and then oh, they fixed the thing downstairs.
They did? Wait, what thing? Outside? Including the sand and everything?
No, the sand comes later. The sand and the turf guy comes after.
Really?
The plumber is a different guy.
Really?
He said that they like hammered these little prongs to hold the line in place too hard into the neighbors,
That's what happened?
and it poked 2 holes in it.
They fixed his thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need
They
to tell
went
him.
into his yard and then
Okay. Do we need to tell him, I guess?
I don't know. I mean, would he know at this point?
I mean, it's just a sprinkler. It's not like he's gonna... He's not gonna give a shit.
He didn't even know that it was broken because it sprang in our yard.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and why would he need a sprinkler system? His whole entire yard's turf.
It's terrible. Well, he's probably watering his front. But when the solenoid opens, the entire line becomes charged, and it's the individual, like the main valve sends water through to the manifold, which is a bunch of valves, and then each valve opens for the different zones. So it's pressured at the main line, and then each individual solenoid waters the zones. He's probably watering zone 1 in the front, but because we probably ruptured the main line, leading to the master to the solenoid manifold. Manifold is just the where it splits and all that.
Understood.
Then it probably is unleashing the water when he's watering the front. So we probably ruptured the big one because he's not watering his backyard. He's got just turf. Essentially, our yard guys ruptured our neighbor's sprinkler system, the project from hell. Everything has gone wrong.
And
But-
it's still going wrong.
Yeah. His trade plan is to tickle a wickle a little. That's usually what he does, yeah. Open lots of valves on Half-Life 2. Yeah, that's... Ayo. I missed somebody else chat because Yara was spamming chat. Found a pic of young Matt drunk. Oh, picture of me chugging syrup. I saw that picture. Reminds me of that scene... reminds me of that scene from... Super Troopers. When he's like... They're all chugging syrup. They were racing. Who can chug a bottle of syrup the best?
That's cool.
Sorry about that, Lieutenant. When those boys get that syrup in them, they get all antsy in their pantsy. Lee with the custom desk mat. What? This is the merch we need to have. Brad, you there?
Brad, happy birthday. I take it back. I take it all back. I didn't mean to cuss you out.
Brad, we need you. Brad, we'll buy you another cake, I promise. Look at this. A custom desktop map with our handouts on it? That's cool. Lee, brother, that's crazy cool.
No,
Not doing, Brad, we're sorry. We're so sorry. We're so sorry, bro. Like, honestly, I feel bad. It was her fault. Like, I didn't plan this.
Why are you throwing me out of the bus? It was your idea.
Listen, Brad. Brad, listen. Don't listen to anything she says, okay? It's her
Oh my
fault.
god, look, it's a falter.
Look who's holding your cake, bro. Like, look. He's the guilty party, right? You see
He
what's right here?
handed it to me.
Yeah.
He's the one who bought it.
Listen. BJ's like sold. I know this is very, very cool. I never thought you can do this, but I think that's so kick ass just to have your stuff on there. Look how clean Melina's work was. Look at that.
That's awesome.
That's merch. I didn't even think of that idea. What a cool idea. Take your money. She's drunk still. Kind of. Oh shoot, we're gonna have to Cinco de Drinko today.
Why?
Cinco de Drinko.
Oh.
I just sweated out the rest of my hangover yesterday.
Well, are we gonna go work out before we Drinko de Cinco?
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna do. What time is the drinky?
Probably like 7 or 6 or 5. I have no idea. I haven't confirmed with the crew, but I want to make it to the gym before we go.
Okay. Yeah. We can do that.
Like if we work out at 4:30, we can make to Cinco de Drinko and feel better about it.
Yep, I can do it.
We have a meeting at 1. Yeah.
I have like 6 meetings today, so I got a full schedule.
But you know that one should be open.
One is for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that is. Okay. We got a bunch of meetings today. We're like cranking out these like prop score meets and greets. Greet and meet. Okay. Posted a cert pic of you passed out. Wait, let me see. He's like, no, you're doing it all wrong. You gotta relax your jaw, cut the balls a little bit. You ever saw that scene?
Yeah.
Super Troopers. Mouse pad. Hold on, let me find it. The picture of me like this. Like, is that your
Kid or grandkid or kid?
is that your grandkid, Papa Les? That's hilarious, dude. This is Papa Les picture. Probably one of his nephew's niece or nephew or grandkids or something. Look at this. Chugging that syrup. That's how you do it. Relax the throat. Yep. Just relax the throat a little bit. Power's in the lips. Is your grandkid? We're quoting Super Troopers, by the way, if you guys haven't seen that scene in Super Troopers. Yeah. Syrup trip was real. Do you know why your half gap isn't loading for today? Have yesterday's, but your ES levels aren't loading. All your data is good too. Sometimes the platform can have like caching issues. A lot of times what I do is I will open up another thing, like open up another ticker and then wait for it to load. Like just wait. It will eventually load and then switch back. So like here I switched to NASDAQ, it's not loading up. Let me switch to something else. As soon as something loads that's not cached, it kind of clears it out. There's this weird, we see this issue sometimes. And then if you go back to it, then it should load. And if not, just do like a hard refresh and it usually will work. It just sometimes gets like that.
Oh, did you also want to host tonight?
Yeah. Here?
What did you do there?
Mikey's? Michael's?
Mm-hmm. Do you do it theirs or host our? I volunteered to host.
He doesn't have a... Oh, he has that one table. Up there by the bar. You have like a better setup for hosting a game thing.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
Okay. Yeah.
We have 6 chairs.
Who's going?
I don't know.
6 couples.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
6 people.
6 people, 3 couples max.
Okay.
I say we host. But he probably wants to host. I just volunteered because he hosts.
Yeah, if he wants to do it, I'm fine. I'm fine going over there. I don't care. Busy weekend.
Oh my god, yeah.
The millionaire thing. Another weekend of drinky party. What's your poison? I've always been a bourbon drinker. Lately, I'm a gin snob. Yeah, dude,
Because of
you. Gin snob. Yeah, she likes gin. I just became like overall like every time I get a drink now, I feel like it's got gin in it. I don't know. I'm just like into bitter, sour stuff. But bourbon's been my go-to. My favorite cocktail is Paper Plane, which is bourbon, Aperol, Amarone Nonino, and lemon juice, which is...
I hate that you always order that.
It's the best cocktail, man. There's no... What's up, buddy? Paper Plane is like the best cocktail ever invented.
But the thing is, if you can make it so good at home, why spend $20 for it?
Yeah. Paper Plane, the way to go. Way to go. Just so good. Gin, like gin and tonics and stuff, or any like gin-based cocktail, I don't know. That's been my latest thing. Buddy Pickle.
Yeah.
Did you hear that one of your siblings was F1's like, you know, mascot?
Yeah. Do you guys know who we're talking about? There's a F1 driver that has a dachshund. I can't hear.
Nauseating. People hate gin in general. Speaking about it, it's like making him barf. Oh wait, so talk about wait.
Oh, there's a F1 driver that has a pickle.
Really?
He's famous on social media. Yeah, and his girlfriend or his wife brought him to the F1 race. You think Pickle's cuter? Pickle's older than Leo. I'm obsessed with that dog.
I think Pickle's the best looking cream dachshund ever in the history of dachshunds.
Stop.
In the litter, he had the weirdest looking face. Like when we
He looked the weirdest, actually.
when they were like, "This is your dog," I was like, "Oh God, we got the ugly one." He was like a small, but basically here's the kind of thing. He was like the smaller, stockier, and his eyes were like wider on his head. And I was like, "Oh, we're gonna get like the fat one." Yeah.
Leo's face is weird? No, his face is a puppy. That's why. I don't know. I'm defending Leo, even though Leo is LaColor's dog.
Yeah. So the lady, the breeder that we bought Pickle from, showed us a video because we were like, "Oh man, we got the weird looking one," and we're like, "Oh, that's okay. We'll love him just the same, even though he's gonna have a goofy face or whatever." But anyways, showed us a video of the dog. And like in the pen, and all these puppies were fighting over this ball that had holes in it. And you roll it around, a treat would fall out, and they're like trying to figure out how to get one treat. And she pans over to the right, and Pickle had found the bowl she had hidden, and he's over there just snacking out of the bowl. We're like, okay, we got the goofy looking one, but he's the smart one.
Yeah, it was a toy. What was it called?
Like a puzzle.
Like
yeah.
a puzzle.
Yeah.
Puzzle treat.
And they're all fighting for like one or two treats, and Pickle's like, fuck all these guys. I'm gonna just go eat out of the bowl.
Yeah, and it's just him by himself. In the corner, he found the main food bowl and he just ate out of it.
And when you see that, you know that's my dog. Like, fuck the rules. I'm gonna do my own. All right, boy.
How do I get him a red harness now? Because red looks so good. I saw all the red accessories on Leo. I'm like, man, I gotta get all that fur. Have you reconnected with any of his siblings? No.
No. One of his siblings was kind of a sad story because the person like adopted him and then she didn't want the dog and was like the next day gave the dog back, and the lady was trying to rehome it. We almost took it. We considered, we were like, maybe we should take it.
For half price.
Yeah, for half price.
And I'm Asian, I love half price dogs.
What an incredible bull run day today. So guys, don't forget, in 45 minutes, Neon's gonna come live on this stream here. So don't go anywhere. Don't change the channel. Don't leave the stream. He's gonna pop in on this link now.
I must shit and piss.
Leclerc, you're talking about Charles Leclerc. You're talking about Ferrari. Yep. The Ferrari F1 driver. They did pretty good because they got like 4th and 6th this weekend. I thought Red Bull was gonna place higher than it did, but they did good at the start. Does Rocket work natively on the Mac? Yes, it does. Rocket Scooter works in a browser, so all you have to do is be able to access a browser. So in your Safari, you can load up Rocket Scooter just like you would a web page. Well, what I want to see to get back into the market today, days like this, it's just, you can see that it's just starting to run very quickly. I usually don't have trade setups in days like this. Well, I could just jump in and continue to chase along. There really isn't anything. When you get these days where the market just opens and keeps going, you don't really have strong pivots. You just got to figure out a way to get in if you're still bullish. For here, the open as support is pretty good, but we already kind of bounced off of that. If we hit the open, I probably wouldn't long it again. So I don't have any bull entries today, which is why I'm not doing anything. Just waiting. Go charting, they're waiting for me to authorize it for release. I have not, because I want to spend like a whole day where I sit down and just do only that. But I need... Hold on one second. That's really quick. Oh crap, I gotta read all this. Where you got?
Charts where the green lights shine, liquidity maps, and the market is mine. Oh, Mr. Rocket, bring me that trade. Stack up the profits, the gains that we made. MHP crushing, armies in hand. Mr. Rocket, we've got the upper hand. Scooting past the losses, the bulls on the run. Bear trap snapping, but we've already won. Mapping the flow, liquidity glow. Where the money trees grow, trade winds blowing, numbers aligning, scooter wheels turning, portfolio climbing. Oh, Mr. Rocket, the ticker's divine, liquidity maps and the market is mine. Oh, Mr. Rocket, trade. Stack up the profits, the gains that we made. MHP crush it, Arby's in hand. Mr. Rocket, we've got the upper hand.
You need a whoosh fan? Alright, alright. I can't not give you the whoosh fans. Hold on. Hold on. The whoosh fan is 100% gonna work today. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. So we had a question. Would I go short from ES to DD band if it gets there? Like I said, I'm kind of tired of stabbing shorts at this, but that is the one place that a short could possibly play out. Yeah. I could probably try one more time with this. The John, that setup required to Rockstar platform sites, platform initial cost timeline. Yeah, so basically the way that it works, Celine, is the platform comes fully installed with everything. You need to plug in data feeds to make all of it work. An equities data feed you buy from us, it's like 10 bucks a month. It gives you all your stock data, resilience is everything. When it comes down to futures data, you need to connect the futures data feed to it. Now, we don't distribute and sell futures data here. The only connection is a CQG connection to your live futures data. So if you see on connections, you'll have your equities data that you buy from us, and then CQG you can get from your broker. So typically people will go whatever brokerage account they have and ask them for the CQG credentials, and usually almost all of them have them. And then you bring those CQG credentials here and just log in, and then your data comes already through the pipeline. If you don't have a brokerage account, and the reason we do it this way is to make it cheap. If we were to sell you data, it'd be very expensive. With the futures broker, data is like $1 a month per exchange plus API fee, which is like less than 10 bucks usually. So total like 10 or 11 bucks a month. Futures data otherwise without a brokerage account is $75 a month per exchange. It's very expensive. So to give you guys the cheapest path to data, instead of going out and getting a large expensive license and us eating the costs and raising prices for you guys, we just tell you to connect your broker and use your own data from here. So if you don't have an account with anybody, AMP is pretty much the preferred data source for this. An AMP brokerage account. AMP is the broker I actually trade with, by the way. When people here like AMP, because it is a minimum deposit is $100. It's the lowest minimum deposit of all the brokers, and it's a really solid broker with very good commissions and everything. So most people go start an AMP account, put in a couple $100, and then it just charges the data every month, basically like that. I actually moved all my trading to AMP many years ago. Trump stalking, yeah. But yeah, we would I wish it was easier, like you guys can just buy both the data packages from us, but it would be a little bit more expensive for both you and us. So this way you get data for the cheap, for the cheapness. ARB is based on futures, so without it connected, you can't use it correct. This is correct. ARB and resilience and DD are based on futures. I'm sorry. ARB and hold on. No. ARB is based on futures. Resilience is based on futures. DD is based on stocks. NinjaTrader gave you data for $15 a month. Yeah, because NinjaTrader is a broker, right? So broker, the CME group has a rule that the way that it works is the CME has this sort of desire to make money from you. Go figure, they're a publicly traded company. And the way they make money is through two things. Number one is they can sell data. Number two is they can take fees from your trades. So every time you make a trade in futures, you will go look at your commissions and you will see there is an IB or FCM commission. There's a clearing fee and an exchange fee. You'll see all those fees on your futures broker statement. The exchange fee is them. Like you make a trade and $1 goes to the commission and $10 goes to the exchange and 10 cents goes to the exchange and 3 cents goes to the clearing and all that stuff. These are the pieces. So CME makes money on your commissions. They also make money selling data. So if you go just buy data straight up, they're gonna just sell it to you for very expensive because they'd rather you whittle your trading account down over thousands of trades and take your money that way. So they'd rather you have a trading account and they take their money from you that way. If you have a trading account, they have a deal that brokers can sell you cheap data to incentivize you opening a brokerage account. That's really their sales pitch. So if you want to buy the data outright, they charge a lot. But if you want the data for cheap, open a brokerage account and trade with us, you degenerate gambler. We'll take your money from you that way because we'll get a whole lot more. Because you're going to whittle that account down and your commissions will take a whole lot. They want an account under management. So the CME group actually set it up this way that you get these educational rates for having a brokerage. So companies like Ninja can sell you data on the cheap with that educational rate because they're a broker. Brokers get that perk. We don't. But that's just how they make the money. Why they can't data from one account, copy data? Wait, why can't they get data from one account and copy the data to the others? What do you mean? It's sim funded, right? No, we're talking about real futures account data. CME Group is very particular about how much they charge for data and how much you gotta pay for and stuff. Can Rocket Scooter be able to calculate these locally and port the equivalent to users on SPY QQQ without user needing futures data? So short answer, no. The reason for that, and let me tell you even bigger. So being a trading platform owner, I'll tell you a little bit deeper about how the industry works with this. If I were to take data and put it through some function to derive an indicator from the data, right? And out came, let's put an eye. I had the raw candle data coming through. I created some kind of indicator, and then I distributed the indicator to people. In the eyes of the exchange, this is called derived data. This is the raw data. This is derived data. We derive something from it. You're also not allowed to pass through derived data without them going through the entitling system as well. The reason is because I can just translate or, shift the data over 1 bit or something, right? Just shift it over a little bit and then send you the derived data and then send you the cipher to reconstitute the original data. In their eyes, people can get around data feed charges by distributing derived data. And so even though, and we had this conversation with Opera's like, you guys are distributing, we're not redistributing the raw options data. We're not sending the bid ask, the order flow, nothing. We're just redistributing hedge pressure. We take all the options data and then crunch it into one number. And the Opera's like, yep, it's still derived data. We're like, but nobody's gonna be able to reverse engineer the raw options price data feed from this one line. They're like, you don't know that, Nick? Yeah, I know that. It'd be impossible to do. No, you don't know that. Because they can, we don't, we have to charge you an additional amount to distribute derived data. So when you redistribute derived data, there's also additional fees and charges. So there's like no way around. It'd be nice if I could take the futures data and then compile it and then send the indicators to people, but then we would be at a higher price tier for doing that. Yeah. Which we'd have to pass the price on anyways. Rule number one in this business is you do not lie to the exchanges, the regulators. This is rule number one. They have the magic wand and the magic ability to fuck your life up so bad. The rule is don't ever even risk it. If you're on the fence, side with them. There's millions of little like fine prints about what you can and can't do. You can do this, you can't do this, you can do this, you can only do this so many times. And so you never say, we'll bend the rules a little bit. And they will fuck you up so bad. They'll cancel your data feeds, they'll blacklist you from ever buying them again. So the rule is granddaddy exchange and papa regulators. You say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Can I buy the $7 TradingView data package you run for Rock Scooter? TradingView. So here's another thing. TradingView is a redistributor. Now, again, these billion-dollar companies go out there and they eat the cost because they make their money up in the long run from you. They're eating the data cost because you're going to buy other things from them, and they're ultimately going to make their money back. So these companies go out there and get the expensive data feeds and don't pass the cost on to you. We don't have that capacity for our massive user base. We're not $1 billion trading platform. So TradingView is one of the only few that gives you cheap data without being a broker. Yeah, so I should add the FAQ on the stream. There you go. It's a loss leader in businesses. Papa Lessa said, yeah, loss leader. TradingView wouldn't have made money as an online trading platform, web-based, if data was going to cost you $75 per exchange. They're eating that cost somewhere and passing on to you somewhere else. It's definitely a loss leader campaign, and they make their money somehow from you elsewhere. Yeah. But unfortunately, what happens is when you buy data from a data redistributor, same as us, you're not allowed to port that data anywhere else. Just like I can't give you derived rocket scooter data and then you take those levels and then go open your other platform and redistribute them. The exchange will look at us and say every person that sees your derived data must be entitled in our system. Entitled just means accounted for. So we have a whole system where every month we report you guys like to the exchange, like how many people, professional, non-professional, we have to report that every month, right? So if there was like redistribution, we'd have to report your customers if you're redistributing it. So like that's why everybody has this like you're not allowed to redistribute the data, one person, one license use only sort of thing. So can I steal the Aaron kid from Top Step TV for your London session stream? Is he good? I've never seen it. Prop firms upcharge for level 2 and only cost them 27. They upcharge for as much as 49. Yeah, prop firms are really dirty about charging you when they shouldn't. Prop firms upcharge you for data. Prop firms will charge you commissions on paper trades. It's ridiculous. They do every little sneaky thing they can to lower their bottom line and make a buck. Which is, you know, it's the name of Wall Street. Not like they're any different than anyone else, but prop firms charging commissions on paper trades always sound to be funny. Okay, we got one more giveaway, you guys, for your lovely, awesome liking of the stream in a minute. Not yet, but in a minute. Let's get those likes up to 700. In the meantime, likes up, likes up, likes up. So TradingView data doesn't redistribute to Rocket Scooter anywhere else. When you buy data from a platform, it stays inside of that ecosystem usually. The only thing that you can keep in your pocket and take with you from place to place is a broker data feed that now these brokers work with connections like Rhythmic or CQG or something. If you have an actual brokerage account and you buy your that's the cheapest data you'll ever buy is from your broker. Then that broker login, usually you can take with you to any platform in futures. Most of them are ultra compatible with everything. TradingView, like if you have a CQG connection to your dormant account, you can trade that dormant account in TradingView. You can trade that account in Rocket Scooter. You can trade that account with 6 platforms. So that to me is something every futures trader should do. It does sound annoying, I know, but in all honesty, every futures trader should do that. That is your cheapest cost of data anywhere. Instead of buying data from TradingView, it's better to have a brokerage account and buy data from your broker and then plug that broker's account into CQG via TradingView and use your broker data in TradingView. I don't know if they allow you to do that. Maybe they don't allow that so they can sell you the data. But if they allow you to do that, I think they allow you to do that because I don't think I pay TradingView for data. And I trade on TradingView with my app account. Somebody says when you get moved to this live CME group, has to charge $149 a month as a professional. However, most prop firms do not pay you as such. They pay you as an analyst, and your props are taxed as much. Yeah. So the way the prop loophole works is you're an analyst, like a data analyst. You're not considered a professional because you're not technically trading real funds. But when you do go live, Papa Les, when you go live with a prop firm, you're considered professional at that point. So every prop firm I've gone live with, I have to sign the professional data feed, dude, and they yank the $150 out every month. That's one of the stupidest, craziest limitations to the live side, because a lot of these firms give you these rinky-dink trading accounts. Like imagine you go live with a prop firm, they're like, congratulations, here's your $10,000 account, minus $150 for the first month of data. You're like, what? Because you're engaged as a trader at that point for a trading firm, you're considered professional. They give you a jersey. No, they give you like a jacket with a bunch of patches on it, like a tops. Do, 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 do. Don't forget, guys, we're gonna do a giveaway right now. Type in, I think it's trade day today. Let's clear out the list here. Type in trade day. Got a couple more minutes before I gotta get out of here. Don't forget, do not leave this stream anymore. Neon is streaming immediately. Immediately when I'm done. Neon will be streaming immediately when I'm done. So come here. At that moment in time. Or stay here, like literally stay here. I'm gonna turn off and Neon's gonna turn on. Exactly that moment. $72.99 up here, yellow line S&P. All right, we got a little trade day giveaway for you guys so we get out of here. Let's talk about trade day really quick. We have a code with these guys. Every time I bring up a firm, I want to like pull up what's going on with the prop score stuff. They score very, very, very high, 8.3. They're on par with like Lucid, Funded Seed, some of these other ones. Some of their higher ranking accounts, really, really, really solid. So, like high nines, right? So it seems to be rounding to 10.0, but high nines, right? Things are looking really solid here. You got simply, hold on, wait 1 second. Oh, that's min payout. Sorry. Wait a minute. This looks like to be a bug. There's no way there's, let me go back to here. That list might be bugged. Hold on. Model. So 8.8, okay. There seems to be a bug here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's static. That's why I'm like, okay, that didn't make sense. These are static. Yeah, there's no bug. These are statics. So they have some of the best statics in the business. So I'm like looking at the way they have it set up here. In the static category, currently right now with the 30% off, they are the best static in the business. So Score gives you 30% off. And again, when the sales switch around, they all kind of move around. When Phidias went in and they have their 50% off sale, it becomes the best static. So there's not that many of them in our database so far, but right now that's like where they shine. So I was wondering why they had so many 10s here. And the static category is really good. As far as like the end of the day drawdowns and trailing drawdowns, pretty much upper mids here, which is good. You know, nothing really crazy bad about it. But anyways, I need to show you guys what we got, how the scores play out. Rocket Scooter, you're my number one. Trade it. Yeah, people that say they like them, they use them, they like them. Matt showed up with a hat and a plan. All right, type it in, type it in, type it in. Okay, one more thing, guys. If you have not signed up for the Ninja Trader Arena Cup, you must sign up for the Ninja Trader Arena Cup. $100,000 prize for the winner. The qualifier is a one-day long tournament. It's free to enter. And I'm talking free to enter. Free. Free. The link is pinned right now. Chris is saying trade day has a 5K milestone. When finding that's annoying, essentially it's a daily capped upside. And I guess like every firm is going to have their way of like limiting, you know, that you're not making a bajillion dollars. You know what I'm saying? Okay, here's the link really quick. I'm typing this link in chat. Everybody sign up for it. Rocket Scooter is going to represent. We're going to go in there. We're going to crush the competition. I want one of you guys to win this tournament. 250K in prizes. It's free. And obviously it's a race. You know, to see, you know, who could bring the most people to the table. Like that's, you know, we want to show that we're the biggest, you know, the biggest representation, the biggest group. And I wanted somebody to win. If you enter, put like Rocket Scooter Pete or Rock Scooter, whatever, in front of your name, or prop score in front of your name, something that shows you from here, because we like to be on the leaderboard every single time we can. And also the competition starts actually the exact day for the Heat 1 is going to start in 13 days, so it starts in 2 weeks. It's going to be a huge event, so don't not sign up for it. But if you're like, you know, I don't think I have time for it, do me a favor, sign up anyways and at least fill one of the seats. Imagine that your way of contributing to the community is to sign up anyways and fill one of the seats, even if you don't want to trade it. That way you take up a slot for someone else that could beat somebody on our team. So you're actually like, you know, removing one competitor from the list. You can pick any one of the heats. So there's 3 different heats. Each one of them is a one-day tournament. And whoever does the best on the one day advances to the next round, and that's the finals. So you can pick Heat 1, Heat 2, or Heat 3. They all usually fill up. So 10,000 person per heat. So it doesn't matter which one you do. I'm competing in Heat 1. But the thing is that like when I tell people the reason it's such a big deal is that usually they're going to go out there and try to trade a prop account for a couple $100 to try to make a $5,000 payout or something. But imagine this is a free prop account that you can make 100K off of. Right? You don't have to pay anything, and it's like a one-day thing. It's not even a huge commitment. The first qualifier is a one-day event. All right, 5, 4, 3. These are 50K evals. The trade day. 3, 2, 1, go.
Scooter Nation, stand your ground, where patience is ammo and risk is the battleground. We fight the charts, we fall, we rise, and EST is always true until it lies. Wow! Until it lies.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Charts displaying lines of fate, hedge hold steady. can't deviate. A loss outside can birth a win, even after the floor breaks thin. Paradox in the maps we trace. Doomsday bends but grants its grace. Resilience cracks.
So Neon will be here. Got text in the chat to claim your prize. Neon will be here in about 5 minutes. We'll be kicking over. Going forward, even though I'll be on my funded TV, stay here and hang out with Neon, or leave both streams on. Up to you. But if I were to choose where to go, you guys, whatever, you know, hang out here with Neon. How will they know you're part of the Rocket Scooter team? You're gonna put Rocket Scooter. You use that link when you sign up, and then you'll put like RS or something or Rocket or something in front of your username. Just make an account, like, you know, whatever you want it to be. And it's just that we want the leaderboard to just say Rocket Scooter all across the top. That's really what we want to see. Will he play different music? I'm sure he'll play different music. I usually play different music too.
Like my puss, baby. You know you do.
Happy week 1 I1E. How many is that? Hold on. The fifth. Okay, Gabe. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 2. That's it. Does the winner is Ghost, and happy week. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are the winners of some Intraday. They rank in the mid 8s. They're kind of like neck and neck with other bigger firms out there. Give them a shot. And again, with these accounts, when you guys, we give them to you, use them, see what it's like. And I honestly would like for you to come back to PropScore and leave a review. We're trying to like sort of build our review base. Leave a review, good or bad, like it, hate it, okay, whatever it is. Just do us a favor and leave a review if you use any of these firms. We have a big giveaway going out for launch. So we said the first 100 people that left a review is going to get some kind of prize. We don't know what it is yet, but it'll be something worth your time. The first 1,000 people that leave a review will enter into a drawing to earn prop accounts. So leaving reviews, earn yourself some swag. So leave the reviews. All right, so with that being said, it's getting time to roll. Let me double check Neon's ready.
When clear. Don't fight the flow. I saw it first. I feel your hope. I feel your thirst.
Yeah, I'm still doing My Fun at TV, but what we're doing is instead of like shuttle you guys from here to there and then back, we're just gonna stay streaming all day. So Neon show can come on at lunchtime and you guys can hang out there. We want you guys to stay here. And if you want to watch me too, leave turn both streams on, but stay here and give Neon your support. Our goal with the Rock Scooter channel is to have streaming around the clock with no interruption. For a brand new person, which platform would you suggest is always My Fun and Futures? The Rapid account is probably one of the best accounts to get started with. It's the most well-rounded account, the highest ranked accounts. All across the board is really good. That or Lucid for beginners are really good. A little bit of red candleage going on here. I don't know what's going on. Hey Adam, we're not gonna do that post anymore. Let me delete that, please. Yeah, we're gonna stay here going forward. You guys can watch me on My Fun It if you want, but going forward, stay here and support Neon. Here he is, the man himself. All right, guys, I gotta run out. I got about an hour. I'm gonna be on My Fun It TV, but hang here with Neon. He's gonna live in a few seconds. As always, it's great hanging out with you guys. Pretty good day today. Market just leaking higher. Volatility shrinking. And looks like right now there's an event going on. As soon as I cut out of here, Neon will cut back on. So we love you guys. We'll see y'all. Like I said, Rockster's going to be streaming all day, every day now. So no more shuffling people back and forth. I'm still doing My Fun It TV, but we're trying to shift the focus to be here all day. So we'll see you later. Love y'all.
Afternoon stream, let's get it. Neon on the mic, yeah. Neon stepping in, session wide awake. Night shift lay the ground, Matt set the play. Now it's midday money, structure on the screen. Neon seeds acting holy, price moving clean. No FOMO type in the channel mode. We learned that lesson back in 24. Half gap buys when the market dips. DD bands bounce and we let it rip. Bulls on flashing like a warning light. If it's not a line, we let it slide. Patience, heavy discipline, sharp. Room full of killers, but we play it smart. When the clock strikes noon, liquidity rising, feel that boom.
What up, baby? What's good in the hood? Let's get it. Welcome to the room, baby. Welcome to the room. The room shows up. What's good in the hood? Oh, 2 songs playing? Let me turn off the other one. My bad, fam. There we go. What's good? What's good? What's good? Early start today. For those of you who were here yesterday, you know I ran out of my drink. So I've got backups today. I got an extra one. What's good in the hood? We're ready to go. Kind of a boring. There was no pivots. The only opportunity I had today was open at was long at the open. I didn't take it. It's been the first no trade session for me of, I don't know, maybe since January. It kind of sucks. There's just no pivots right now. But what are you gonna do? Who got that long at the open? Who jumped on the DD band long at the open? Who grabbed it? The room shows up. Rig nonstop. Thank you, Volume Edge. You got it. Nice. Pop out chat. I mean, the last 3 weeks have been bangers. The last 3 weeks have been just banger weeks. I was looking at my stats last night. The last 3 weeks, my accuracy's been super high. Like, so I've been really happy. So I didn't want to push it today. Mike H in the house. What's up, G? Market Vision, Insurance is here. Alternators here. Fraser's here. 507D's here. What's good, fam? Let's get the music started. You're driving me insane, boy. Minimize. Didn't want to start a new streak. Well, I try not to keep track of streaks, but when they start to go on for a long, I do pick up on it. The streak ended yesterday, but no, it wasn't about that. It was more just there was no setups this morning. The only setup I had available to me, one was overnight. Let me zoom in here. Let me see, where was it? Okay, so we had our seeds interactions yesterday. That was clean. Was overnight, pulling into this seed zone. Nice, a nice pullback into the seed zone, and then that kind of started this rally. But we opened. Where we opened? We opened all the way up here in the middle of this stable block. So, I mean, I can't just long at the open without any confluence. And then when the rocket scooter levels pulled up, we had that DD band. We had the DD band long. But not having a seeds level for confluence, I was a little hesitant, and then, it just took off, and, we didn't get any opportunity. What I would have really liked to see would have been a harsh sell-off into this seed zone, and then, and then look to take it back up. Now, we might still get that. We got some volume coming into the market here, so maybe we'll get it. It's kind of a bummer, especially being the only the second show when we're on this new time slot. And the last couple of weeks have been somewhat active in the afternoon, so it's kind of a bummer that we're just floating up here. But who knows? Maybe we'll start pulling into some pivots. We'll see. Mike said, "What do I think about short DD on S&P?" I'm not with a DD ratio of 87, with positive res, with open down there. I'm not gonna. That's very much a counter. That's very much a. That's a naked trade. That's a naked trade. Not enough edge in that for me. Not enough edge in that for me. Gabe, what's up, brother? Mike. Hanus, aka 47, GT 6408, Mixin' Mama official. What's up, Mixin' Mama? Trading for progress. Oh, I guess because of the new time slot, there's different carryovers, so different regulars. That's cool. Gamma, Mike H, Orchid Health. What's up, G? Good to have you guys here. The room shows up. For all the regulars on the show, type the room shows up in chat. Welcome our new family members who are here. Type the room shows up. New afternoon slot. Hopefully we get back into this range by, I don't know, at least by tomorrow. If we keep just making all-time highs, for us pivot traders, it gets a little bit difficult without anything to trade off of. There they are. The room shows up. Spyro, E-Floors. Skydoc, Amari, Mixing Mama, Kim Capital, THX, Woo Outside, Jose, Supedia, Sean. Nice. No P&L. I mean, I could take a screenshot. There's no, it's a flat day. It's a flat day. This is the first flat day. I don't think I've had a no trade day since January, but yeah, there's no trades. I missed the long at the open, and then there's no pivot. Anyone got MHP? Who's got MHP withdrawal? Who's got MHP withdrawal out there? We were talking about this yesterday. Do you have MHP withdrawal? We've got an indicator for that. Try resilience. The long at the open was a fine setup, but you all know, I like to trade when there's some sort of extra confluence with seeds, and I didn't have it. I didn't have it, so I thought about it, but to me, it's not the way I want to start my week. Not the way I want to start my week. Had an okay day yesterday, and I don't want to give it back on the subpar setup. But listen, sometimes that's just how it goes. Patience pays. Otherwise your accuracy gets thrown off. Sometimes this is how it goes. Let's see what giveaways we got today. We got. Let me see. Funded. Funded seat sprint plan, 25K. We got 2 funded seat sprint plans, 25K, and then we get a TPT 50K eval. Nice. So that's cool. So we got 3 giveaway accounts. AFLV said, would I mind explaining the seeds and price, volume, and velocity? Sure. Let me explain. Okay, so first, let me just refresh this chart, make sure. Not that we have any pivots up here, but just it looks better that way. Okay, so first, what is seeds? Okay, seeds is my algo. I've been trading this for many years, and up until last summer, this was the only thing I used. And then when I discovered Rocket Scooter, I used Rocket Scooter for confluence. And since adopting Rocket Scooter, I've had about a 3 to 5% increase in accuracy. So I used to clock like 64 to 71% depending on the month. But now it's drifted up a little bit. So I use Rocket Scooter for confluence. But essentially, seeds is very simple. There's a few underlying algorithms. I don't label the chart with the underlying algo that comes up with the edge of the zones. The reason is I get decision fatigue, and the underlying algos, they're all very similar. There's just small nuances to them. It's real time. It basically sees the damping effect of price and volume velocity relationship. I spent many years refining it, but there's like a few underlying algos, but they all are very similar. So it's just set up into 2 spots. There's stable blocks and there's decision blocks. Okay, so I initiate my. Let me scroll over. I initiate my trades almost always at the decision blocks. Right, they're decision blocks. They're typically turning points for the. They're typically turning points for the market, right? So my favorite pivot to trade is the mid pivot of a decision block, stop just below it, target top of zone. And that's ideally with Rocket Scooter Confluence, but the zones are very responsive. Like even if you blindly trade the zones, like I trade them with discretion. If you blindly trade the zones, they realize about a 63%, about 63 to 64% accuracy. And if you trade them with discretion, that's where you get 67, 68, 70s. So we have that. And then volume velocity and price velocity, those are not directional indicators. Those are market condition and mechanics indicators. So they're very important to me because I've been trading with them on my view for almost 10 years. And so I'm very used to reading the market environment, liquidity environment, looking at them. So what are they? Volume velocity is the number of seconds on average it takes for 2,000 contracts to move through NASDAQ. And price velocity is the number of seconds it takes for NASDAQ to cover 5 points in price distance. When they disconnect from each other, it usually represents that there's a lack of liquidity in that spot, or sometimes it's the entire environment. So just to give you an example, if I open up, I just have a little comparison screenshot. Okay, so in the top, you can see they're connected, right? So when they're connected, you can see the blue arrows. As one slows down, the other slows down. As one speeds up, the other speeds up. So what that means is when volume slows down, so does price, right? But if you look in the bottom area, right, that represents an illiquid environment. You could see on the left, volume slowing down, right? Because higher is slower, because it means it takes more seconds for 2,000 contracts to move through. But you could see that on the right-hand side, price stayed fast. So what that means is that there's volume is slowing down, but price is continuing to move very fast. And the reason that's very important to me is because I know that big players are not participating as much in the session or in the spot, or that they've left the market, or that they're already positioned. So it's good to know that. And then it's also good to know when there's hollow action like that, you get a lot more slippage, right? So, you know, like in my real accounts, you know, when I'm entering and exiting, I'm very cognizant of the liquidity environment, because I don't want to get a lot of slippage, because that can be very expensive. You know, it can really throw off the risk reward. You know, like if you're risking 10K on a trade, and then all of a sudden, you know, you get into the trade and you're immediately down 2K because of slippage or something like that. It just throws off the whole risk of the trade. So it's really important to just know that, both for slippage and just for overall knowledge of who's participating in the session and in the areas. And it's not like if they disconnect for a moment, I'm like, oh, it's illiquid. It's kind of a you know, it's a nuanced thing. But when you got, like, you know, after seeing a few hundred sessions with them on screen, you know, it's kind of, you just develop a feel for them. And I've had them, you know, I've been using them for over 2,000 sessions. So, like, I wrote them a long time ago. Yeah. So they're very helpful for me. Like, I would find it difficult to navigate the session without those. I would find it difficult to navigate the session without those. Like, especially, okay, as an example, when we had a little after hours party last week with Apple earnings, and with the earnings, and like, people on stream could immediately see who was here for that. Who was here for the type flatline if you were here for the after hours party, and you saw when price velocity flatlined, and we knew that the price was still whipping around, and as soon as it stabilized, it got to a pivot, and there was a monster trade opportunity. But by having those, stayed out of the trouble. Like, you could see when the whippage ends, because you see price velocity start to come back to normal, because it will dip. Price velocity will dip when there's a catalyst. Let me see if I could scroll back. I'm just scrolling back. Okay, so for instance, you see here, this is the open from a couple of days ago. See how it's price velocity is in the red? That means that NASDAQ was taking like half a second, less than a second to cover 5 points in price distance. So it was a really illiquid and whippy open, right? So as soon as I see that, I pay attention. And then about 4 or 5 minutes later, the market started to stabilize. But sometimes you'll get a really liquid open, right? This is the open from a few sessions ago, whipping around. Now let's go to today's open. I can immediately see that today's open was more liquid, right? We opened, and I mean, we were in the red for just a couple of seconds, but then we immediately came into the green. That means that there's participation, so there's a damping effect of price, right? Because if you're in Whip City and you put on a trade, a live trade, you're gonna get a terrible fill, and you're gonna be the whole risk profile of your trade is gonna be thrown off, the risk geometry. So you know. And by the way, so someone said, can I point out a nuance? So it becomes not muscle memory. It becomes like, you know, when you see something in your dashboard for a long time, like there's an intuition that you develop, and it's because of mental recall. So that's how you develop a feel for something. But by nuanced, I mean like if you dip into the red, if you market starts whipping around and then it goes back into the green and then it goes back into the red, like, you know, that's nuanced. It's not like when it's red, when it's taking less than a second, all of a sudden it's dangerous, and then if it goes green, it's safe, right? The nuance is you really want to wait for some sort of stabilization. So, you know, a little bit of period of time where it's stabilized. But it's not like, oh, if it's green for a minute, then it means, okay, it's time to swing for the fences sort of thing. It's more just like, let's say we're having a sell-off and I'm targeting a long trade at a pivot. If price is still whipping around and I see this in the red, like, I know that it's going to be a really high risk trade. But if all of a sudden we get to a pivot and we start stabilizing, and you know, I see that there's participation there, and I see that it's more about knowing the damping effect of price to volume, right? Because if there's no participation, it doesn't take much to move the price a lot. But if there's a lot of participation, if there's big players, the market moves in a much more dampened way. And that's when you can get in. That's when you can get in positions with decent size without having the slippage. Seeds Duck said it's nuanced. That's a dad joke, but that's a pretty damn good dad joke. Good on you, brother. Good on you. Yellow just means greater than 30. Yellow just means greater than 30 seconds. Yellow just means greater than 30 seconds. Great question though. Now that's no one else uses that. That's my own creation. It just makes a lot of sense to me. Because I don't want to look at a volume bar and then look at the chart and then try to figure out if price is stable or not, or if it's whipping around, right? That's like a multi-step process. If I just look over there, I can just see, you know, participation is low, but the market's not whipping around. I can just see that in like instantly. And if all of a sudden there's a catalyst and volume speeds up like crazy, and price follows it towards the end of that move, if volume starts slowing down but price remains in the green, like I'm cognizant of that, because I'm like, oh, like volume is slowing down but price is still whipping around, so it's really hollow where we're at on the chart. So yeah, yellow just means taking a long time. Anyone new here? Anyone not taken the boot camp before? Who out there hasn't taken the boot camp before? Oh, you know what? I should probably change the thumbnail for the stream, huh? Let me see. Let me. Let me launch a poll here. Keep the. All right, let's see what kind of music y'all want to rock with. You want to keep the house on, or you want to mix it up early? We can put the house on later again, but y'all tell me. Guys, tell me what you want to rock with. I know usually everyone wants to rock the house. 64% house. Man, can we get a catalyst? Like, when you really want a catalyst, you can't get one. It sucks. Give us a catalyst, baby. I want some excitement for our new time slot, you know? What are the chances? Literally, our second day in the new time slot, we got no pivots. Come on. We got 56 on house, so we'll do the house, and then we'll switch to the Bangers 01 playlist. Has anyone not taken the boot camp? If not, we could do a boot camp giveaway. Let me know if you haven't taken the boot camp. See who's out there. Oh, we got a few people. Okay, let me queue up the giveaway engine. Let me queue up the giveaway engine. Man, this is brutal with no pivots. All right. Boot camp. Let me see. Stand by. Let me get it programmed in. Close window. All right, stand by. Giveaway engine getting fired up. Okay, boot camp. All right, type boot camp in chat if you're interested in the boot camp. We're monitoring. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on in chat here? What's happening? Are you guys joking around with each other, or is there something serious going on? Come on, people. Gabe type boot camp in chat. Stand by. I gotta figure out what's going on here.
Time stand still.
Type bootcamp in chat if you haven't taken the bootcamp. We're doing a giveaway. There's a lack of pivots today. We're in a little bit of we're just in a little bit of a melt up here. All-time highs. ATH. Water fasting results in every trade you take is wrong. Hey, you know what? So today, listen, today is a day where, hey, water fasting results. I don't know if you're joking around or not, but today is a day where there's no pivots. Like literally there's no pivots. The chart is just floating in the middle of nowhere. So let's get deep. Let's get deep, right? Like, you know, we can utilize that to our advantage. So let's get deep. Hey, water fasting results. Water fasting results. What trade ideas did you take today? Let's talk about it. Because we can learn something from it. You know, you can learn from your losers. And right off the rip, what you should always ask yourself. Because don't forget, the goal of an individual trade is not to win. The goal of an individual trade is to take a trade that you know has edge and that you know over a period of time will result positively. We were talking about that yesterday because someone was saying that they have psychology issues with trading. I'm like, you know, once you're very confident in yourselves, you know the stats, that will kind of go away. So tell me water fasting results. Like, what trade idea did you take today? Were you short at upper DD band at NASDAQ open with positive res and positive DD ratio? Because that would have been trading against Rocket Scooter. Or if you took the long at DD band at the open with positive red and positive DD ratio, you probably had a banger trade. And if you missed that trade, you'd be doing what I'm doing right now and be totally flat. So either you took a trade that wasn't in your strategy, or maybe, you know, what's going on, water fasting? What trade idea did you take today? Scalping? Stayed out most morning and lost your mind against your rules. I see. So you got FOMO. You got FOMO. So one of the things Rogue said, you've been flat, you hate opens like this. Hey, but listen, think about this. Like, it's better to stay flat than to take a trade that doesn't have edge. Like, this is my first no trade session, at least so far. If we get a pullback, you know, I want to trade. This is my first flat session in April, March, like over 3 months, you know. But still, you missed the opening drive trade, and if there's nothing else available to you, you got two choices: trade randomly on setups that you don't know, and then, you know, essentially that's gambling, or wait for your edge to show up, hit it, and let the stats realize. You know, one of them works, one of them doesn't. You know, one of them works, one of them doesn't. Orchid said, or no, sorry. No, Gumby said, how many points does a single ES point equate to a NASDAQ? It's about 4 to 1. They're not exactly connected at any given moment in time. They're not always, you know, but they are, it's about 4 to 1. Like, typically, if it's a session where they're moving in lockstep, if ES moves up about 10 points, NASDAQ will move up around 40 points. It's not an exact science, but you know. B Pat, what's up, Jay? Good to have you here. Trey Day, what's up, G? Hey, Trey Day, was that is that emoji because of the one that we have in the anthem? Is that emoji because of what we have in the anthem? The room shows up. Here, I can mute it, but let's Is it because of where are the guys? Let's see when the guys show up. Oh, it might be a little bit far into it, but is it because of that? The ninjas in the intro video? It's because we're all your ninjas. Nice. Today is a kind of session where you can really make or break your week. Like, we talked about it. It was a couple months ago. Sit out edge. Like, what is sit out edge? Sit out edge is when you know, like when you've been trading the same strategy for a long time, you can develop really good sit out edge, which is just the knowledge that your edge is not present and having the ability to, rather than blindly trade setups that you don't know, which will, when you do that, they will tend to converge on having no edge. So if you typically trade, if you typically trade with a 68% accuracy, and then you don't have good set out edge, the more you trade neutral setups that you don't know, the more it's going to drive your accuracy down. So today is a day where it really tests your sit out edge, but you'd notice that over the course of the entire year, that really pays you. Because otherwise you're just spinning your wheels for no reason. Like I missed the opening drive trade. I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not gonna just randomly trade because I need to. T Vlog said, how accurate is Rocket Scooter? Because Matt took a short at the open. He took a short at the open? Short, or he was short at the open? Well, that might have been a discretionary decision. Because we had positive res, we had positive DD ratio, and we opened at upper DD band. So, was he short before the open or after the open and the level and the? He might have been short going into the open. Did he short after the open or going into it? After? I mean, there might have been something else that he saw. Because that's a discretionary trade. That goes against the structure. But you got to remember, like, trading is nuance. I always say this. Okay, I will say this: if you've been trading the same strategy, like if you're trading a strategy but you have not been trading that strategy for at least, I don't know, I would say probably 2 years. If you're trading a strategy and you haven't been trading the strategy for at least 2 years, I would say always stick to it, But like, if you have been trading a strategy for 5-10 years, then there is a little bit of discretion where you see signals that are not, that you see nuanced things that might be against the numbers. Like there might be a different thesis coming into play. And you might know that you have edge trading a different way with some sort of discretion, but that's like, you've got to have been trading the same strategy for many years to for that to really be a wise thing to do. And also, what I imagine if he shorted at the open with positive DD ratio and positive res, it was probably that he was thinking it would be a low accuracy, high risk reward trade. Like I'm sure he knew it was risky, but probably that the payoff was high. I wasn't, in the morning I'm locked in, so I'm not watching the stream. I'm locked into my own session and making my own, decisions. Oh, I am Intraday. Okay, I am Intraday. Here we go. Said basically what I just said. He said it was discretionary, but if it was to move down, it would move down really hard. Yeah. So higher risk reward, low accuracy. I took we had a really nice streak going on afternoon setups. The streak was broken yesterday, but like yesterday I said, there was a trade with low probability, like high probability of getting stopped out, but a very high risk reward. It was like, I don't know, maybe 3-1, something like that. So sometimes you have setups like that. It just depends on the environment. Only Flashy said, can I explain the most high volume pivot on Rocket Scooter does and how to use it? See, this is great. Like, I like how you guys are taking advantage of the fact that, we don't have any pivots, but let's kind of get deep. Let's get deep. So, good questions here. So let me just screenshot it because I see a lot of questions. So I'm just going to screenshot it because I have if chat starts moving up, I'll miss these. So you can keep typing stuff in chat. I'll pay attention, but let me just go over these first few. Orchid Health said, you're happy for us to analyze your bad trade from today for chat. So either just type in your, you could type in your entry, type in your stop loss, type in where your take profit was, and type in your overall thoughts why you took the trade, and then we can kind of look at the chart and we can map it out. Okay. So Only Flashy said, can you explain the most high volume pivot on Rocket Scooter does and how to use it, please? Sure. So first things first, one thing that is not documented is if there's a specific pivot that has peak volume, because you said what's the most high volume pivot. They're all high volume pivots. So it's not like there's no stat that they say, oh, this was the average volume per 1 minute bar until it got to that pivot. And then when it got to that pivot, price went up 37%. So there's no stat to say which is technically the highest volume. They're all high volume pivots. But I would say, in my experience, the pivot I enjoy trading probably the most is when there's MHP and confluence with something else, whether it's a bull zone bottom, whether it's a bear zone top, a seeds level. Seeds level would be ideal for me because I know that strategy so well. But MHP, when there's some sort of confluence, naked MHP, I don't get, naked MHP is awesome. It's a really high probability setup, but MHP when there's confluence from something else, I mean, it gets really responsive. So I would say MHP, my favorite, with positive MHP resilience. And then I think I would rank everything else about the same. I am much less, I don't give as much weight to the open, the close, and the half gap unless there's a very large gap. But even then, I don't trade those levels naked. I need confluence from something else. Like if we just have a pullback into half gap with positive res, that's not something I can hit really hard. Let's see what else we got. Insurance said, do I adjust my risk to the volatility? Yes. I adjust my risk to the volatility. I have a little algo that gives me a suggested stops. And then in addition to using that, I also look at the risk interval on Rocket Scooter, and I use that for confluence to make sure I'm in the right area of what the volatility environment is. And one other thing which I use is if we're in a decision block that is very deep, like it's like clockwork that it's going to be a more volatile entry. So like if we're in a pretty shallow seed zone, you know, it tends to be a little bit more responsive. If we're in a large zone, I know that there's a lot more range that it can play in that decision block, and I just have so much experience trading that system, so I'll automatically know, oh, you know, I need to adjust, and I have a pretty concrete way of measuring the geometry to figure out what the stop should be. Okay. And TT Trading said, how many contracts would I use for a funded futures pro account with $4,500 of drawdown? Okay. So let me do the math. $4,500 of drawdown. If you're being now you got to remember, like, this is very aggressive, but this would still be less aggressive than a lot of other people would trade. But I'm just I'm just from regular trading. I'm programmed risk management, because the props are new to me. So I trade them a little bit more aggressively, but still I think much less aggressively than a lot of other people do. But it's just because it's just not in my like, to me, like blowing accounts and stuff, it's just not something that like, I prefer to trade them a little bit more mathematically safe, and just take my time, because I'm a patient person, and I would prefer to just trade the math and just do what I know works. So anyways, so this would still be aggressive, but I think less aggressive than a lot of people would do it. 4,500 divided by 3. Why divided by 3? Because I would say allow yourself 3 consecutive days where you lose a third of the account, right? So that means approximately you're risking $1,500 per day. And then the intra-session risk that you assign per trade, to me, it's see, it depends how much experience you have. If you're early in your journey, it's probably best to bet the same amount on every trade. But if you're more experienced, then you could start to be like, oh, there's more confluence, and maybe, like, if I'm confident 65% on a setup versus 70, 71%, because I have a mental scale, because I've seen the same setup so often, I will sometimes risk more of my day on one setup. But let's say it was just an average setup to me, then on that you'd be risking, okay, so it's $4,500. That's the total amount of drawdown. Allow 3 consecutive full losing days to reach your max drawdown. So that's $1,500 a day of risk. And then you could decide how you want to divide your risk per trade. And it depends on what kind of trader you are. I'm a trader that I trade 1 to 3 trade ideas per session. 1 to 3 trade ideas. So to me, I would take that and divide it by 3. And I'd say, okay, a normal trade, I'll be risking $500 per trade on that particular account, right? So if you're risking $500 on a setup, you obviously need to know what your stop distance is. So I have a little calculator. So I'll just, $500, and let's say you're using a stop distance of 40 points on NASDAQ, right? So you'd be that's 6.3 micros. 6.3 micros. That's what you would be taking on an account like that. This is not financial advice, but that's just the way that the math works out. And that way, if you have solid edge, it's going to be pretty difficult to not pass that account. Like if you do that if you follow that sort of math, like you got to have a really rough streak to blow that eval. Trade a flat day. There's no pivots. Didn't trade the opening drive, and then I mean there's nothing. So we're just kind of getting into the nitty gritty on some questions here. Now also I gotta preface this whole thing. With something. I do not think that I know that a lot of people trade the evals way aggressively, and then they trade the regular accounts differently. And I'm sure that like there's, because it's, you want to get to the funded stage faster and all that. The reason I just do it with that kind of math is because I'm not like, I'm routine, right? So I don't want to develop bad habits for real trading, you know, because like I can't keep along. So I like to just trade with good risk management, because that's just, you know, that's just how I trade, generally speaking. So I don't want to have to manage 2 games, you know. I don't want to have to manage 2 games. XYZ say, Troto, what about the funded stage? Same thing, 3 days to blow drawdown. Yeah, you could do 3 or 4. Because I have read in chat, a lot of people say that when they're in the funded stage, their nerves are worse, you know, because maybe they're inexperienced, whatever it is, not confident in their edge. But if you're in that camp where you tend to get a little bit nervous when it's in the funded stage, then maybe do by 4, you know. And just from my experience, if you trade it with that sort of math, it will take you about 4, provided you got to have solid edge. But if you have solid edge, it'll take you like 4 to 8 or 9 sessions to pass. It just depends, you know, because it depends what kind of sessions you have, because there's not a large sample size for like there's going to be big variance in how many days it takes you to pass. You might pass it in 3 days, you know, it might pass it in 11 days, but average, I would, you know, 3 or 4 to like 8 to 9 sessions. You know, so that would be what I would say. Hopefully that helps TT trading. All right, now let me look back at chat. Those are all the questions I screenshotted. Great questions, guys. Breyer said the market's so calm. Yeah, I really wish the market was not so calm. I really wish the market was not so calm. Trade A said you always trade with clothes on. I guess because I was talking about taking a naked trade. That's funny. Rogue said you're not crazy about trading a redistribution zone. You prefer overnight, MHP, and DD. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard showing up to the session, and I see that the overnight seed zones had such sharp reactions because like they perform really well overnight as well. But you know, I'm sleeping. We got NASDAQ creeping up to all-time highs. NASDAQ creeping up. 120. We're gonna do our first giveaway in a little bit. Let's see where we're at on likes here. Uh, 755 likes. Let's do, I guess, because I don't know where it was at when we started, so I'll have to develop a gauge. For it, but let's juice that up to 825, and then we could do our first giveaway. Now let's move this on a 5K chart. 0 pivots. Come on. Nada. Quite a range we put in today. IG said, do we trade or just analysis? Yeah, we trade when the edge shows up. There's no pivots. What are we gonna trade? Just smash the buttons? There's no setup. A dog. Keith Matthew in the house. What's up, G? What's going down? Oh yeah, for any of you guys out there who haven't smashed the like button, here's some instructions on how to do it. Nice. We got some alternates. Let's get in here. Let me see. You can punch it. You can smash it. Punch it. That's my favorite. We got 3 punches, 2 smashes. Yeah, this is such a garbage session. This garbage session. Absolute garbage chart. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Maybe we get a nice catalyst and drive us down. That's what I'd like to see. Get us down 27,800 area. Like a real aggressive move down. That would be cool. Keith Matthew said, do I read the Commitment of Traders report? No, it's not part of my edge. I do not read that. I do not read it. You know, everyone has their own philosophy on the news and how they interpret on the news, how they interpret the news, how they trade the news. I found that there's just no edge for me in trying to interpret it, and so I don't. Zil from Finland, what's up, Jay? So I don't, and it has done nothing but help me. I've been doing that for many years. I pay attention to the timing of news catalysts, but I don't, like, if there's a scheduled catalyst, and for those of you who are regulars here, you've heard me say this many times, but if there's a scheduled catalyst, I mark it, and I make sure I'm either flat for it, or if I'm in the middle of a trade as we lead into it, you know, I'll make a game time decision, but, you know, I'm knowledgeable that there's a catalyst on the calendar, you know, rate decision, whatever. And then I trade the chart, right? Because the market does not move in direct relation to the news. Because sometimes people have the news, right? The market is heavily manipulated. There's too many humans in the chain for it to be a perfect system that everyone gets the news at the same time. So sometimes people are already positioned, and the market responds the opposite of what you would expect it to do based on news. So, like, I maintain I maintain my edge without needing to check the output of the news. It's one less thing to think about, and you know, because I'm not a magician. I can't be like, oh, this happened in Iran. Oh, that must means I must buy. That must means I must sell. Give me a break. I can't do that. I can't do that. There's no edge in that for me. There's absolutely no edge. Everyone has the news. So to me, like, not everyone has Rocket Scooter. Not everyone has Seeds. So those are two things where I'm like, yeah, there's edge in those. I'll pay attention to those. Everyone, every moron out there can pay $30 a month for a good news feed. Okay. Well, I don't want to trade off of what they're trading. I want to trade off of stuff that is proven to have mathematical edge. Gabe said my discipline's insane. Now, I have a little bit of there's a little bit of a cheat code for me. Like, when I know the stats of something, the way my brain is wired, it's not that difficult for me to sit out. Like, because, like, when I take setups that I know have edge, I'm like, to me, it feels so much like a sure thing. Not the individual trade, but I'm just like, dude, like, this is my job to exercise my edge. And when there's no edge, I'm just like, well, I mean, there's nothing to do. Like, I wait for the edge to show up. I'm so obsessed with numbers and my stats that's why I have the patience that I have. And we talked about it. We talked about it the other day. Remember when we talked about, like, hey, if you take 10 trades and if you have 6 winners and 4 losers, your equity curve is going like that. If you get sloppy and you just take 1 winner and move it to the losing column, and now you're 5 and 5 after fees, you're a loser. And if you get sloppy on 2 out of 10 trades and you move 2 of the winners into the loser column, now you got 4 wins. And this is assuming about a 1-to-1 risk reward. Now you got 4 wins and 6 losers. Dude, like, you're broke. You're a loser. So, like, that's the way I think about myself. I don't want to be a loser, you know? I'm very proud of my craft. So that's why I have the patience that I have. I'm not trying to be a hack. Like, I appreciate that. But yeah, I think that when you know your numbers, it's like, you're like, no, I'm going to just wait. I'm going to just wait for it. So that's why I just wait. I just wait. You know, just be patient. Approaching DD band here. Approaching DD band with positive resilience. This is going to be interesting. Imagine we just get a crazy squeeze throughout the rest of the afternoon. Crazier things have happened. Let's see how much we traveled. Open up the measurement tool here. Where is this measurement tool? I suck at this trading view platform. I'm just drawing on Ninja. Let me see. 145 points? Yeah, we could. There's a lot can still happen. The other Dave said, in general, are pivot strategies better in non-trading markets? You have zero experience testing them. I wouldn't say better or worse. I would just say that the frequency of setups can be less when you're at all-time highs. It's basically like, let's say like throughout the run-up until we got to all-time highs, I was having plenty of pivots, you know? But then when you get to all-time highs, when you get to all-time highs, you got to think about how are your pivots derived, and that will determine like how many pivots you're going to have. Like look at Rocket Scooter. The majority of the pivots available in that strategy are derived from underlying options positions. So if you're at all-time highs in a non-traversed area on the chart, there are no options positions that exist up there. Like that have had there's no heavy transaction options positions existing up there. So you're not really going to have levels. Like you'll just open in a giant bull zone, right? You got that. Then with seeds, the same thing. The levels are derived based on historical data, right? They're based on like throughout the session, it watches on a very minute scale. Each tick, I have one server per ticker that I monitor, and it's basically like real-time tape reading, and it understands the damping effect of price versus volume, and it finds the edges of the zones. Well, if we're in a non-traversed area on the chart, I'm not going to have any zones there. So for pivot traders, I think the only way that they would have zones is things like DD ratio, because it uses a price distance from an initial starting point, or things like Fibonacci's, which I don't use, but they use a price distance from a starting point and a range, right? So those are pivots that expand beyond where price has already traversed. So those are like, that's a little bit different, right? But for the most part, if you're trading pivots that are derived from underlying options information or prior price movement and the analysis of that price movement in relation to volume, or whatever your strategy is for coming up with pivots, when you're at all-time highs, you're not going to have the pivots, right? That's why today's session only had one opportunity. And the only other possible opportunity that, like, I wouldn't short upper DD band on ES with positive DD ratio here. I mean, we've been squeezing. Like DD support, we could drive through that thing and keep going. So I will say this though. This is just my humble opinion. Pivot based trading, like volume pivot based trading, and or really any form of pivot based trading around levels that have edge, it's the best, because you don't got to worry about price speeding up, price slowing down. If all of a sudden there's a catalyst and you're on a 5-minute chart, you're not going to be able to see what's going on in the action versus you're on a 1-minute chart. Like if you trade pivots, you could trade with the candles being invisible, and you would still be able to trade. Like you'd still be able to trade, no problem. Hey Marksy, yeah, I don't know if you just joined, but we were just talking about that. I mean, there was one setup. Long at the open, positive DD ratio, positive resilience. I had my finger on the trigger. I didn't take it, and I'm not a trader who chases, so here we are. It's kind of a bummer, because I really want a nice active. It'd be nice to have. I wish like last week was this week, because I wish we had started the new time slot last week, because last week there was so much. There was a lot of level interaction last week. But we'll see. SOV. Someone wants to look at SOV? We can take a peek at it. I'll pull it up on the left side chart, just because we're up at DD band on ES, so I just want to keep that. So this silver, to me, the only setup I see here would have been, this is closed, right? Yeah. Oh, actually, this is a decent setup that formed. So Rocket Scooter draws these high volume pivots at the beginning of the session. We were talking about it earlier, how I'm not big on trading the distribution zone, unless the gap is very large and I have a very strong directional bias, and like resilience is, or there would be no resilience on silver actually, so that wouldn't even apply. So I wouldn't be trading that. But we have bull zone bottom. We got bull zone bottom, so this would have been a good setup on, and pretty much the only setup on silver today, and it looks like it had a nice response. Bull zone bottom, so that's based on underlying options positions. And like Rocket Scooter Strategy says that the way to trade that is long at bull zone bottom with your take profit at the next interrupt, which in this case would have been half gap. So that's a fine setup. This half gap trade, I wouldn't have taken. Hedge pressure, that would have not been any short. That would have not been any short for me. Yeah, that's SLV. Well, we could take a gold. We could take a look at gold as well. Gold had a nice monthly hedge pressure. Gold had a nice monthly hedge pressure overlap with bull zone bottom. Right, so that's bull zone bottom and monthly hedge pressure overlapping with each other, and you can see there was some overshoot, but there was a nice little response there. This trade may have been like, if you're following the strategy, technically your take profit would have been an open, so you might not have, depending on how much of a stop distance you would have had to use on this. Yeah, I don't trade gold. The only time I really trade gold is with GLD options if I'm taking a swing trade. But the last time I traded gold was probably 2023, 2024, 2023 or 2024. I remember I took an options trade. I take like 3 to 6 options trades a year, depending on the year. Where I'll risk like I'll risk like more of a percentage of my overall year on those few setups. Yeah, but like I don't know what the intra-session volatility appropriate stop distance would be, but based on the distance between MHP and the next interrupt, that might have made you want to make that a sit-out trade because the risk reward might not have been acceptable. That just depends on the execution style, the nuances of that trader. Yes. Liquidity 2 said, oh, you use risk interval logic around VWAP. That's cool. That's cool. That's a logical thing, because basically it's the margin requirement. It's a ratio of the margin requirement, like risk interval distance, based on what the average, the average volume weighted average is for the session. So I mean, there's some logic to that. If you build stats around that, if you can build stats around that, that'd be cool. If you're doing something like that that's off book, be cool to document it and know the stats behind it. See if we got anything else. Great questions, guys. Love it. It sucks that the chart is such trash. I've never wanted Trump to tweet something more than right now. I would really appreciate a crazy tweet out of that guy. I would like that. All right, we're almost at 800 likes. Let's get the likes up to 800, and then we'll do our first giveaway. Examine Life said, thanks for checking silver and gold. Hey, no problem, brother. No problem. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
If you wait for it.
You know you are OG when you're in chat when there's no pivots on the chart. That's cool. We love that.
Edge never sleeps.
Bogdan said, erasing Iran tweet incoming. Yeah, that would be... Well, I don't know. I don't want to condone any sort of rhetoric, but just something crazy. Something crazy. Throw out a crazy tweet, my guy. Come on. We're in our new time slot. Give us some pivot interaction. Someone said it's AMD. Oh yeah, it is. Right, today's Tuesday. AMD. Let's go with these. Oh, let me open this up on the left chart, because I know everyone's, myself included, just interested to see if we're gonna squeeze through DD or if it's gonna be a rejection point. I'm gonna check that out. But DD ratio is positive. You know, you'd be trading. I don't know. That would be a very risky setup. Okay, let's check out AMD on the left. Oh, this data feed doesn't have too much. Kind of. Let me just change this to a line chart real quick. There we go. Half gap. Didn't quite get to bull zone top. Now it's just kind of floating. Yeah. Nothing doing. Let's look at a daily on this bad boy. Monthly maps. 350.63. 350.63. Oh wow, monthly maps. Monthly maps bull zone bottom was a really nice area on this. Mark that out. Cool. Rocket scooter for the win. Let's see. 25 more likes and then we do our first giveaway. Nice. What do you guys think? Keep it on the line chart? Will that trip you guys out? You know the other kind of... I wouldn't mind high-low candles. High-lows are cool. Those are fine. Just see the high and the low. I'm down with high-low candles. Let's see, what is our first giveaway going to be? It is going to be a funded seat, sprint plan 25K. Let me open up prop score. Let's see what the situation is with this thing. Let me see if they're in the website yet. Propscore.co. Let me type in seat. Funded seat, there they are. All right, let's check out what accounts they have, and let's check out what the giveaway is for. The giveaway is for a funded seat sprint plan 25K. Funded seat sprint 25K. So it doesn't have a great score. Okay, let's see why doesn't it have a great score. Let's see. Funded seat 20 sprint plan 25K EOD end of day. Profit target is 1.6. Max loss is 1K. Daily well, the daily loss limit's fine if you're patient. 500s is a fine daily loss limit. You don't need more than that. Honestly, it looks like probably it's just a high-priced account because the simplicity is 7.8. It's not the best, but it's not terrible either. It really looks like it's probably the price that's driving the score down, because drawdown per price and return on investment are both low. So yeah, it's probably that. Okay, let's but anyways, it's a free account, and if you do win it, you know, try it, check it out, and then let us know how it is. Let us know how it is. You can leave a review on the site. You can just let us know in chat. You can do both, but that's cool. All right. One step daily, 25K sprint EOD, end of day. Let's see, when are we at 800 likes? Let me check. Let me check. 782 likes. All right, 18 likes away from the giveaway. Nice. Let me cue this up. Funded seat, sprint plan, 25K. Okay. Kyle said, if you get this account for free, you get rid of the worst part of the account, which is the price. Yeah. So let me bring NASDAQ back up. And then I'm gonna start the giveaway engine, and I'm gonna open I'm gonna oh guys, you know what I just realized? It's been on top chat. It's not been on the other one. Let me see if I missed anything. I might have just switched it by accident. Oh, Moonlight Club, yeah. Didn't see that comment. Said you joined late. How are we doing? Flat so far? Yeah, I've been flat. I missed the opening drive long off of DD band, and I chose not to chase because there's just no edge for me in chasing, so I left it alone. See if I missed anything else. The business lens is in the chat. What's up, brother? Only Flash, you said, is trading my full income? Yes, I've been full-time for many years. Let's see. I mean, I have investments now because, like, you know, I have, like, overflow. Like, at some point, you have to do something with your capital. But, let's see what else we got. Orchard said, are rest of the Rocket Scooter people as helpful as Neon? Yes. If you ask questions on Brad's stream in the evening, if you ask questions on Matt's stream in the morning, yeah, they're helpful. We all like to, you know, that's why we do this. We like to help. Okay, and now I called it to Quality Homes question. So let me just get the giveaway engine started, and then I'm going to answer that question. Oh, we're still not at 800 likes, so I can start answering the question. All right, so you said you're having a hard time trading MNQ. Is it a good idea to focus on ES instead? It seems to have more Rocket Scooter levels to work with. Okay, so this is going to be different for everyone. A lot of people, they flip back and forth. Me, I execute on NASDAQ almost all the time, and but I trade with the ES chart up, okay? Because NASDAQ is in ES, but there's things in ES that are not in NASDAQ. But the bulk, like the important stuff in NASDAQ, it's going to be in ES. So a lot of times ES will lead NASDAQ. So like if ES is at MHP and NASDAQ is a little bit in no man's land, but let's say we're at a seeds level on NASDAQ, I would hit that. And I would take into account in the setup that ES is at MHP. Especially because usually I'll be able to quickly identify if there's a disconnect between NASDAQ and ES, which it happens in some sessions. But usually they're generally connected. So it can get a little bit overwhelming. It can give you more, like, too much to think about if you're trading one or the other. So like I tend to just stick to one. Like I'm not like, oh, this one has more pivots today, I'm going to trade this one. Oh, this one has more pivots tomorrow, I'm going to trade that one. But that's just because of my that's just how I am. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. And they both have slightly different movement patterns on a micro scale. So depending on what your trading style is and your execution style, one might fit you better than the other. Jake from State Farm's in the house. What's up, brother? Darb's in the house. What's up, brother? Hey, for the person who was just asking if all the hosts are answer questions are as helpful, there you go. Sir Darb's in chat. There he is. That's the man. Nighttime stream. His show's called The Night Shift. Show up, ask questions. He always addresses them.
You think you want me? You need me. You need me. You need me.
Nathan says short off DD band. No, not for me. Not for me. Positive DD ratio. We're in a solid uptrend. The market's been relentlessly moving higher. I would be more prone to buy DD band than to sell it. I wouldn't short this. That's just me. Shorting upper DD band, it's a risky play. Skydeck said it could be a decent pullback point. It could be, but it's a naked trade. It's a naked trade. It's just kind of like, oh, we're at upper DD band, let's short with positive DD ratio. No thanks. Not for me. Like I wouldn't, even if it resolves, I wouldn't be proud of that trade. I just feel like I'm taking it because there was nothing else in this session. There was no other pivots and, And in the market we've been in, we've been more of like breaking out. Like we've been more breaking out. I wouldn't be surprised if we explode through DD band. Technically. So the fact that that wouldn't surprise me in the market we've been in, no shot. Not financial advice. That's just me. It's not a high probability. Like there's not a lot of edge in that for me. Liquidity said you might throw 1 micro at it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a kind of a slippery slope for me. I don't trade well with conviction. I don't trade without conviction. Like, okay, here's my mindset. Like, you said you might throw 1 micro at it. To me, the way I trade, like, I would rather be like, oh, like tomorrow, if there's a really good setup that I would have traded 4 micros on, I'd rather save that extra micro bullet for tomorrow, for the setup that I know has edge. So maybe tomorrow, instead of trading 4 micros on it, I'll trade 5 micros on it, sort of thing. That's just the way my brain works. That's just the way my brain works. Like, I'm like, I'll save my bullets. Jason Cruz going 5 NQ cons. Long or short? You going long or short? Jason Cruz long? I mean, I hope you get that burst through. I hope you get that nasty squeezage through it. Come on, Market. Hook Jason up. Hook Jason up. All right, 2 likes away from our giveaway. Let's get the giveaway engine fired up. We need some, you're envisioning a Baron pump? I like that. Let's get some suggestions for the code word here. What do we got? DD ratio at 85, long at upper DD band. I ain't mad at it. You know what's funny? I know Gabe wasn't trying. I know Gabe was not trying to suggest the code word, but you inadvertently, Gabe, gave us the code word. The code word is... What, Gabe, what do you think the code word is? Do you know what it is? It's squeezable. The code word is squeezable. Yeah. Levi Jones in the house. What's up, brother? What's up, Levi? It's squeezable. It's squeezable. Look, I'm fully prepared for the new streaming slot. Look at this. 1, because, you know, I ran out yesterday. And when we had the earnings parties, I ran out. 2. Look, I got 1 fresh, ready to go. So as this one runs out, just roll right into another one. Don't need a kettle or nothing.
Ooh, I'm dancing with the neon heartache. Caught between the strobe and the stars above. Ooh, your love was a perfect heartbreak. Now I'm lost in the echo of your...
Okay, let's see what we got here. Squeezable. Funded seat, sprint plan 25K. Giveaway time. 500 people in the house. What's up, people? 806 likes. We might get that up to 900 by the end of the day, hopefully. That'd be cool. Maybe 1,000. I didn't change. I wasn't sure how to change the thumbnail midstream. I gotta figure that out. People are probably showing up there. Like, wait a second. I'll figure that out for tomorrow. Oh, maybe I could do it. Here we go. No, I don't know how. We'll give it a few minutes and then we'll do this drawing. Someone said, does the case matter? No, case does not matter. State your case. The case doesn't matter. Case does not matter. And I mean, everyone has different strategies with the giveaways. Some people type it in once, some people type it in 37 times. But the odds remain the same. But some people like to just make sure it's in there. So they'll go ahead and enter it 37 times. And I ain't mad at them. Do you, boo? Do you? We've all got our quirks. I accept you for you. Go ahead and do it. Type it in 38 times. Be a rebel. Whoa, Icy Hawk said, did you see CME Group launching stock futures in the summer? What? Stock futures? CME launching single stock futures. Let's see. Just more liquidity. Hey, if they're super liquid, that would be cool. That would be cool. What will be, well, actually, what will be the tax status of them? Does anyone know the tax status? Will they still have the 60-40 rule? Because I wouldn't trade them unless they would have that 60-40 rule. Anyone know if they're going to have the 60-40 rule? They're going to have the 60-40 rule? Ooh, baby. Yo, that's cool. They're going to have the 60-40 rule? Oh, boy. Wait, I hope that doesn't all of a sudden, like... I hope that doesn't cause some spotlight to be put on that rule, and then all of a sudden that rule goes away. Like, that would be that would suck. Like, let our futures traders just get our tax advantage. Let our futures traders get our tax advantage. Don't mess with that. If that tax rule ever changes, I'm moving to Costa Rica or something. I ain't paying all that in tax. I wouldn't do it. I'll pay my fair share, but come on. But that's cool. If they're subject to the 60-40 rule, it'd be interesting to see how they move. Who knows? Maybe I'll change instrument. Right now I'm playing the violin. All of a sudden you'll catch me in stream playing the guitar. Be like, wait, what's going on here? We're trading futures on NVIDIA? Be like, yeah, it's my new jam, fam. Neon 2.0. Nice. When are they actually coming out? They made too much money on traders. They make too much on traders that don't make enough money worrying about saving on taxes. I think I'm mixing up the words. Oh, I see. They make too much on traders like you that don't make money, don't worry about trading on taxes. Yeah, but once you got your edge figured out, you know, you'll start thinking about stuff like that. You'll start thinking about stuff like that. Because, you know, it's painful seeing all those funds just disappear. Let's see. All right, gonna give it 1 minute and 42 seconds. One minute, 42 seconds. Sitting at upper DD band. We're gonna get the squeezage through it. Super squeezable. Alright, how do I do this? Change the thumbnail. Alright, 42 seconds. Here we go. Funded seat sprint plan 25K. ATH. Where are we at on monthly maps? Full territory. Bulls be getting there, getting paid. All right, here we go. Let's bring up the giveaway engine. Giveaway engine. All right. Code word is squeezable. Time for the giveaway. 324 entries. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh, no. I accidentally almost reset it. Pick a winner. Hey, I know this guy. I know this guy. Shorts are much faster. Use a winner, brother. Shorts are much faster. Damon said open the full window. Damon. So commanding. No, I like it like this. Because it looks good when the winner's name's up there. Actually rigged, open the full window. Oh, Damon. It's your world. We're all just living in it. Let's open the full window for Mr. Damon here. Damon, my brother. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Damon's a true OG. Here it is. Not rigged. There's the full window, my brother. Rigged. There's your full window, my dog. All right, let's go back to our winner. Damon, I opened the full window, so now congratulate our winner, my brother. Can you write congratulations in chat, Damon? Write congratulations. Congratulate our winner. Be nice out there, people. Shorts are much faster. Where you at, my dog? Shorts are much faster. Did we hear from him? Oh, he's in a timeout. Okay. Let me scroll back up. Shorts are much faster, my dog. Alright, I'm gonna give you a 10 count. It's not 10 seconds, it's a 10 count. 10. 9. Mark Dennis with the clutch comment. Mark Dennis said his disappearance is much faster. Yeah, he disappeared fast. Shorts are much faster, disappearing's faster. Alright, here we go. Giveaway engine's hidden. It's a 10-second pause while the stream chat catches up. Because there was one time where I respun right away and then he picked it up. So I hide it for 10 seconds. Make sure he doesn't show up. And... Alright, it's over. No longer claimable. So that's how I do it to avoid accidentally overflow. Okay. Full browser window. Okay, we're going to do this one in the full browser window. This will be the last time I do it in full browser, but I'm just doing it just to embrace that comment. Here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Mark. Now I'm going to go back to the small one because it looks pretty. Mark. WK. Mark week 2. Mark week 2. Mark week 2. Use a winner. Hey, shorts are much faster. Dude, you missed it. You weren't at your desk. Hey, shorts are much faster. We had to respin. You showed up on the win. My dog. Sorry to see that. I don't know. Maybe you're AFK? Away from keyboard? Damn, that sucks. Or maybe you had the stream buffered. That sucks, man. Because I got all excited when your name popped up because I know you're an OG regular. Anyways, it happens. Hey, Mark, are you in the house? Hey, okay, Mark. Guys, type congrats for Mark. Look at this long through DD band. It's starting to take off a little bit. First time winning, and you've been here for a year? Yo, Mark, let the numbers realize themselves, my dog. Congratulations on your persistence. Use a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. And there's instructions there to get hooked up. Nice. Let me copy this. Let me put it on my little fancy form. I got a winner's form now. I get to fill it out. Let people know who the winners are. All right, you won yourself a prop account. Congratulations. The next giveaway will be another Sprint Plan 25K, and then we got a 50K eval from Take Profit Trader. Very nice. Naruto said you never won, but you never enter. Hey, I was like that. I was like that. I never entered. So some people don't enter. That's fine. I feel you. How do you pronounce Naruto? Naruto, I would assume. I would assume I'm pronouncing it correctly. Naruto? Naruto said you just love watching the show? Hey, we love having you here, my dog. We love having you here. Thank you for being here. What's the distance traveled above? What's the distance traveled above DD band right now? 4 points. Okay. See, this is why I didn't want to short it, because the market is just, as the code word said, squeezable, highly squeezable. Yeah, I just don't know. Hey, Keith Matthew, we did the reroll. We did the reroll. Hey, Simplified Trade said, wait, hold on. Sleepwalker. I love Sleepwalker's comment. Mark, you scoundrel. Congratulations. Scoundrels. That's our nickname for our family members. Anyway, Simplified Trade said someone needs to redo the DD%. Seems like the last couple years have showed that you can grab long anywhere, even DD. Well, long DD is a setup. So basically over the last 2 years, you're saying that the stats have proven themselves to be consistent. No? Am I missing something? I'm not throwing shade. I'm just like long at upper DD band. It's not a diabolical trade. It's an okay trade. Usually you wait for the retest from the top side, but it is a trade. I took a long through DD band last week or the week before. You guys remember that? I took a long through DD band a couple weeks ago. Oh, you mean closing? Oh, thank you, Levi. I don't know if maybe you know for sure, or if you're just because you guys already talked about it, or if, but essentially, if you mean closing above, one thing you got to remember is that you need a large sample set for stats to converge on their actual number, right? So just like when something has a certain probability, it doesn't mean that the distribution of that outcome is going to fall in perfect sequence, right? So let's say you close above upper DD band. Let's say you close above upper DD band 4% of days, right? You might have 100 sessions where you close above them 8% of days, and then you have 100 sessions where you close above them 2% of days, right? And then the stats start to converge on their real number, right? Because there's variance. Stats do not fall on a perfect scale. I wish they did. That would just be beautiful, but that's just not how it goes. So you got to keep that in mind as well. That's why you practice good risk management, because you don't know when, you know, the stats are not always exact. The larger the sample set, the more the stats converge on their numbers. Oh, Matoski's in chat. Matoski's in chat. Well, let's see what Matoski said. DD ratio needs to be less than half for DD bands to reject, right? There's the inventor of the platform, letting us, you know, kind of giving some backup here. And we have confluence at all for that. We have not had confluence for that to happen, right? So that's why when someone was asking if I was gonna short upper DD band, I said no. I said, like, we could squeeze through it, like I rather long through it. And then Matoski said ratio is very high, so it's very likely to push through them. Matoski in chat. What's up, Matoski? Thanks for the comments, brother. We appreciate that. Jay Whistle said, why does Matt sometimes talk about shorting upper DD band? Well, I talked about that earlier. If you've been trading a strategy for a couple of years, you should just stick exactly to that. But if you've been trading the same strategy for 5-10 years, you've got a lot of mental recall that gives you some intuition in the session. So, like, the rules are not meant to be broken if you're, like, this is not financial advice. Well, if you're still in the early stages of developing your edge or trading a certain strategy, stick to it. But if you've been trading the same strategy 5-10 years, like, you've got enough experience that some discretion comes in as well. That's why. And usually those kinds of plays, when a trader is exercising discretion that is outside of what is the statistical norm, it's usually because they see an opportunity for a lower probability outcome, but with a higher risk reward. So if you remember yesterday afternoon, I took a trade and I said, hey, this has a high probability of stop out, but if the trade resolves, there will be a large distance of travel that will be multiples of the distance of the stop. So a high risk reward, low probability. So that's just trader discretion that comes with experience. Good question though. Good question. But I mean, personally, I would say, if you've been trading Rocket Scooter for a short period of time, or any strategy for a short period of time, stick to the basics. But once you've been trading it for 5 years, maybe you have mental recall and discretion that you can exercise. Skydocs, hey, so Skydoc, I'm not sure if you've taken the boot camp. Like when you say that there's a lot of exceptions, I mean, I wouldn't really call it when you're getting to DD band, the first thing you should do is look at DD ratio. So it's not really an exception. It's more, with Rocket Scooter, and this is one of the reasons I love it, is there's auxiliary indicators that give you the insight and the nuance that you need when you're at the levels, right? If you're at upper DD band and you look at DD ratio and you see that it's high, you interpret it differently than if you get to upper DD band and DD ratio is like 44, 40. Then you're like, I mean, it's still aggressive. It's still an aggressive trade, but you might be like, oh, I want to short this, So, yeah, really nailed it. It's context. It's not exceptions, it's context. How do you find your context? you look at the auxiliary indicators. They're designed specifically for that. Oh, we're really sluggish up here, huh? But yeah, they're auxiliary indicators to give you the context. Nathan asked, do I use the yellow lines? I don't use yellow lines, and I have a very particular reason for that. I find that like a lot of the times, yellow lines and overnight pivots, they line up with a seed zone or seeds pivot that I'm already looking at. And I just noticed that they lined up so frequently with levels that I already had from seeds that I made a decision to not include them in my game because it gave me decision fatigue. If it was an extra layer that I didn't need. It was an extra layer that I didn't need. Unless something is positively, like very concretely positively contributing to my edge, you know, I don't use it. I don't use it, and my edge is pretty maxed out. So, like, I'm not looking to enhance it anymore. I'm just looking to maintain it. That's why. I get decision fatigue. I don't need too much stuff. Jason Cruz said you're an edge increaser. Yeah, I don't know. You get to a point where your edge is kind of maxed out. And like then it gets to the point where like adding new stuff, it just makes you take this trade instead of that trade, sort of thing. Like you're not actually increasing your edge. Like there is kind of a peak where you get to with your accuracy based on your risk reward, where it's just mathematic. It's just you're kind of maxed out. Before Rocket Scooter, I wasn't maxed out, but Rocket Scooter kind of took me to the edge. And that can also depend on the personality type. I just have a certain kind of personality that I get. If something's working, I just kind of stick with it. I don't need to mix up what I know works. Gerald said, why not DD? Why not long DD on backtest? Because I don't have any confluence. To me, it's a naked trade. Like, I like to trade when I have confluence with seed zones, and I almost always have. It's only because we're at all-time highs that we just are having a lack of pivots. So it's just not. That's not really a setup, especially when I've had a flat day. You know, so I don't really have any juice to play with. So like, because usually, you know, I'm looking for like my A+ setups early in the session to build juice that I can then use to, you know, enhance the remainder of my session. You know, I talk about like my session arc. And it's the first flat day I've had since like in months. So I'm just kind of embracing it and just seeing if we get a catalyst and all of a sudden we get some crazy sell-off and something tradable. Sit out edge, you know, exercising setups that do not have exercising setups outside of your strategy that you do not know you have a statistical edge with, they will drive your accuracy towards the neutral. That's what happens, so that's why I don't do it. If I had some juice to work with, I don't know, maybe. Good question though. It is a good question because it was either last week or the week before where I don't remember the exact confluence, but I had some sort of confluence, and I longed through DD Band, not the retest. As we got up to it, I longed through it. I think it was in the morning session. I don't remember. But you know, if there's confluence, it's not a trade I'm opposed to. But just as a naked trade, like slow action, low participation right now, we're just floating up here. I don't know. Lance B said, "Do you enjoy the show? Do I stream in the morning?" No, I don't stream in the morning. I just come on. I host my show here. I don't have a show in the morning. See what else we got here. Good questions, guys. Lance B said, how can we make that happen? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty locked in the morning. It's hard to I don't know. It'd be hard to multitask with that much action going on. I mean, maybe in the future. I'm new to streaming, so like, you know, maybe in the future, but it's not really. I like this this slot. It's fun. It's cool. Like, you know, I support Matt in the morning. That's what we do. Gabe coming in with the double meanings. Gabe, you dirty dog. Scoundrels. Scoundrels in chat. Kyle said, Liquidity said, should we rename the comparison page on prop score to be called the scoreboard? I don't know. For user experience stuff, I'm usually whatever is the most, whatever is the cleanest, whatever is the closest to reality. You know, like when you're designing stuff like that, words on a page, assume that the IQ of your visitor is 0. So whatever connects most with, you know, I'm not saying the visitors are low IQ. I'm just saying that's how you design user interface and stuff. So, I mean, scoreboard sounds cool, but comparison's probably more logical. I'd have to look at it directly. Like, scoreboard sounds coolest, but comparison has a verb in it. Compare, comparison. Like, imagine if there was like a sign. Imagine if there was like a sign where, imagine if there was a sign that said winner's circle, and then it had an arrow, you know? And then, it had an arrow, you know? Like, most people would be like, oh, like, you know, if you won, go to the winner's circle. But like a low IQ person would be like, oh, is that like people standing in a circle who won? But if the sign said, go here if you won, the low IQ person would be like, oh, I need to go there. That's kind of how you design user interface. I don't know. That's just, I don't know if that's, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of how it works. We got some new firms in prop score. Speaking of prop score, let's do my daily routine. Let's see what we got in there. Full browser window. We got some new ones in there. Lance B7649 said, thanks, fellas. There's some great content here. Thanks for being here, brother. All right, let's go to prop score. I hit the icon in the top left. Takes us to the home. I'm going to say, all right, they want to use cookies. That's fine. Let's scroll down. So my routine with the site, I go to filters, go to use default model, end of day, and then I sort by prop score and simplicity. And then I go to trailing and I sort by prop score and simplicity. That's what I like to do. And I see if there's any new accounts. So let's sort by prop score. Looks like the top 3, top 5 is the same. Now I'm going to sort by simplicity. Whoa, whoa. Hold the phone. I still didn't look at what hold the phone means. Why do they say hold the phone? Let's see. Hold the phone. Why is it said? Hold the phone comes from, it used to mean wait a minute or stop and consider. This usually upon hearing a surprise and important information. It originates from the early 20th century usage where reporters told editors to hold the line or hold the phone while gathering breaking news. Hold the phone. More news might be coming in. All right, well, hold the phone. Phoenix Trader Funding just got upgraded in this little list. This is interesting. 9.4 simplicity. This is why, you know, you won't be able to find stuff like this without the scoring system. You'd have to have 50 websites up at the same time. Phoenix Trader Funding, simplicity of a 9.4. ROI, I don't care about that. No, I do care about that. Drawdown per price 10. Price per time in market 10. But the simplicity is kind of simplicity in the overall score is what I like to look at. Okay, let's click on this. Wait, where'd the score go? There's usually a score number right here. Hold on, let me refresh. Stand by. Let me see. Maybe it got moved. It's usually a score number right here. Okay. Simplicity is an 8.5. Let's check it out. Where's it at? Phoenix Trader Funding. Accounts. Okay. Prop score on the 50K is an 8.1. Profit target's 3K. Drawdowns 2K. Okay, so pretty standard there. No eval 2. Oh wow, look at this. Profit target in funded is only 500. That's cool. So this is a different firm. Low consistency, but depending on the type of trader you are, that might not matter to you. If you tend to clock in like similar profits on day to day, the consistency, like it's less of an issue. If you're a high risk to reward, low probability trader, that's going to be more of an issue. But the consistency, whatever it is, that don't bother me. So this is cool. Spark growth. All right, so there we go. New accounts. Now let's go back to the main page. And then let's sort by simplicity. And okay, yeah. Oh, no, hold on. By trailing drawdown. And let me sort by prop score. Okay, here the top 3 are the same. And then simplicity. Okay, these are the same. Okay, that's why that's my routine, guys. That's why that's my routine. Look at that. So I just go to end of day, sort by prop score, sort by simplicity. Then I go to trailing drawdown, sort by prop score, sort by simplicity. That's my routine. We do it every day on stream, and we could just see what's popped up. So look, we caught a new one. We caught a new fish. A new A new account with a good simplicity. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. It's the 50K EOD, end of day. 3K profit target, 2K drawdown. Yeah, that's cool. Very cool. All right, that's the end of that playlist. Let's go to Bangers 01. Full browser window. There we go. Guys, smash the like button. Let's see where we're at. We're almost on. I'm about to switch over to coffee number 2. All right, smash the like button. Let's get it up to 900. We'll do our next giveaway. At 818. 900. We'll do it at 900. Where we at here? Skydeck said we're gonna score funding traders. We're gonna score everyone. Do keep in mind that the code SCORE, SCORE, it's not limited anymore. You can pretty much use it anywhere, and use it because sometimes that code will give you a better discount than the. You know how sometimes sites pre-populate the brand's code. Swap it out for SCORE because sometimes because we got reps working with each firm. So in some cases, they're giving us a better deal than they offer with their own pre-populated code. So swap it out for code SCORE. Because number one, it can give you a better discount. And then number two, full transparency, it helps us get more giveaway accounts. So it supports us so we can give away more accounts, and you might get a better discount than the default site code. Nice. Rucal said, you're done trading for the day, just chilling with you fine folks. Hey, we appreciate you being here. Listen, anyone who's here right now, I really appreciate you. There's limited pivots, and we're still here hanging out. That's the real OG fam right there. We're limited on pivots. We're still hanging out. We get it done. You know? Skydoc said funding traders change the way they do business at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I don't have any experience with them. But you know, once we get them added to the site, there's like a promotion. I think when people leave reviews, it's gonna help. It's gonna, you know how you go to Amazon and you just look at the reviews and you're kind of it helps a lot on your purchasing decisions. I think it'll be like that. Like it'll be just like the place where you're like, what do people say about this? And then you just go there and you just look at it like you look at Amazon reviews. I think it'll be like that. Hey, Yogurt Pants asked a really good question. So, how do I deal with getting nerves around my full TP? You find yourself taking profit 3 to 4 points early. Any advice? So, like I'm discretionary. Sometimes I will sometimes I will exit a little bit early. Sometimes if I'm getting a strong directional drive, I might move it up a little bit and let the trade kind of complete its burst until it stalls. So, like that's how I do it. So I don't get that feeling because, like if I'm trimming a little earlier than I initially planned, like I've usually seen something and I have additional edge around trimming it rather than holding it. Right? It's like it's trading with some fluidity. So if you're doing it because you're trading with fluidity and you knew if you leave it where it's at, more often than not, like your read of taking profit a little bit early is a sound decision, you know, then it might be keep doing what you're doing. But you have to figure out any advice. Okay, so now my advice. First, let me reread your question, because this will be good for anyone who has any sort of issue with their executions. So, the Yoga Pan said, how to deal with getting nerves around full TP. You find yourself taking profit 3 to 4 points early. How do you resolve that issue? You resolve that issue by every time, this is not financial advice. If I had that issue, this is what I would do. Every time I take a trade, I would just screenshot the end result. And then if that was an issue I was having, I would draw where my actual profit target was, and then I would mark or just show the executions of where I actually took profit. And then I would do that for 100 trades. And then I would look at all of those 100 trades. And I would see, hey, how often was it the correct decision for me to exercise discretion getting out 3 to 4 points early? Like, do I have, and then you would quickly be able to answer the question, do you have some sort of edge in reading the action and the stalling of price around your profit target? You would start to realize if you have edge. Like, if that discretion that you're exercising is just something you do because you have weak nerves, or something that you do because you have some sort of intuition. You need the numbers. Because imagine if you look at those stats and you're like, oh man, 90% of the time when I TP early due to discretion, it still goes to my TP. Then you can calculate how many points you've missed out on, and you would just be like, oh, like, I'm just going to stick to what I was doing and not touch it. But if you say, oh, wow, I'm really good at choosing to get out on a price stall a few points before my TP, like, damn, I nailed the top a lot. Like, I've got some edge reading the action right around my TP and closing it out a little early if I see something. You'll realize whether it pays you or not. So that's the advice. It's kind of easy to do if you have patience. And if you don't have patience to do that, then you'll be dealing with that issue for an eternity. So that's what I would do. That's what I would do. And honestly, 100 trades is not really enough, but I would start with 100 trades. I would start with 100 trades, but that's not enough. But it's enough to start to get an idea. Because if after 100, here's the deal. If after 100 trades, 90% of the time you were wrong to take profit early, then that's a strong indication. But, you know, if it's like 65%, you were right, it's 45, then 35%, then you need to keep expanding that sample set. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the reasons, like, the nuances of how you execute can be something that expand the amount of time it takes to maximize your edge, because you need to do stuff like that. You know, you need to do stuff like that, and stuff like that takes time because you need to have 100 trades. But
Blew another account on the Tuesday night. Watch the slip, yeah, I knew that fight. Had it right, yeah, just one more trade.
It's My Die says, if you are not patient, you could ask AI to Monte Carlo 10,000 scenarios. Yeah, but you would need to give AI input. What are you going to give it input on? One setup? If you want 10,000 Monte Carlo outcomes, you'd only be getting 10,000 outcomes on one setup. So if you want to get an actual good output from AI, you still need to feed it trades. So that wouldn't save your time. But if you feed it 100, if you feed it those 100, then it can give you some insight.
No one claps when you start again.
but you can't just feed it one setup. AI needs to see sample size as well. Water fasting results said you stepped away. Did you miss any trades this afternoon? Hey, what's up, brother? No, so the session has only presented. The session has only really presented one really nice setup, and it was right at the open. Which, full disclosure, I'm not, full disclosure, I hesitated on. I didn't have any confluence with seeds on it, and I did not take that. And, was it a fine setup? It was a fine setup, but it was right at the open, and I just wasn't feeling it. So I really wanted us to pull in. I wanted us to pull in lower. So I left that setup alone, and now we've just been floating ever since. We got to upper DD band with positive DD ratio. Technically long through that is okay, or long on the retest is okay, but just looking at price velocity and volume velocity, seeing how participation is so low right now, it's just, to me, it didn't feel like the good use of a bullet. Just didn't feel like the good use of a bullet, because like yesterday I had a fine day, and then if there's no setup, I'd rather just be flat than just impatiently move myself into a red day and then all of a sudden be neutral in the week. It'd be a waste of my time. But it does suck. I want some sort of callus. I want to hit a pivot. Yogurt Pan said, is low velocity a good sign that things are stalling or not really? Not really. I'll explain. I'll say why. So, and this is what one of the people, someone asked earlier about, like I said, price velocity, volume velocity, it's nuanced. Like, you need to see them for a lot of sessions to develop mental recall and the intuition around them. But, it's not something, for the most part, that it's like you read moment to moment. It's more like it gives you the rhythm of what's going on in the session, right? Or if you sell down to a certain area, and when you're in that area, price velocity is very high, but it's somewhat disconnected from volume velocity, meaning as volume starts to slow down in a certain area, price continues to whip around. Like, I make a mental note of that, and I say, oh, it's kind of hollow here at this spot. Those are the kinds of inputs that I'm, or that's the kind of information that I'm getting from those. So it's not a moment to moment thing. It's a bit more of a flow with price. Where the times where it does come in more moment to moment, really the only time, is if there is sudden movement and I can immediately look at them and see that it's driven by a catalyst, because I will see volume come in and I will see price velocity speed up, right? An example is last week we saw that with the there was one day, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever day it was, where four big earnings reported after hours, and price velocity flatlined into the red. Like, price was whipping around like crazy. So that was a scenario where it was red in a bit more of a moment to moment basis, because I was waiting for the moment when all of a sudden price velocity stabilized, meaning Nasdaq's covering 5 points in price distance in half a second, 1 second, half a second, 6/10 of a second. It's whipping around during earnings, and I'm looking for a trade around the pivot, and then all of a sudden all of a sudden it's whipping around for 2-3 minutes, and then all of a sudden it stabilizes. Oh, Nasdaq's taking 3 seconds to cover 5 points. Nasdaq's taking 4 seconds. So it's kind of, price goes like from this to this, right? It gets more stable. So I know I can trade that without slippage, and I can trade that. And I also know that participants have arrived, right? Because price has a damping effect, right? If price can just move around freely, it means that there's no one really there. Because if there's a lot of people there, it's going to be dampened by the volume that is present there. So that's kind of the way that I use it. I know it's a long answer to a question, but your question requires a nuanced answer. It's not like a yes/no question. So, yeah, that's kind of that's the response to that. Great question. Great question. You said you know you're getting it. Oh, okay, good. Good. I appreciate that. Okay, Lance B asks a good question. Sorry if this has been asked, but do I stick to pivots only, or in times such as now, do I consider trades off structure for trap traders for whatever time frame I prefer? I stick to pivots. I don't really have like a different strategy. Like I have my strategy. I know it works. I've been doing the same thing for a long time, and I know the numbers behind it. And the way I am is knowing that, like, I could trade with conviction. I'm confident in my setups. I'm confident in my decisions, regardless of the outcome of the trade. Like, there's never a trade where I'll take it, and then after I've taken it, you know, win, loss, whatever, where I'm thinking, like, so long as I'm following my strategy, I'm not thinking, oh, I should have taken that. Now, there was a time, I don't know, it was over a month ago, but there was a setup where I took it, and I said, oh, you know what, like, almost all the time, any setup I take, I'm like, I would take it again. But every now and again, there'll be a setup where it's kind of like 55%, and maybe I miss an auxiliary indicator, whatever. I have a little hiccup, and there'll be times where I'll take a 55% setup. And I'll be displeased with that, whether the outcome of the trade is a win or a loss. If I take a trade and then I look back at it, I'm like, that was a little suspect. Even if it was a win, I'm still like, oh, no bueno. I don't judge my P&L. I don't judge my session based on P&L. I judge my session based on if I took good setups, because that's all that matters over a long period. Oh, Yoga Pants said you asked because you knew I would give a full answer, not give a short answer. I appreciate that. You know, like, yeah, I like the questions because I know it's hard to figure out stuff like that. So, you know, I like helping people with stuff like that. You know, if an answer to a question can help make your journey less difficult, I'm there for it. Like, that's why I'm doing this. I like that, you know, because trading is a lonely profession. So it's cool to be able to help people. I like that. Mike H is throwing out love song lyrics in chat. MHP, we love you. Where have you been? MHP. Oh, MHP and Boosted Dime. Yeah, we're Boosted Dime. I haven't seen him in chat. MHP and Boosted Dime. Have I seen these scoundrels? Where are those scoundrels at? MHP has been out of bounds. MHP's been out of bounds a lot. But that's just the nature of this sort of market. That's the nature of this sort of market. this sort of market will test your sit out edge. Because let me tell you what's happening right now around the world. Okay, there's traders who have edge but don't have patience, who are getting smoked because they're trying to figure out new strategies on the fly, because their strategy isn't presenting enough setups and they're getting smoked. Or maybe they have good risk management, so they're breaking even, or they have a slight downward equity curve or a slight upward equity curve, and they're kind of just wasting their time. But like, they don't, maybe their strategy is going to knock it out of the park in tomorrow's session because they're going off, but because they're going off book, maybe they're going to miss those opportunities, you know? So that's going on all over the world right now. Scoundrels out there going off book, trying to squeeze lemon juice out of it when they're holding an orange, you know. So if you're exercising your sit out edge, or if you're just like, you took the DD band long, or whatever setup you took with a pivot today, and then you're like, all right, well, I don't have anything else, you know, that'll pay you in the long term. Ryan Nort said, have I ever seen a market like this before? Yeah, I mean, I've seen, it's a little bit, the market has become less, and something I have observed over the years, the market has become less and less connected to reality. It's become less and less connected to reality because the number of people that trade based on charts, the number of gamblers that are in the market, that number has increased. So like, the market is very disconnected from reality. It's more of a video game than it ever has been. Which is why me not looking at the news output, it doesn't have any effect on my edge. Like, my stats wouldn't be better if I was like, like, they just did this in Iran. Oh my God, I need to do this with my trade. You know, but if we were in an environment that was more connected to reality, and maybe there was less people who were positioning for news before the news was publicly available, then I would probably be missing out by not connecting myself with the news. But because the market is so disconnected from reality, I don't need to worry about it, you know? I don't need to worry about it. But yeah, you see markets like this. There have been several V recoveries over the past, the past 10 years. There's been nice V recoveries, or V moves. And this isn't even a V recovery. This was just a consolidation, a drop below that consolidation for a few sessions, and then a rally through that area over the last few weeks. Mike said you're about to interview someone for a job. You're going to recommend the boot camp if they're trash. Hey, Dad, I like Daddy's trading. I like Daddy's question. As a new trader who has been demo trading for a while, what would I say is the next step in trading? Boot camp plus eval? Yeah, probably boot camp plus eval. So one thing is, I'm not the best person to ask about paper trading, because I never. Now I'm not endorsing this, but like, because I think there's two approaches to when you first start. One approach is paper trade for a couple weeks just to get the feel for the buttons, and then move to real trading with at least some sort of size so you get the psychological part. That's kind of one option people can take. The other option is to do the sim trading for longer and recognize that with the psychology removed, you have good stats, And then when you're trading regular, it's almost like you know that you can do it, and you know that you're just not doing well because of the psychology. I guess those are the two options. When I first started, you know, I didn't really know that I should do that, so I paper traded, like not at all. You know, I didn't try it. So that was a, you know, that was probably, at least to get the use for the buttons and stuff, a mistake. I've said it a couple of times on stream. My first ever live trade, I lost 5K in like 30 seconds. And I was in over my head. My broker was Lightspeed Trading. They, it was like a professional broker. Like, I was just too confident that I would, you know, because I thought I would just be good right off the bat, you know? And that's just not how it goes. But as far as like transitioning from paper trading to real trading, I don't, you know, I've never done it, so I don't really know what the best way to do it would be. But the levels of risk are definitely, like, the lowest level of risk is prop trading, but I think the psychology would be, like, the psychology is different than actual trading. So, you know, I don't know if starting that way helps or hurts, because I don't, you know, like, things I have experience with, I'll give all my knowledge and experience, but I don't have any experience transitioning from paper trading to regular trading, so I don't know what would be the best. But I would suggest those are the two avenues. And it also depends on someone's personality type. Like, I know someone personally who is who's developing their edge, and their personality type is like pretty like they have a high IQ, and like I can tell that they have a high IQ. I've known them for a while, and just also the way that they talk about setups, and like they're an intelligent person. But also I know something about that person's personality, that they are very, like, matter of fact. They're pretty OCD. So, like, that person, I think, getting more stats, and then when they transition, they will lean on those stats to be like, well, I know what the stats are. So they can isolate the psychology from the strategy part of it, right? So maybe for that kind of personality, getting a little bit more stats before putting on risk is better. But then maybe for some people, their mind doesn't work like that, so the opposite might work for them, you know, put on risk right away. You know, I think that's more of an art than science thing. More of an art than science thing. Good question, though. Daddy Trading said, thank you for the info. There's a lot going on. It's a lot to learn. Yeah, it's a lot to learn. But one thing I would say, like with the rocket scooter strategy, it's like if you have limited experience, or, you know, when you see the setups and stuff, it might seem overwhelming at first. But if you just break it down into, okay, there's lines on the chart. That's what you trade around. You don't need to worry about drawing them. They're drawn for you. Okay, there's lines on the chart. I'm going to trade around them. Well, how do I trade around them? Okay, well, you can either think of them as like resistance, meaning price is going to reject off of them, or support, meaning price is going to bounce off of them. So support or resistance. Okay, well, how would I know which one of those might be probable? The auxiliary indicators. Resilience for hedge pressure in the gap, and DD ratio. So when you break it down like that, you know, it's kind of like step 1, levels. Step 2, auxiliary indicators. Step 3, execution plan. And the bootcamp goes over all that, and the little diagram on the screen, it even goes over the sizing and stuff. So when you break it down into those 3 chunks, it's less overwhelming, and you would find that you would actually probably, like, if you take the time to understand what the lines are, what the auxiliary indicators are, and then how to read the little diagram, it makes it actually very simple. It makes it very simple. I always say, like, I'm kind of jealous of people that are early in their journey that discover Rocket Scooter, because it's, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of not fair that you get to just jump the line and stumble on something that has edge and a full instruction manual on how to trade it. That's kind of not fair to me, you know, because I didn't have that. But whatever, the world's not fair. But there's a little bit of envy that it'll be a lot easier for you. Like, you know, because learning is it's painful. It's painful because it takes so much time and whatever. So, you know, you guys are kind of, you have the opportunity to jump the line if you're at the beginning of your journey and you stumble on Rocket Scooter. So, good for you. Lucky Mon said, thanks for that deep talk. Hey, I mean, kind of floating up here. So, Sean G said, and very grateful for it. I didn't read the first part of your message, but I'm assuming you're talking about the Rocket Scooter platform. Yeah, you should be. I mean, listen, I had edge before discovering it. I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for the accuracy bump. I think it's great. You know, I love it. Good for you. It's Texas slang. Is it good? Is that Texas slang? Really? I like that. That's cool. He said thank you for the talk. Hey, anytime. We're a family. We're a family. You know, we're a family. If any, like, response helps one person on their journey, like, to me, that's worth it. Because when you have no edge and you're trying to learn, it's like banging your head against the wall. You know, you got to just keep banging your head against the wall and just keep working through the different things that you need to. But you don't know what you don't know. So without guidance, it can be more difficult. The boot camp starts in, I think, 2 weeks. I think it starts in 2 weeks.
Strategies crumbling, no one to trust, endless failures, every setup bust. Searching for answers.
Real quick, I'm just gonna answer Examines Life's question real quick, and then I'll ask. I have a comment on Lucas, but you said Rocket Scooter platform, which broker's best for level 1 data? The most popular in the community is AMP because it has the lowest minimum deposit. I believe it's $100. So it's the most popular is AMP, but you can also use Optimus. I use Optimus, but that's just what I did. There's no reason to use Optimus or AMP. You know, it's all the same for level 1 data. Look at that, the squeezage. The squeezage. Look at the squeezage. Look at the squeezage. Oh, is it this Monday or next Monday? It's probably this Monday or next Monday. I know Matoski's had a lot going on with launching the prop score site, so I know it's coming up though. P-Bet said, how much does a bootcamp cost and how long is it? It's 20 days and it's $20. So like it's basically free. It's not designed to bring in. It's not designed to like get people to pay tuition. It's just basically the cost pays for, you know, the cost of delivery. It's basically that you basically pay shipping and handling. You don't pay for the boot camp. It's 20 total. Yeah, it's 20 total. It's basically free. And you know what? I'm gonna do a quick giveaway for the boot camp, and who knows, maybe you'll win. Here we go. Let me just fire up the giveaway engine here. But if not, the link's in the description. It's really good though, and even experienced traders get something out of it. So it's not like it's not only for people who don't have it. Like it's good for anyone. I thought it was great. Because there's classes on there on like the VIX and stuff. The VIX class is really good. There's something in there for everyone. So definitely check it out. Let's see here. I'm just firing it up. Filter messages. Boot camp. All right, type boot camp in chat. We're monitoring. BPET. Type boot camp in chat. You sign up. Click the link in the description to sign up. But I'm gonna do a giveaway for one. If you type boot camp in the chat box, we'll do a quick drawing for one. I know we have a lot of new people here, so.
Wake up early, London open, trust moving fast, my plan still golden. Hands off the mouse, emotion frozen, discipline strong, accounts stay loaded.
440 people in the house, 835 likes. Guys, smash the like button. Let's get up to 900. Still got 2 more giveaways.
Stack your wins, don't force the market. Plan a trade, then trade a target. Stay sharp, don't break your logic.
Oh, Jose just donated boot camp. Jose, thank you so much, brother. We got a boot camp donation. And for those of you asking about the boot camp, so it's so good that people from the community donate them. Because they want other people, they want to make sure other people take it. They want to make sure other people take it. So we get these donations. So yeah, so we like giving them away. All right, we'll spin the wheel in 30 seconds. Let me open up the giveaway engine. What site do you go to join the bootcamp? The link is in the description. Let me see if I can get access to it and post it again. Let me see. Stand by. Rocket place. Marketplace. Go to store. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna post the link in the. I'm gonna post the link. Okay, so the link that I just posted in the chat, in that it has access to. Oh, the lifetime's still on sale. Nice. It has the link to the boot camp. 20 days profitability mindset. Mindset master ... Let's see what it's actually full name of it. Master class. Live Zoom calls. That's cool. And then it's got a cool video of Matoski explaining to Matt, aka Matoski, explaining what it is. And then your first month of Rocket Scooter for the platform is also available there, and the other subscriptions to the Rocket Scooter platform, if you so choose to utilize the platform. All right, giveaway time. Here we go. Giveaway engine. All right. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Johnny Guapo. Johnny Guapo. I'm gonna give away 3. Johnny Guapo. Congratulations, you're a winner. Type something in chat. I'm gonna give away 3. Johnny Guapo, congratulations. Johnny said rigged. Johnny's an OG if he knows to type rigged in chat. Hey Johnny, good to have you here, brother. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. And they will hook you up. There's instructions in there. Let me close this extra window. Johnny, congratulations. Let me type your name into my little fancy form. You want a boot camp? There's your name. You want it on my stream. Okay. All right, let's do one more. Let's do two more. So let's go up here, pick a winner. Alex B212. Use a winner. Alex B212. I know Alex is in chat. I see their name right here. All right, Alex B. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. And there's instructions there on how to claim it. Congratulations, brother. You won yourself a boot camp. And then we'll do one more. Here we go. Giveaway engine. Oh, what the hell's going on here? There we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Trades with L. Trades with L. Where you at, my dog? Indicators of subscription. Yeah, the Tide T Trader indicators of subscription. Well, it's not. It's a full platform, but yeah, the charting platform is a subscription. But it's really cheap for what it is. It's really cheap. Trades with L. Are you here, my dog? Trades with L. You here? Okay, reroll. Eric Futures. Eric Futures, use a winner. 91. 91. Damn. It's pretty sluggish up here. We haven't even moved 10 points. Hey, Eric Futures. Eric Futures is exciting. Hey, Eric, congratulations, brother. You just won yourself the boot camp. It's cool giving away the boot camp because this might be the thing that changes the course of your whole... Your life could fork when you take the boot camp. Not financial advice, but I just, you know, trading a liquid instrument is if you can successfully trade a liquid instrument, it can be a game changer for your life. So the boot camp has the potential to change people's lives. So that's why it's cool. All right, Eric Futures. Let me enter you into the little form here. I'm getting really efficient with this little form I got. Bootcamp Eric Futures, you won it on my stream. Congratulations, brother. Trades with L is here as well. All right, Trades with L. I know I cycled it really fast. Trades with L, you got it. Trades with L. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel, Trades with L, and claim your prize. Trades with L. Congratulations. Trades with L's got a 28K modem. Real slow, real low, real high latency on that thing. Took a while for that message to come through, but we got you, brother. We got you. Think about upgrading to 56K. It's twice the speed. Although to be fair, latency, I don't know. Was latency on 28K and 56K? Was the latency a lot different? I never had a 28K connection. I only had 56K. Let me check. 28K versus 56K latency. Because usually throughput and latency are independent of each other. However, when you were at the bottom of the throughput scale, latency might have correlated to throughput a little bit. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. I don't have any of the oh, trades with L. Just so you know, we're just joking around. Thank you so much for being here, brother. We're just joking around. I'm a jokester. Okay, both 28K and 56K dial-up connections typically experience similar latency in the range of 100 milliseconds. 56K modems offered obviously double the throughput, but the overall latency remained about the same. So just like we said, throughput and latency not correlated necessarily. I thought at the bottom of the range of throughput back in the day, maybe there was a correlation, but it sounds like no. Because throughput and latency are not, I mean, at least now, they're not correlated, but it sounds like they never were. You ever pick up the phone and it makes that fax sound? Remember those days? Oh my God. I'm not even 40, and I should talk less about 56K modems. Makes me sound like an old head. Eric Futures, brother. There's a channel in the Discord called Claim Your Win. That's where you go to claim your win. Farina in the house. Oh yeah, you click the icon, the first one that says how to join, and then you claim, and then go to claim your win. ADHD Craft said, "Is there a place to claim your loss?" Nah, we only have winners here. No, I'm just kidding. Ride that rocket, take me higher. Patience pays. Where we at? Let's see. Okay, we're almost at 900 likes. Let's get it to 900, and we're gonna do our. We got 2 prop accounts to give away. Almost at 900 likes. Let's do it. The giveaways are funded seat 25K and then a TPT, take profit trader 50K eval. Skydoc said, "Did dislikes go towards the like count?" I'm not sure how that works, but we usually get like 99.9% likes, so I don't know. Oh, you know what? It's time. It's time to swap it out. Ready? I came to stream prepared. I knew we had an extended session. Number 1. I don't even gotta go away. Look, I got a whole fresh one. And because these Yetis or whatever, they, like, it's hot. It's probably gonna taste like it's right off the kettle. Let's see. Nice. Very nice. Gabe said insulated. Stop using all those long, fancy words. Is it coffee? No, it's barley. Barley. I drink ground barley. Ground barley. For anyone who doesn't know, we got the instructions here on the smashing the like button. Guys, great questions today. Floating up here. There they are. Anyone remember that? Anyone remember that YouTube commercial from like a few years ago where the one guy would be like, yeah, you know, I always drink this and people always ask me what it is. And I'm like, dude, it's mud. And then that drink ended up taking off. Like, as annoying as that commercial was, it landed, man. He's like, you remember? Do you guys remember that? Who remembers that commercial? You know, I drink this every day and people always ask me, dude, what's in your cup? And I'm like, man, it's mud. That's how he said it. He ran that. He must have sunk a lot of money into that commercial because I feel like everyone saw it. Like, he got to the point where I was like, dude, we get it. You're drinking mud. Get off my feed. Bless his heart. It did great. It did great. I mean, I think the guy's company's doing great. Good for him. Good for him. It's mud. Does the barley wake you up? No, it has zero. It has zero. No, it has zero stimulating effect. It's just what I used when I stopped drinking coffee. And yeah, I discovered it in Italy, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll just try. You know, and I tried, and a week turned to a month. You know, I wasn't like, oh, I'm quitting coffee. That's not what happened. It wasn't like that kind of decision. I was kind of like, oh, maybe I'll just drink this for a week. See what happens. And then after it was like 2 weeks, and it was like 3 weeks. And then I was just like, you know what? I think I'm going to quit. So I've kind of made the decision to quit coffee after I quit coffee. What's it taste like? I don't know. It tastes like, I can't describe it. It's nutty, I guess. Like maybe if you ground up almonds or so, I don't know. Like, what does that even mean? I don't really know. No, it's really good. It's good. It's good. You can get Italian one or you can get Portuguese ones. Those are the two most popular. There's some Asian ones as well. I haven't tried them. Someone told me, I ordered it yesterday. Someone told me about, oh no, I added it to my cart. Someone told me about, there was some kind of tea. And I ordered it yesterday because I had a folder. Like when people suggest things, I have a little folder and I put them in. Someone recommended this. It's called, Mujica or Damtua Boricha Mujica caffeine-free roasted barley tea bags. Someone else, someone in chat suggested that, and so I've got it in my Amazon cart. Gabe said, YM's at MHP. Really? No, MHP's out of bounds, isn't it? Unless the zone's not loading? What's going on here? Maybe I'll go to MYM. Is there a micro for YM? I don't know. There's no micro for YM, huh? Oh wow, my whole page shifted down. Is there a micro for YM? Or is there no such thing? Oh, I'll just load DIA. I can load DIA. It's a little scattered on the data. Let me switch to a line chart. Or you know what? No, I'm going to do high-low. It's easier to read the high-low. Oh, no. Not with this dispersed data. Line. There we go. Hey, that was nice. Is there a YM resilience? I mean, there's only 30. There's probably not a resilience for it. Let me see. No. Oh, there is a Russell resilience, huh? Yeah, there's only 30 stocks in YM, so. Nice little setup there, though. Speaking of Russell. Nothing on Russell today. Alright. Guys, smash the like button. We're about to do a giveaway for prop account. Yes. 5-minute chart. Go back to candles. Alright, here we go. See if I missed anything. I'm just looking at chat. No. Alright. Alright, giveaway time. 3:30, 2. Where we at on likes? 854. Alright, at least juice it up to 875. Let's do a giveaway. Reset tool. Alright, let's get some suggestions for the code word here. What do we got? Hit me with some suggestions for the code word. How would you spell pivotless? Pivotless. P-I-V-O-2-O-T. Pivotless? Surprised no one suggested that. Oh, it just jumped out at me. The code word is dial up. The code word is dial up. And for trades with L, this is all in good fun, brother. It's all in good fun. We know you don't have a dial. Well, is there still any dial up providers? I'm not sure. I would hope not. No, there's no way there is. The code word is dial up.
Trade your piece, not your mind. Trade and profit, all in lines. When there's dark, we redefine. Wake up early, eyes on the zone. London open, I'm in my zone. Wrist tight, mindset grown. Patience pay, I'm on that throne. From demo to funded, I level my tone. Now every pit feel like a milestone.
All right, we are giving this account is. I know we went over it earlier, but let me just read it out again. We went over the whole specs for it. It is. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. It's a funded seat sprint plan 25K. The winner of the other one already claimed it. We're on in a tight program around here. This is cool. Funded seat sprint plan 25K. So it's the same account. And then we're going to give away a take profit trader 50K eval. So it's giveaway time. Time for the giveaway. Let's get it. Faith and profit, divide, repeat. Faith and profit, we ride, we shine, but trust don't lie, just trust the signs, discipline before the dungeon. Trade your peace, not your mind. Faith and profit, all in line. When it's us, we redefine. Faith and profit, we ride, we shine. See what we got here. Trust don't lie, just trust the signs, it's okay. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready for these. I'm ready for these drift up days to be over. I'm really ready for them to be over. I'm ready for them to be over. Let's take a peek at the daily.
Eyes on the dips, rage boiling high. FOMO's a killer, tying me in knots. Why the hell not now? This bag holding hell, waiting's ripping me. Rockets to the spell. It's a waiting game. Damn, it tears you down. But hold the line. Patience turns it around. Rather be an elf.
Yeah, I think that long at DD ban at the open, positive DD ratio, positive res. Like I'm analyzing. It was because it was right at the open, like the opening moment, you know, when the whippage was there. Like I'm just recounting the session, you know, because I like to make sure I'm analyzing, you know, make sure every setup I took is on, you know, aligns with my edge, and then also kind of analyze, hey, like if there's a setup, like did I miss the setup or was the edge not quite there? It was really because it was right at the open, and I was just seeing a lot of whippage. That was really why. I think it would have been hard to manage the risk for me. You know, without a secondary pivot to trade off of on seeds.
Grip slipping fast, but I won't fade away.
Oh. There we go. Giveaway engine. All right, 205 entries. We're gonna give it 1 minute and 40 seconds. Dial up is the code word. 25K account, and then a 50K account from Take Profit Trader. Funded seat is the first account. Nice. And smash the like button if you didn't already. We appreciate it.
Just waiting is the name of the game.
Look at that. Just a straight melt up. Buying pressure through the roof, huh? No brakes on this thing.
You're hammering that mouse like it old.
All right, here we go. Let's bring up the giveaway engine. 7, 6, 5. Oh no, hold on. It's still looping in. Stand by. And there we go. All right. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Brain Benders Bites. Triple B. Triple B. Where you at? Where you at, my dog? You know, that long through DD band would have been tough anyway through here on NASDAQ. Because NASDAQ didn't have as much travel. Brainbenders Bites, said Rigged. Brainbenders Bites must be a OG that just kind of hangs out in the background. Because they knew what to type in. They knew what to type in. They know our little inside joke. Rigged. Hey, congratulations, Brainbenders. You's a winner, my brother. You won yourself a funded seat 25K sprint plan. That's a lot to type. Yeah. Funded seat sprint plan 25K. Nice. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel to ... claim your win. There's instructions in there. My dog. And copy your name. Congratulations. All right. 17 minutes till not 17 minutes, 7 minutes. 7 minutes till mark it on close. How has no one suggested the code word? I'm afraid to say this because then if someone says it, it's going to seem not authentic. But I'm just going to say it. Why has no one suggested the code word no man's land? Because we're in no man's land. No one suggested that. I should have got in chat and suggested it. No man's land. It would have been a good code word. Intraday said Jose suggested it? No, I missed it. I missed it. Damn. I missed it. It didn't jump out. The rule is it's got to jump out. The ether. Jesus said blank canvas. Yeah. It's just sometimes one jumps out at me. That's how I do it. It's non-scientific. Could you imagine if I always said it's the one that jumps out at me, but in truth I had like a little bot that picks like the 10th suggestion or something? Could you imagine if that was how it was really done? And I was just like, yeah, I pick one at random when it jumps out, but there's like a bot that's like, this is to use. Use this one. I'm the bot. I'm the bot. I should do a straight shave again. And then ask my teacher if I can get out of class early to come run a stream. Everyone said I look like a school kid. Whoosh fan to the moon. Oh, you know what I started watching last night? Hey, you know what I started watching last night? Which seems really cool. I fell asleep, but oh my god, what a cool concept. It's called Fallout. It's called Fallout. No, Weeds I've seen. I feel like my girl won't really like Fallout, so she's out of town. So I was like, let me start this. Fallout. Yeah, it's called Fallout. The first episode was really interesting. Fallout's a great game series. No, it's not a game. It's not a game show. It's about well, I don't want to give it away, but it's not a game series. I don't know if they have games shows like that in streaming. Oh, the show is based on the video game? Oh, it is? I never played the video game. I never played the game. It's based off the games? Oh, is the story the same as the games? Like, the people who played the games not know, like, do they already know what's gonna happen? Was Fallout on PlayStation? Hey guys, don't tell me any of the plot or anything. Because I'm only on episode 1. But I think it's good. I made popcorn and everything. I made popcorn. I put salt, pepper, and sweet paprika on it. Salt, pepper, and sweet paprika. And yeah, I sat down a bowl of popcorn and I watched it. I'm gonna do that tonight as well. I'm gonna do that tonight. I watch it on the TV. I watch it on the TV. Yeah. Skydeck said no stream. What does that mean? No stream. Oh, Luke said kettle corn all the way. Kettle corn's great, but I just have regular right now. I'm gonna make more popcorn. I'm gonna watch it again tonight. Oh, do you watch it on Netflix or something like that? Yeah, it's on Amazon. Star Wars are better than Fallout? Yeah, I don't... Oh my god. You know, I just put Skydoc's questions together. Skydoc said, what did you watch it on? And I said TV. I wasn't making a joke. I thought maybe you were like, you know, do you watch it on your iPad? Do you watch it on your laptop? So when you said, what do you watch it on? And I said TV, I'm sorry. You meant what streaming service? I got you. Now I connected the two questions. My answer probably wasn't very helpful. You said, what did you watch it on? I said TV. My bad. I'm kind of literal. I'm a pretty literal person. I'm like, I watched it on TV. Oh, that's funny. I got another Frenched, like a tomahawk style pork chop. I'm gonna cook that as well. I'm trying to decide, should I do popcorn then pork chop, or pork chop then popcorn? Remember Doug? Pork chop. Burp, burp. I think I'm gonna do pork chop then popcorn. That's probably the way I'm gonna go. It's a beautiful tomahawk style pork chop. It's gonna be nice. It's Frenched. It's nice. I mean, the bone's obviously not as big, but Something about a steak with the French bone. I like it. All right, let's giveaway time. I already see the keyword. I didn't even ask for suggestions for the keyword, and I already see it. I already see it. Toasty already knows they got it. Reset tool. The code word is obviously popcorn. Thank you. That's a good one. Popcorn. Start capturing message. What's going on somewhere? Hearing some shenanigans out there. I'm gonna put the same seasoning on the steak as I do the popcorn. I'm gonna do salt, pepper, and sweet paprika.
I'm not quitting on myself. Yeah. Wake up,
Trey making fun of me because I said I watched it on TV. I watched it on Amazon. I give literal responses.
Know what to say, still I burn that cash. Know what to say, still I talk that sass. Knowing better, doing worse. Same path, they say discipline's a love in disguise. I say, yeah, while I craft new lives. Promise myself, then I improvise. Turn every hard choice into compromise. The hurt ain't the loss, it's the story. I try my best when I duck the glory. It's the mask I made that I still parade, and it cuts me more.
Like what I'm saying, I like this pullback.
I'm doing it for me.
Oh, hoisin barbecue with ginger? You know, there's actually, hey, you know what? There's actually this fermented, there's like a different kind of fish sauce that they have in Korea. So when Michelle was in Korea, I forget, it was like 2 weeks ago, she got me this special fish sauce, and she got me these, they're like dehydrated scallops that are really popular. Maybe I'll make like a broth. Maybe I'll make like a broth. That would be nice. Maybe I'll do that. I'm having a little party to watch Fallout. That's gonna be cool. Me, myself, and I. Oh, speaking of cooking with Neon, I posted this video to my Twitter. It accidentally got deleted, but I can re-upload it. Speaking of cooking with Neon, look, I have a little cooking video. I made this. Let me see if I can bring it up. I like cooking. I'm gonna repost it to my Twitter though. Let's see what we got. Where's it at? Downloads, staging, media. There we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I have one of me making butter chicken. I was making these different cooking videos. Oh, you know what? I can't show it on stream. It has music on it. It has like a copyright thing. Oh well. Plans break through it for me. When the room says quit, I'm the one who's gotta live with it. I'm doing it for me. I don't need your crown, all your little doubts. Just you can doubt, you can talk, you can roll those out. Hey Sean, Gabe, thank you, Gabe. Gabe put the right answer there. If you're following the strategy, shorting DD upper DD band with DD ratio greater than half. Statistically, that's a risky trade. That's a risky trade. Now, since we were so close to the close, and you know statistically you close inside the bands, you know, could you take it short? Yeah, you could. but it's risky. All right, here we go. 4 minutes to the close. Hopefully we trade in this range tomorrow, or you know, something. Hopefully you get some nice range expansion to the like that includes some downside moves, so we can get to some pivots. Okay, here we go. 3 minutes. The code word is popcorn. 219 entries. Popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Great questions today. I know there was really no pivots up here. Kind of a blank day. But, you know, what are you going to do? Hey, T-Vlog said I'm the best. I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. We're all the best. We're all the best. The family's the best. Trader CN, do I have any thoughts on negative market on close at all-time highs? No, that's not part of my. It's not part of my strategy to read into the market on close numbers. I don't have any stats around that. It's not a setup. It's not something I look at. I appreciate the question. It's just the answer is just that it's not something I try to interpret. You know, it would give me too much going on. Okay, let's do our final giveaway here. Giveaway engine. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Bruno. I can't say the rest of that name. Bruno, I can't say the rest of that name. Use a winner. Type something in chat. Hey, Bruno, congratulations. Bruno's got a fast connection, low latency. There's Bruno in chat already. Hey, Bruno, congratulations, brother. Brother, sister, other. You know, I know there's a lot these days. Congratulations. Use a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel. There's instructions in there. They'll hook you up. Big winner. TPT 50K. Grazie. 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 Wow, Elite Buddy. You really got a fast keyboard. Elite Buddy's got a goated keyboard. Look at that. What's that got? Like 50 key rollover? Popcorn, 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 popcorn. Don't say you're copy and pasting it. Don't break my little heart. Tell me you're just that fast of a typer. Yeah, elite. Totally elite. 100 key rollover. He's got like MX Blues on top of MX Browns. On top of like IBM buckling springs. He's got a custom keyboard. Different switches for different fingers. You know, you gotta have a different switch type for your pinky. Just so you can just tap it. Just a little tap it. Control V. Yeah. Guys, that's the close. What a session. What a session. I'm proud of my patience. Proud of my patience. It's not easy to just watch that all unfold and just not have an opportunity. So, what are you gonna do? Save the bullets for when I have a pivot. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Thank you for having me. It was a blast. Rod Trade says thank you so much for the show. Rod, we appreciate you. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate you. We're gonna try out this time slot for a bit and just see how it goes. So tune in at the same time tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern. But obviously you'll be on Matt's show already anyways, so you could stick around and we'll keep rolling. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Until tomorrow, time for popcorn. Peace.